Hey, what's up, everyone? Koku here. Just want to hop on before we actually start the show, let you guys know what it is we're doing tonight. What are we discussing? Of course, it's a Saturday night shoot the breeze episodes of the Bitter Medicine podcast. Tonight, we're going to be talking about uh, a sportscaster who made a very interesting comment about a black player during a game. Talking about shooting. We're going to talk about the madness of Blackhead's estate. We're going to talk about the kind of thinking you need to have to go from a subservient economy to a first world status. We're going to talk about the genius of the black child and how that should be protected. We're going to talk about food racism. Some of you may not know what that is. Tune in to find out. We're going to talk about the Chinese intrigue into Africa. We're going to look at something that explains it. We're going to talk about how we have black politicians who aren't worth much in America. A black politician recently got Indians some type of reparations, or Native Americans some type of reparations. We're going to talk. We're going to talk about Kodak Black twerking at a hockey game. And lastly, we're going to talk about Pan-Africanism. We're going to talk about Pan-Africanism from the side of the Africans on the continent. And then we'll finish the show tonight with a remembrance at the end. I see we got folks in the chat already. NYC Sports Archive says, greetings. Thanks for being here. When we come back on the other side, I will drop, when we come back on the other side, I will drop the link for those who want to join the panel. All right. So we will be back right after this.
You are listening to the Bitter Medicine podcast on KWAZ Radio. Welcome to the Bitter Medicine podcast, where it's all about black empowerment. Our show focuses on black news and entertainment, arts, science, economics, history, people, and strategies that uplift, empower, and motivate Africans within the diaspora. And now your host, whose favorite color is black, Goku.
Welcome back to the Bitter Medicine podcast. I am your host, Koku. Just want to remind you guys before we get the show rolling that this show is part of a podcast network called KWAZ Radio. There are other shows on the network you are invited to tune into.
This is D Webb with the Harsh Reality Podcast, asking you to tune in where we tackle the news of the day that affects our community, only on KWAZ Radio.
Peace, family. This is Oni, inviting you to listen to the Pro-Black Perspective, where black problems are addressed with black solutions.
Greetings, fam. Tune in to The Learning Curve with me, the Revolutionary Matron on KWAZ Radio.
You are listening to the Bitter Medicine podcast on KWAZ Radio.
Yes, indeed. Welcome back to the Bitter Medicine podcast, Saturday night shoot the breeze. Happy to have all you guys come through. Let's get into some topics tonight. Let me introduce Kevin Carre to the panel. Kevin Carre, how are you doing tonight?
I'm good. How are you?
I'm great. Good to hear from you.
Same here, man. Same here.
All right. So Bobby Wright is here as well, saying greetings, Brother Koku and the panel. I think Bobby Wright is on the KWAZ radio side of the live stream. You can stay there. Any comments you have, Bobby Wright, I'll be able to see it here, and I'll share them on air. Let's get into the first topic tonight. The first topic tonight, well, you know the deal. I gotta go and copy paste it from my notes. But the first topic tonight is about resistance or conspiracy. So there is the first prompt tonight. It says, is this real or conspiracy theory nonsense? What's the resistance? So let me share my screen. Let me share my screen with you guys. I'm sorry, something's throwing me off a little bit for a second here, but I'm all good. Let's do this. Okay, so you guys should be able to see my screen right now. I'm going to play this audio, and you guys, we'll talk about it after.
I know a thing or two about food science. Now, what they have invented, when I say they, I'm talking about the genetic engineers, not only have they found a way to put these genetically engineered traits into food crops, they've now found a way to cause food crops to grow RNA fragments that can be specifically targeted like bioweapons to interfere with the physiological processes of targeted species that might eat the food. Now, this technology is called RNA interference technology. It's relatively new compared to GMOs, relatively new. It's being touted now as a technology to eliminate the use of pesticides because what they're saying is they can cause a corn crop to grow RNA fragments that will kill the insects that eat the corn without having to use pesticides like toxic chemicals that overload the insect nervous system and kill it from a nervous system breakdown and so on. This RNA interference technology is a pesticide technology, but it doesn't rely on pesticide chemicals. It relies on RNA fragments in the food. Now, what's disturbing about this is that this technology can be fine-tuned to target a specific race of humans who eat the food. I want you to follow me very carefully on this because most people have never heard of this before. They've never heard of this technology. They don't know it can be targeted by race. Food crops can be engineered right now based on existing technology to cause infertility in Black people alone. That technology is a reality. It's widely covered out there in the mainstream media, in the science media. RNA interference technology is widely covered. The government is at war with you. If you're Black and you're watching this, the government is at war with you, and they want you to exterminate it, and they control the science funding, which means there will never be money for any genetic science of the food supply to uncover this truth. If it were there, it would be covered up like everything else has been covered up this entire time, just like the Tuskegee experiments covered things up in the 1930s.
Interesting. So the beginning of that video, I was well aware as we introduced Mr. Untouchable to the panel. Mr. Untouchable, what you saying?
Respect, Koku. Respect to the chat, bro.
Yes, sir. We got Janelle Benjamin in the chat saying good evening. We got Jonelle saying good evening as well. We have Daily Affirmations by Pauline saying good evening. So good evening to all of you. Thanks for coming through. Thanks for being here. So the first part of that story, where they were talking about that RNA technology, I am actually familiar with that. And so I was puzzled for a minute. They're like, well, what about this is pseudo? But then that second part is interesting because they say that it's created, it's engineered in such a way to be able to target Black folks exclusively. And that's interesting. Mr. Untouchable, what thoughts come to your mind when you see this story?
The thoughts that come to my mind is our scientists, our black-centered scientists, need to get on the ball. And food security is something that is of great importance to us, whether this is real or not. The fact that food security is very important to us. So our black scientists and agriculturalists, we need to get it on the ball, man, and we need to ensure that we have some entity, some separate ability to provide food security for our people. Because if we continue to rely on others to do it, these kinds of Frankenstein things will happen. You know what I mean? These because we know the history of these people, and we know what their propensity to do certain things are. So we cannot be completely reliant on our people who we consider to be our enemies to continue to feed us. I wouldn't do it, but that's where I am with it right now.
Kevin Carre, what say you?
Yeah, I agree with Mr. Untouchable. These you cannot put anything past these people. They have a very bad history. No matter where in the world they went, chaos and everything negative followed. So I gotta say,
according to what you guys understand, do you guys understand that there's a genetic way, that there's these genetic differences based on race that you can target, right? Because according to what they're talking about, mRNA, you would have to be targeting certain markers in DNA, right, for this thing to work the way it's supposed to work. Are you guys aware of there being genetic markers that can be isolated and in this case harmful to a certain group?
Well, Koku, you're the biologist, man. Yeah, I gotta rely on people like yourself to kind of explain these kinds of very well-defined biological medical definitions and things. I defer to people like yourself, people who are in the industry who could better define these things for me. That's where I am with that, man, because it's not my forte.
Yeah, so I was asking on the layman's understanding of this type of stuff, because what happens is, like, a lot of people just don't understand science, and we've seen that a lot during this pandemic stuff, right? But a lot of people, but even before that, we know a lot of people don't understand science. So there's people who think that there's some genetic determinant of race or ethnicity or what have you, and that's not really the case. What you can have is there's this thing. So there's something called junk DNA, and there's this DNAs between junk DNA and good DNA. These SNPs that can tell relatedness. This is how like Ancestry.com could kind of tell you your people came from a certain tribe on the continent or what have you. They can use those SNPs to, if there's enough SNPs in the same location on a chromosome, they can pretty much determine your relatedness to, say, your father or your mother or what have you. Is that enough for this kind of thing to wipe out the black population? I don't know. I don't think so. And the other thing that I've noticed with these types of things is that even when folks tend to try to work on something scientific to kill out, say, black people or what have you, which is what I think HIV and all that kind of stuff was, right? The truth of the matter is you find that whatever you're creating ends up taking out other people with it too. Because and that's because there's no way to target a black person genetically. You guys feel me on that?
Yeah. Hey, I have one question. Listen, I'm a layman too.
Mhm.
I'm an artist, not a scientist, but no one in the world, and this question is to you, two questions. No one in the world is truly pure. There's no pure white,
Right.
right?
Mm-hmm.
So wouldn't they have some snippets of our DNA in them?
Right.
And,
Right.
you know, it can get to them too. They're thinking, oh, that food that they're eating, I'm eating the same thing, is going to kill them off, but at the same time, it's killing me off too.
Right.
You know? I'm just saying theory. I'm not a scientist, but I don't.
Right. No, I feel you on that, Mr. Untouchable.
I got a dumb question for you, Koku. I
Go
got
ahead.
a dumb question. Are we the black people? Do white people have a melanin?
Yes.
Okay, I just wanted to know that. All right.
Yeah. White folks have melanin. That's a misnomer. When you hear certain conscious people talk about them melanin-less, that's not true. We all have melanin. Of course, some more than others, obviously, right? Yeah, so that's my take on that. Does anyone else here have the last word on this? Are you afraid of what's coming?
The only answer I would have is I would suggest food security being one of the more important things we as a community of people focus on, like the information that the video that I showed last week in regards to self sustainability and trying to figure out ways and means where you could not completely go off of the grid, but have some kind of a business or situation where you could be more reliant, more so on yourself or you as a group, as opposed to the outside community. I think that relying on other groups to feed you is something that is very dangerous, whether they put poison in the food or not.
I think I like to tack on to that and expand it out just a slight bit. I think relying on people for your life sustaining information is problematic. I think you hit the nail on the head when you originally spoke on this, Mr. Untouchable. Where's the black scientist who is looking into this, who's reporting back to us what's going on out here? Why must we have to make the choice to listen to this white boy scientist as opposed to our own people doing this work?
The crazy thing about it is we had the people always like to defer to this person named, I think his name is George Washington Carver,
Yeah.
right? Who was this great scientist back in the day. And he would have taught many other agricultural scientists to do what he actually did as far as the different methods and methodologies or whatever. But I'm thinking to myself, he should have created, George Washington Carver should created a million other scientists, so much so that today we could easily be able to refer or defer to our own personal scientists who are far advanced, because he was advanced for his day. But that information that he would have attained or acquired within his lifetime should have been passed on to other people just like him. So there would be no issue for going forward as far as food security.
So what you're talking about might have been a shortcoming of Booker T. Washington a little bit too, because Carver was at Booker T's school.
Yes, Tuskegee. That's right.
Yes, he was at that school. Like I remember reading, his lab was on his desk.
Yes,
he would use scraps and stuff we found in the dump to teach students science, right? Bench work. But that school was more so focused on vocational skills, which I'm not knocking at all. But if in his time, and again, this is where like the whole abundance mindset has to come in. If in their time they had the proper funding and stuff like that, and to not just build labs and instructional labs and stuff like that, but actually to train more people under Carver and stuff like that. Yeah, we should have done that. We kind of messed up with that as well.
Yes. If you look at places like Cuba, You know,
Yep.
when they started their medical industry, that medicine industry, it was scam. When Fidel Castro had the vision, he was a visionary, and he looked at his country's problem and said, "What's the greatest problem? It's health. We have health issues in our country. What am I gonna do? I'm gonna make a bunch of doctors, so it won't be an issue." You know, when you fast forward that decades later, you see that they are able to export doctors all over the world. You know, what is our issue in our communities now? We are facing the same kind of health crises. So we should be able to turn out, and because of the foods that we eat, let me also include that. So we should be able to, as far as problem solving goes, find the funding or whatever we need to do to get the doctors, to get the agriculturalists, to get the land, all these things to solve our own problems. But when we see ourselves not apart from the so-called greater community, then our problems become something other than what our essential needs are for our own personal communities.
Now, that thing we did last week with the NBA in Africa, now doesn't this loom large right here?
Right.
Yeah.
You have people focusing on playing ball when we have all these issues. I mean, you know, I had this episode this week on the other channel on KWAZ Radio where I was talking about suicide prevention, but I was talking about Bobby E. Wright, Dr. Bobby E. Wright. And one of the things he said, there's a video on YouTube you could look up. One of the things he said is like, yo, white folks own all the life-sustaining institutions around us. If they shut down the water, you don't know where to go and turn back on the water. If they decide to not treat the water, to not clean the water, you don't know where to go and what to do to clean that water. You know, same thing with electricity, et cetera, et cetera. And here we are focusing on taking basketball or bringing basketball.
I'll even take Coco. I'll even take it further. Most of us don't even know how to dig a well to get to the water table to get water.
Exactly.
Hey,
exactly.
Coco.
Yeah.
There was like two incidents that can show what's going to happen. Look what happened during Hurricane Katrina.
Yes.
Right?
Absolutely. Yep.
And also, I don't know if you remember the story. Remember Hurricane Sandy, how it really affected New York City? It was really bad. People that lived on like near the coast.
Mm-hmm.
Well, do you remember a woman? Her name was Glenda Moore, right?
Mm-hmm.
They were told in that area of Staten Island. Well, let me give you her backstory. She was married to this white guy. You know, he was a garbage man, whatever. She was married to him, and she had moved right into his community, which was all Mzungus. You know,
Okay.
and if you looked at her wedding pictures, you never saw any of his family members come. It was all her family members skinning and grinning. But anyway, so the area they were at, they were told, "Yo, you guys gotta leave," and they were told this hours before. It started to flood, and she was trying to drive with her two kids. The roads were blocked; she couldn't get through. So she was banging on her white neighbor's house, and they would let her in.
I remember that. Yeah.
Yeah, and them two little boys drowned.
Yeah.
I think one of the important questions that we as a community should always ask ourselves is, what would happen if our essential services go down? What would happen if we can't go to the grocery? Like under this certain pandemic, we discovered that what would happen if we can't go to the grocery stores no more, or for a week or two? Yeah. What would happen if when we turn on the water for our houses, no water comes out? How are we equipped to survive in those scenarios, situations? Because we exist as if these things could never happen. But this so-called current situation that we're in right now has proven that wrong. And all the government has to say is, we need you all to stay in your homes until we tell you all to come out.
Mm-hmm.
What are y'all going to do then? Don't y'all be completely reliant, on your enemies? It's a crazy scenario, but I don't know.
Yeah, it's wild. It's a wild scenario.
I saw I don't know how true this paper is. I don't know if it's conspiracy, but it was like a snippet. They said it was a Harvard study, one of those Ivy League, that America is no longer a democracy.
What is it?
Huh?
What is it then?
It was just a study. He was just saying America is no longer. That's what it says. It says studies found that America is no longer a democracy.
Yeah, the voice of the people is not. I mean, in fact, I don't know if America ever really cared about the voice of the people. Any last words on this prompt right here?
No, I'm good.
Same here.
All right, so let's go to prompt number 2. I see we have a few more people joined us. BB Rodriguez is here, saying greetings to the chat. The Revolutionary Matron is here. She said, "Why do we trust them to do anything for us?" I mean, that's exactly the truth. D Webb from the Harsh Reality Podcast is here saying, "Peace, family, and salute to the panel on daddy duty this weekend, but I'll be tapping in." Bobby Wright is in the chat saying, "Remember the movie 3 the Hard Way, where these white scientists created a serum that would kill only black people?" That was in 1973. Daily Affirmation by Pauline earlier said, "This is why local businesses should purchase from local farmers." KW, see, the problem with that local farmer stuff too is what we have to be concerned with there too is that where farmers are getting their seed from. A lot of these seeds now are patented. They are GMO seeds, so we have to be careful with that too. KW Don 7 earlier said black people have eumelanin, Caucasians have faux melanin. All right, so that's the distinction. Let's go to the second Shoot the Breeze topic tonight. It says accident or some Urugu shit. Let's see what this potential Urugu shit is about.
What a well-designed play, and you got to give credit. Kevin Porter Jr., like his dad, pulled that trigger right at the right time. Boy, that one stung.
So, Bill, since you were the one who asked for LeBron today, we'll go ahead and start off with you with your question.
Good afternoon, LeBron. Yeah, I mean, obviously, you sent a tweet this morning about the Kevin Porter Jr. moment that made its way around the internet, and there's been more on it since then with the announcer kind of explaining the mistake. And I just was curious if you had anything to add to your initial thoughts when you first saw the video and saw what was going around.
What was his mistake?
That he believed that his understanding was that, or excuse me, not his understanding. He thought in the moment that Kevin Porter Jr. was the son of Kevin Porter, who played for the Wizards, or excuse me, the Bullets in the 70s, the 70s and 80s. Yeah, which is
Kevin Porter, the guy who played for the Bullets, that's 71 years old today, in which he would have had Kevin Porter Jr. when he was 50. Is that what we're talking about? So, okay, so I stand by my tweet and I stand by everything I said. So, okay, let's just say he thought that was the case. So we get scouting reports on players, and I know you guys from the media, y'all get memos and stuff from players and stuff before the game, right? Y'all get like packets and stuff when y'all come to the game and what's going on in the games, right? And I believe that I'm not a play-by-play person, analyst, but I believe that they do their due diligence as well, and they get their reports on teams that they're about to play, as long as their own team, right? So I was actually watching the game live last night when I heard it, and I waited. I didn't do it right away, as you've seen from my tweet. I was watching the game. So if that's the case, if I am a play-by-play announcer, right, and I'm covering a team in my local team. In his case, he's covering the Wizards. So he remembers the Kevin Porter who used to play for the Bullets, correct? The first thing I would have done, I would have said, oh, Kevin Porter Jr. is coming into town. Let me see if that's his son. I would have did that due diligence way before, and I think everyone on this call would have did the same thing. Tell me, am I wrong? Anybody? Okay, don't say anything. My second point. I watched the whole game. Not at one point did he ever reference, which he thought was Kevin Porter Sr. anytime when Kevin Porter Jr. was playing in that game. That's point 2. Point 3, if he didn't look for Kevin Porter Sr. thinking that was his son, I would have just been like, I would have looked at Kevin Porter Jr. and saying, let me see if this is his dad that played for the Bullets in the 70s. You would have known that. That's point 3.
All right. So just one more time, I'm going to play the scene that happened. I'm not going to play LeBron's bit at the end. I'll just play the scene again, just so you guys know what we're talking about exactly.
What a well-designed play, and you got to give credit. Kevin Porter Jr., like his dad, pulled that trigger right at the right time. Boy, that one stung.
So.
All right. So the prom asks, was that an accident? Do you guys think, just watching that, do you think that was an accident, or do you think that reporter, that guy calling the game, do you think he knew exactly what he was doing? Let's start with Kevin Curry.
They knew what they were doing. That was not an accident. Think about the past. Do you remember Allen Iverson, right?
Right.
When he was being really touted, when he was still at Georgetown, and the reporter, the play-by-play, called him a one tough monkey, right?
Uh-huh.
Think about that. I think the 60s, a lot of those reporters used to call, instead of saying Martin Luther King, they used to say Martin Luther Coon.
Right.
A couple of years ago, the guy did it too, the weather reporter.
Yep, they still do it. Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Now, remember too, the when Kobe Bryant died, the next day they're talking about the LA nigger. You remember that?
Yep. Mm-hmm.
It was done. This is all done intentional to rile us up. They do all the time, and they say, okay, we're gonna suspend this guy for a couple, or we're gonna fire him, and next, like a few months pass, and they bring him right back. Look what they did with Hulk Hogan. They fired him, and they brought him right back, right?
Right.
So yeah.
So just for some background, Kevin Porter Jr., the basketball player who hit the game winning shot. His father, Brian Kevin Porter, pleaded guilty to first-degree manslaughter in the shooting death of a 14-year-old girl in 1993. Porter Sr. ended up being sentenced to 4 years and 6 months in prison for the crime. In 2004, Porter Sr. was shot and killed himself in a Seattle bar while attempting to help someone being attacked. So that's that young man's story. He's Kevin Porter Jr. He's his father was a senior, and that was father's story. Right? So the question is, Mr. Untouchable, do you think this was intentional, or do you think it was an accident?
Here's what I think. I think that what LeBron James doesn't understand is he's a horse. Okay. No, stay with me. Just stay with me for a minute.
I'm here.
So if I'm running on a track, right? Like a horse is like, if I'm watching a horse race and I'm bidding on a horse race, and I used to go to the track a long time ago, and my favorite horse to bet on was Seabiscuit, right? Seabiscuit running, and he's a very fast runner, but he's a horse nonetheless. Then if I see, like maybe 10 years later, a new horse that comes out by the name of Seabiscuit Jr., right? Now, Seabiscuit Jr. runs just as fast as the Seabiscuit that I knew, right? I said, oh, okay, that Seabiscuit, that's one of Seabiscuit's kids. You know what I mean? I wouldn't do the kind of humanized investigations that I would need to do, because the so-called father and son relationship doesn't really exist when you really think of a horse. You really don't think of horses on that level. When you think of human beings, when you hear father and son relationships, dads, you make these kinds of associations when you think about human beings. The white supremacists, when they look at us, or certain groups of people, when they look at us, they see horses. You know what I mean? They see, so they don't really give a shit about doing the so-called due diligence. Oh, his name is some Seabiscuit Jr. Yeah, that's Seabiscuit's kids. You know what I mean? Yeah, because they, horses have sex and they're not gonna do the kind of human behavior or professional human behavior that should be done. You know what I mean? What they would do with their own pet players or how they perceive themselves. They look at us as fully grown horses. So he is trying. His belief is, well, we are all human beings and we all should be looked at as human beings. But he is nothing, no more, no less than Seabiscuit. And until he gets that in his brain, he'll always feel offended when white supremacists think as they should, like, well, you know what I mean, y'all just a bunch of runners, y'all jump high. I don't really no need to investigate seriously too much into what y'all doing, because y'all just dunking the basketball anyway. You know what I mean, y'all are entertainment. So that's why I think maybe it's a white supremacist accident. Maybe it's you guru shit. It could be both.
The Harsh Reality Podcast, D Webb says, got the smoke for this, but had nothing to say about Tamir Rice. Talking about LeBron. He said LeBron kills him with the fake outrage. Big Boule, they gearing him up for a political run after he retires. I could see that. Coach Pete is here saying bless up. Blessings to Coach Pete. The Harsh Reality Podcast went on to say after that, he said he definitely said it on purpose, though. Probably hit the sauce before the game and felt, quote unquote, emboldened. The pro-black perspective says, wait, what? His real dad shot someone, so was the white boy referring to his real dad? So the white boy later came out and said that he thought Kevin Porter Jr. was the son of a former NBA player also named Kevin Porter, who played for the Washington Bullets. So he was talking about that Kevin Porter, right, from back in the day, who would be like 71 today, which is what LeBron was saying. You're saying Kevin Porter, the guy who played in the NBA all those years ago, he has at 71, he has a 20-year-old son or something like that. So that's what LeBron was talking about. So this is what the reporter claimed later, that he thought this kid was the son of a former player, and the former player was a guy, I guess, who was to hit his shots in the big moments. But you see, that's where I think the white guy fucked up. If you could remember that guy, right, was a big-time player and hit his shots, you would know his progeny, who was his junior by name, you would know his progeny was in the league or not. So that's where the mistake comes in. That's where they fucked up. I think it was intentional. You know what I mean? I personally think it was intentional. Kare, you've been around these sports events and stuff like that. What kind of temperature did you notice for black players from like the people in the stands or folks associated with the teams? Have you ever noticed that?
Yeah, I've always, even amongst us, the black media people. I think I might have told you. I'm gonna come back to that question.
Mm-hmm.
When we used to photograph the Knicks, they put us all the black newspapers and the ethnic newspapers in a certain section by the visitors bench, right? The Knicks bench was more for the local and the wire services, and someone from the Garden, they no longer work there, but they told us that they had a camera aimed at us, watching all of us.
Oh, really?
Yeah, and I remember that time with the scandal of the Knicks back in the early 2000s with the sexual harassment scandal.
Yeah.
How a lot of stuff was coming out about how the security was doing the same thing with even those white reporters too from the Daily News. But yeah, a lot of those. What I always see is mostly maybe 10 for every 10 reporter. Every 10 white reporters, there's only one black reporter, and that black reporter sometimes is a coon. But yeah, it's like you can tell the players don't want to talk to these people, but they have to because if they don't, they go digging around in their past. I know how these people operate. I work with these people before.
Mm-hmm. In the chat, the learning curve says it's deliberate. These things are done to pierce and test the consciousness of a community. we should start to economically starve out the announcer. Daily Affirmation thinks it was a mistake. I'd like to hear Daily Affirmation's rationale for why she thinks it was a mistake. The Learning Curve says we should stop listening to them and economically starve out the announcer. Bibi Rodriguez says to that facts. She also says everything would change overnight if the majority of us did it. The Learning Curve says to Bibi, we can rectify the world, but there are things we don't want to do. I agree with that too. But I'm curious to know why Daily Affirmation by Pauline would think it was a mistake. Because here's the thing: every Halloween, some white person goes out there and puts on blackface, and then they'll feign ignorance. We've been doing this thing too long to feign ignorance. But what happens is, especially from the religious sect of black folks, someone will come out there talking about, well, people do. He's a child of the Lord, and people just make mistakes, and you have to. No. This guy, like LeBron said, and LeBron is a player. I have to believe that LeBron is actually in the NBA, right? Because I see him there. LeBron knows that these guys get their information, they get their intel before games, right? Do you think them guys go out there and rattle off these European names and all that stuff just like that? No. They have their time to sit down and practice. They have some basic idea of the stats. They know what's up. And they would know, just like we know Gary Payton Jr. is in the league, and his father was Gary Payton, the glove, back in the 90s. The same way that announcer would have known there's the offspring of a player who was in the NBA.
Hey, Koku, there's something else I want to add about that too, about a lot of those reporters. Like long before the game start, usually there's like you're in a media room, and you're sitting there and you're listening to them making fun of a lot of the black players and their families.
Really?
Yeah.
No surprises, but really. Okay. Yeah. And so Daily Affirmation by Pauline says, why would he purposely make reference to the player in that way to jeopardize his job? But I may be wrong, she says. Listen, they do this all the time. Like Kari mentioned, I want to say every year around the time of MLK's birthday, someone on the news says Martin Luther King Jr. Almost every year that happens, right?
I might be missing something. What I see. His mistake is calling. His mistake, the announcer's mistake is him calling this guy by another person's name. Like his dad's name was Kevin Porter, right? Kevin Porter Sr., right? And his name is Kevin Porter Jr., right? They're in the league. There was a basketball player by the name of Kevin Porter Sr., right?
Oh, just Kevin Porter, yeah.
Just Kevin Porter. So the mistake is him referring to this guy as the older person's son.
He after he got the backlash for making that statement about taking the shot like his father at the right time.
Yes.
After the backlash, he claims that he thought this kid played in basketball was the son of a former basketball player.
So it was a mistake then. But but this guy right now, LeBron James, is saying that that's a mistake that he should have never made if he had done his research, right?
Yes,
I understand. Okay,
I wouldn't necessarily say it was a mistake on the white boy's part. I would say the white boy found a good.
It's intentional,
right? I would say the white boy found a good way to kind of backtrack, right? Okay. But this kid, and by the way, here's another thing too. When you look at professional sports, especially popular professional sports, basketball, football, even MLB to a certain extent, where blacks are like kind of dominating those sports. They know every sob story for every black player in the league. They could come and tell you Kevin Durant was raised by his mom. Mind you, his dad was around, but she's the real MVP, right? So they know these sob stories. If they see Kevin Porter Jr. in that court, they know his father was a dude who died in a shootout and who had a manslaughter charge and all that stuff. They know all that stuff. What we got to do as black folks, period, we got to stop explaining away racism. We got to stop being afraid to point the shit out. Let's welcome Erzuli to the goddamn panel. What you saying, Erzuli?
Yes.
What's up, Julie? How you doing, man?
What's up, guys? What's up, man?
What's up, Erzuli?
Nah, I'm just here, man. Just here.
We didn't see you. We didn't see you last week. That means that Soup Jumu fucked you up, didn't it?
Never.
Coming up with these prompts and things and not showing up.
Cool. Erzuli, I got some bobaku for you, all right, man?
All right, no problem, man. No problem.
It gets worse.
Yo,
go ahead.
I think this guy, let me tell you, I think this guy knew exactly what he was doing. He already had the backup story to give. And not to lie, the line was fire. But that was very insensitive. He knew this. Like you said, oh my.
Hey, you all right?
The bobaku got him, man.
Broke off for a minute. Could it be though that he's just bad at his job though? You know what I mean? Could it be?
Nah. Mr. Untouchable. Nah. Here's another thing you don't think about too.
Okay.
These announcers, they talk to the reporters, the beat reporters. These beat reporters know a lot of these sources. These people, I know how devious they are. They will go to the bottom of the garbage can and get a story about you.
Okay.
So, and I'm gonna tell you another thing too. What if not known outside the community that I'm in is a lot of those reporters are blackmailing those players too.
Oh, for real.
They have a story. It's like,
Yo,
you
they find out
what we
about
want to know, or we're gonna release the story. This goes on all the time.
Okay.
Yeah, I got that vibe from Stephen A. Smith a couple years back when he was talking about all the time he spent around AI, and it made me feel real messed up because I think Stephen A. might have been leaking information about certain dalliances AI had and stuff like that too. The learning curve says to daily affirmations, there's no consequences.
Absolutely.
There really is no consequences.
Absolutely.
Right? She says they're comparing him to a criminal. His father was a criminal. And you know what's a part of it too that we ain't talking about? This white guy is calling the game for his hometown. So he's a homer. This kid is coming in town and beating his team last second, his hometown team last second. So he's bitter about that shit. And so he said that's slick shit, at the end of the game there. The pro-black perspective is confused. Don't worry about it. The learning curve says this is the BS Africans in America face. No one is our friend. I agree with that. BB Rodriguez says to the matron, facts, it breaks my heart that so many of us don't believe that we can go down again. In 2016 to 2018, I just knew we were going to do economic boycotts. Nope. Then Jim Crow Joe, you ain't. I'm not sure what that means. BB says, black, if you don't vote Jim Crow, Joe, and chameleon betrayal, we are not just going to do for black, I guess, people.
I don't know. Yeah. I fall on the accident part of it, Koku. I gotta go against you with this one, brothers. I think it's an accident. I think he's bad at his job. I think he's bad at his job, and he didn't do the proper research. I do think they look at us like horses, though. But I think he's bad at his job, and I think that he made just a fundamental error. But you know what I mean. But Kevin have an inside track, so I mean,
yeah.
But in following the logic and the evidence, from just on the face of it, I think he made a mistake. You know what I mean? Yeah.
But look what happened earlier. I think last year there was a basketball game and there was like a hot mic moment where the guy like, look at these niggers. He the mic was on.
Mm-hmm.
There's a
no
lot of
doubt
these
about it. We
things
horses
that's
to
been
them.
huh?
No doubt about it. We horses to them. No doubt about it. But I don't know. Maybe I might be wrong. You know what I mean? But I see it as a mistake, man. But
No, those are not mistakes. Those are not. These people are out there. As I said, I'm in those media rooms, in the lunchroom, or even after a game. I remember with the Jets games, they just allow us in the locker rooms after the game and into the media room to question the player. And these people are in there, as I said, the same thing. They're laughing and joking around. Oh yeah, you heard about that baby mama he has in this state, and I'm like, yo, you're just there. You just listen to this, and they don't care because it's a fraternity right there.
By the way,
I'll defer to your expert opinion on it, and I have to go with what you say. I have to go. I'll see your expert opinion on it.
Yeah, and it's gotten worse.
Yes.
By the way, Mr. Untouchable, it's okay to disagree. I mean, it's not a show for everyone to agree, but it's for folks to think some stuff through.
Yeah, no, respect to you, Mr. Untouchable. No.
Kev told me, but see, the problem with that, Kev told me that he have personal experience with the issue. Right. He's like he was in those rooms, so he knows firsthand of the trickery and the BS that goes on. So I gotta defer to that. You know what I mean? Because I don't have that kind of information. For me, looking at it on the face of it, it appears that way, that it was a mistake. But for someone who have background experience in the industry itself, I have to defer to his expert opinion.
Yeah. I mean, as I said, it's his firsthand experience being there.
Right. The learning curve says this guy remembered some BS from another player over 25 years ago. You telling me that's an accident? Yeah, I mean, the guy who he's supposedly referring to, if he's 71, this guy, his playing days was 50 years ago. You know what I mean? Even if he had a long career, that's still 30-something years ago. You know what I mean? So, it's possible, but again, I'm of the belief in my own life that whatever they say, they mean. I don't take what they're saying as a joke. Whatever these folks say, they mean.
Yes, I agree with that. But they also do make mistakes too, and they can make mistakes.
They can.
Yes,
they can. But
I don't want this idea or this perception that some white supremacists ain't bad at their jobs. You know what I mean? Because they could be. Right. So I can't just say, well, he should have known. A responsible reporter would know, but I can't exclude the fact that there are some people who are terrible at their jobs and wouldn't have done their due diligence to actually find this information out. I can't exclude that fact.
I hear you. But like the matron just said in the chat, we need to stop being so damned permissive. You still have to hold his foot to the fire for saying that shit. You know what I mean? So that's my take. I don't know what happened to Azuli, but is any last words from you guys or from the chat as far as this prompt goes?
No, not on this side.
All right. I guess that's a no from Kare. So let's go on to prompt number 3 tonight. Before I put it up, the learning curve just said something I like. She said their mistakes cost us our lives, right?
I agree with that.
That's like, for example, right, before we discuss the actual third prompt, there's a white woman cop who just got found guilty. She was doing some kind of a arrest or whatever. She went to pull a taser, pull a gun, and pull the trigger 3 times. Could she have made that mistake? Possibly. But a taser and a gun are 2 different fields, 2 different weights, 2 different types of trigger. two different sides of the body, right? But it's possible. But like the matron says, those mistakes causes our lives. Janelle Benjamin just said, I agree it's an error, but the error is still racist. They don't see us.
Cool.
Yes.
Wait,
Go ahead, Kev.
I was about to say real quick that there was a similar incident that happened years ago too in Oklahoma, where this fake cop, he was like one of those guys that wanted to be a cop.
I remember, an old guy.
Yeah, he said, "Oh, I pulled I thought it was a taser instead of a gun."
Yeah,
but the court, how the court is gonna look at it is, they would say, "Would a reasonable police officer, being in the same kind of position, make the same kinds of mistake?" And if they don't find that a reasonable police officer in that situation would make the same kind of mistake, then her ass is gone. You know what I mean? That's how they would look at so-called mistakes. You know what I mean? But in that scenario, the police officer would have gotten training as far as how to use a taser, the weight of a taser. If that person was in that business for a certain like the police officer was in policing for a certain length of time, then she should have reasonably know what the weight of a taser is versus the weight of a gun. You know, so in that scenario, then I'm telling you, her ass is screwed. But if it was like a new police officer who doesn't have the experience, who doesn't have the training and things of that nature, they're going to be weighed differently. A mistake in that scenario would be weighed completely differently from another kind of police officer. You understand what I'm saying?
You know, I get you completely, but what I'm saying is, this media guy, he ain't just started this job last week. He's been in the media game for years.
Yes.
And so, if you're going to make a relation between a current player and a past player,
it's not
you
a mistake
needed to have to look that up.
It's not a mistake he should, not a senior person like that. No, it's not a mistake he should make. No.
You had to look that up. You just can't make it up off the fly. Well, I thought it was Kevin Porter from back in the day. I thought that was his son. You can't just do that in a game. That's something you had to look that up before. You had to research that before. You know, so this guy is not some newbie. You know what I mean? He's a senior guy. He's been on that job for a minute. You know, so that's why I can't say it's flat out it's a mistake. I can't give him that benefit of a doubt. You know, he's a professional goddamn sports analyst.
That's right. Like I say, if you was to put that same scenario into a courtroom, people would a reasonable reporter, based on his experience and his understanding of his business, his industry, would they make the same kinds of mistake? And you are right, they wouldn't. So that's true. That's true.
No, trust me. If you go on a TV show, let's say you're going to do an interview and all, they already looked up your background. They know all kind of different little factoids about you. Same thing on these sports shows. Same thing with these guys calling these games. And these guys who've been in the job for years and years and years, they're accustomed to doing that kind of stuff. So when they see a Gary Payton Jr. on the court playing for Golden State today, when they see him, they can relate something that he does back to the glove, his father, from back in the day, back in the 90s, right? These guys are trained. So it's the same scenario, right? It's the same scenario. The same way you're supposed to be able to tell a taser from a gun is the same way you're supposed to be able to tell if this Negro playing ball today is the son of this older Negro from 50 years ago.
Yes. Well, you know what, though? If you look at it like that, then I would say he shouldn't have made the mistake, and he's just terrible at his job, and he should be called by LeBron James. No, that's right. That's right. That's right.
Yeah. And again, you could disagree. No.
We go into what they call it critical analysis.
Yeah.
we get into the critical analysis and we reach a logical conclusion. So I fine with that.
Right. All right. So let's go on to the next prompt. I think we did that one sufficiently. The madness of black heads of state. I think this came with a video. Let's check it out if that's the case.
From Nigeria's Sani Abacha to Liberia's Charles Taylor and Uganda's Idi Amin, There is no denying that Africa has had more than its fair share of ruthless dictators. Now, while the crazy antics of the likes of Mobutu and Idi Amin are generally quite well known, one man whose story from Nigeria's Sani Abacha to Liberia's Charles Taylor and Uganda's Idi Amin, there is no denying that Africa has had more than its fair share of ruthless dictators. Now, while the crazy antics of the likes of Mobutu and Idi Amin are generally quite well known, one man whose story is very rarely spoken of is Jean Bedel Bokassa of the Central African Republic, a man whose obsession with all things European led to one of the most embarrassing demonstrations of the kind of self-defeating mindset that has plagued many within the African elite for the best part of the last century. A former officer in the French army, Jean Bedel Bokassa seized power in 1966 after a successful military overthrow of the Central African Republic's first president, David Dacko. Ripping apart the country's first constitution, Bokassa immediately appointed himself president. 6 years later, in 1972, he declared himself president for life. And just 2 years after that, he declared himself Marshal of the Republic. You see, Jean Bedel Bokassa was a man obsessed with two things: grandiose titles and all things French. One of Bokassa's biggest idols was Napoleon Bonaparte, and just as Napoleon converted the French Revolutionary Republic to the French Empire in 1804, Bokassa decided that he was going to convert the Central African Republic into the Central African Empire. During a presidential visit in 1976, Bokassa told then French President Valéry Giscard d'Estaing of his plans to celebrate the establishment of a Central African Empire with a lavish coronation ceremony. According to Bokassa, the creation of a monarchy would help elevate the Central African Republic's influence in the continent and also enhance its position on the world stage. Bokassa asked the French president for financial assistance in organizing the event, but despite being initially resistant to the idea, Giscard d'Estaing ultimately agreed to support Bokassa for a number of reasons. Firstly, he did not want to risk jeopardizing France's major role in the country's uranium and diamond mining industry. Secondly, France had a major interest in maintaining good relations with the Central African Republic, which alongside Gabon and Zaire, formed the bedrock of French policy in Central Africa. Bokassa's alleged growing relationship with the anti-France Libyan leader Muammar Gaddafi was also another source of anxiety for Giscard d'Estaing. And all things considered, he allegedly agreed to fund Bokassa's coronation in exchange for him cutting ties with Gaddafi and guaranteeing continued French access to the country's uranium and diamond mines. With the financial backing of the French government, Bokassa's grand coronation would take place on the 4th of December 1977, a date he chose as it marked the 173rd anniversary of Napoleon's grand coronation in 1804. Bokassa's coronation would cost an estimated $30 million, which amounted to just over 1/4 of the government's annual budget, and would ultimately go down as one of the most wasteful and embarrassing events in African history. In preparation for the event, a government committee was set up to completely transform the country's capital of Bangui. The streets were scrubbed clean, old buildings were repainted, and beggars were driven out of sight. Renowned French sculptor Olivier Brice was commissioned to design Bokassa's imperial throne, and a team of 30 French artisans were hired to build the gold-plated bronze throne worth an estimated $2.5 million. 8 white horses were imported from Belgium to pull Bokassa's royal carriage, which was sourced from the south of France, and over a dozen more horses were imported from the French city of Normandy to carry the royal horsemen that accompanied his carriage. The very same 200-year-old French company that had embroidered Napoleon's uniforms was commissioned to create Bokassa's coronation attire, in association with Italian-French designer Pierre Cardin. 13 different outfits were ordered, costing a total of $145,000. Bokassa's coronation gown alone reportedly cost over $72,000, and his imperial crown was produced by a French jeweler which was founded under the reign of Napoleon. Along with his imperial scepter and sword and other bits and pieces, Bokassa reportedly spent around $5 million just on jewelry. To ensure that his guests were driven around the city of Bangui in style and comfort, 60 brand new Mercedes-Benz vehicles were ordered from Germany. But as the Central African Republic is a landlocked country, the cars had to be first shipped to neighboring Cameroon before being flown over the Central African forest to the country's capital of Bangui at a cost of $5,000 per car. Bokassa wanted the whole world to witness his coronation, and his first invitees were fellow emperors Hirohito of Japan and Iran's Shah Reza Pahlavi. But unfortunately for him, both emperors declined to attend, as did the many other reigning monarchs on the official guest list. Not a single president attended the event, and all other African leaders, with the exception of the Prime Minister of Mauritius, refused to attend the event. Reflecting on the rather disappointing turnout, Bokassa would later be quoted as saying that the other African leaders were simply jealous of him because he had an empire and they didn't. Even the French President Valéry Giscard d'Estaing, to the surprise of many, also refused to attend. Of the 2,500 international dignitaries that were invited, only 600 accepted the invitation. On the day of the event, the procession began with 8 of Bokassa's 29 children leading the parade. They were then followed by Jean Bedel Bokassa II, the heir to the throne, who was dressed in a white admiral's uniform. Catherine Dengwade, the favorite among Bokassa's 9 wives, then walked up to the throne to be crowned Empress of Central Africa, just before Bokassa himself was invited to walk across the 80-meter red carpet for his official coronation. Despite the tropical heat, Bokassa was dressed in a floor-length velvet gown decorated with 785,000 tiny pearls and 1.2 million crystal beads. Across his brow, he wore a golden laurel just like his hero Napoleon. When it was time for the official coronation, Bokassa removed his golden laurel and placed the emperor's crown on his own head, exactly as his hero Napoleon had done at his coronation back in 1804. With the crown on his head, he was then presented with a gold-plated sword, along with a huge diamond scepter. And at exactly 10:43 a.m. on December the 4th, 1977, Jean Bedel Bokassa was officially proclaimed Emperor of Central Africa by the will of the Central African people united within the National Political Party, the Movement for the Social Evolution of Black Africa. By the end of this shameful coronation, Bokassa had spent the equivalent of 1/4 of the empire's annual budget just on his coronation. With the ceremony, Bokassa had wanted to make a name for himself, and in this respect, the coronation was a huge success. His moment of glory was widely reported, although not necessarily in the way he would have liked. Images of his coronation were splattered across newspapers and TV sets around the world, to the eternal embarrassment of his countrymen and his continent. But while it's very easy to dismiss the actions of Jean Bedel Bokassa as yet another case of an African dictator with more power than sense, his story is actually a very sad case study on the kind of defeated mindset that has plagued many of Africa's post-colonial leaders. You see, long before his rise to power, Bokassa witnessed firsthand the brutal impact of French empire building. His father, Minogdon Bokassa, was killed for staging a village rebellion against the French colonial authorities, and at the tender age of 6, Jean Bedel Bokassa witnessed his own father's death at the hands of the French colonial authorities. His devastated mother was reported to have committed suicide just 1 week later, leaving behind Jean Bedel Bokassa and his 11 siblings. But rather than turn him against the French authorities, this traumatic experience may have had the opposite effect on Bokassa, as it seemed to ingrain a deep-seated inferiority complex that ultimately manifested itself in a maniacal obsession with French imperialism, which was embodied in his love for Napoleon Bonaparte. From the age of 18, Bokassa would dedicate his life to furthering French interests, as he joined the French Free Forces and fought for the French government on deployments to Indochina and Algeria. Bokassa's efforts in the French army would earn him awards, medals, as well as French nationality. Bokassa would often boast of his achievements in the French army, and on multiple occasions, he was quoted as saying that he was above all things a French soldier and a friend of France. But rather ironically, it was his so-called friend Valéry Giscard d'Estaing, the very same man that had sponsored his coronation, that would bring an end to his 13-year stint as the leader of the Central African Republic. Just 2 years after his grand coronation, Jean Bedel Bokassa was forced out of power, and former President David Dacko was reinstated in a military coup which was allegedly backed by the Giscard d'Estaing administration. Regardless of the deep-seated psychological issues that influence his behavior, it is very hard to defend the actions of Jean Bedel Bokassa. But nevertheless, his story will always serve as an illustration of why the next generation of African leaders must adopt a new and authentic mindset. Once again, it's KB Taiwo for New Africa. If you've enjoyed this video and would like to see more content like this, then please help support our growth by liking and sharing this video, and also subscribing to our Patreon at
Yes, indeed. What a story. The learning curve in the chat says, damn, this ninja was buck broken. Kevin Carre, are you familiar with Bokassa?
I've never heard of him until tonight, just now.
Yeah, this man's hero was Napoleon. That's a bad start. Just to give y'all a little bit more information about this guy. Apparently, so he was eventually overthrown. He was imprisoned on charges of cannibalism and whatnot. When he got out, he became a little bit reclusive. He was somewhere in the Central African Republic, a little bit of a recluse. But at some point, he declared himself the 13th apostle of Christ and claimed to have secret meetings with the Pope. He died of a heart attack in November 1996. He has some children. He has a bunch of children, actually, so maybe 50 children. Some of them are popular in politics in his home country, etc. But this is a wild story. Mr. Untouchable, what says you?
You could remove Bokassa is an extreme version of most of Caribbean leaders that I know, kind of, sort of, and many of the African leaders I know. And what's unfortunate is that his parents were revolutionary. They were anti-French, you know, and his parents being murdered, the indoctrination he received was so programming, so much so that he completely went against the interests of the people who birthed them. But when you look at a lot of these so-called leaders, we look at him and say, well, this guy, he was up Napoleon's ass. But how many of our leaders are Anglophiles? They go to the UK and they become better than the Queen. Yep. They call themselves, they give them titles like Lord and things of that nature.
They call themselves the fourth musketeer and all kind of shit.
It's the fourth. I never heard that.
Since this guy is the 13th apostle,
yeah,
must be someone out here calling himself the fourth musketeer. So yeah,
he's an extreme version. But let me give you a twist to it, Coco. Let me give you a twist. In our culture, well, let me not say our culture, but in a lot of these Western cultures, in particular, you know, young culture, you know, where you have this whole idea of materialism and these, what we glorify is the so-called American dream or the Western standard of life, and we got all these things and we have the children watching them. They are our kind of heads, so-called heads of state for the very young people, not people like yourself and me, you know. But when you see, if you look at some of the weddings that these people do, it's almost mimicking what this guy did. You know, why that community staff, you know, they do things that are antithetical to their communities. But when you see their lifestyles, it's almost like you could really compare this in every essence. Well, it was a Jay-Z wedding or friggin' Kanye West wedding. They have all these, you know what I mean? And it's very grandiose. It's almost in the same kind of vein, you know, and we think that he is sick. But a lot of the people that we look at, they sick as well. You know what I mean? Their sickness is the Americanism or westernized kind of thinking. So it's just that we looking at him from 2020. He's like, this guy must have been sick. But we have sick people within our own communities who do the same kinds of things as well.
Let's welcome back Azuliism to the panel. Hopefully this guy can talk.
Yeah, my phone thing.
Oh, okay.
What I'm gonna say is that whoever educates you owns you, man.
Your volume dropped up.
Said that his parents were like
Azuli.
Yes.
Your volume seems lower to me. Is that just me?
No, he's low. He's low.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can't hear him either.
He's very low.
Can you hear me?
I can hear you, but your volume is really low.
Hold on. What? Can you hear me now?
Tell him to go on speaker. Try speaker.
I'm on the speaker right now. Can you hear me?
Yes.
This is the thing. Like Mr. Untouchable said, whoever educates your kids, you could be a Malcolm X, and if your kids is going to the most beautiful private school, is attending colleges, they own you. They get your brain. So I miss what this guy was about, but I'm just saying that if you let the person who took everything away from you educate your kids, You send them abroad to Europe. You said, yo, freaking Jean-Claude Baby Doc had a wedding that was like 1.5 million in 1984, which is like $4 million now.
Yeah.
So if we look at it, it's all right. Be safe. It's the same story repeated over and over again.
Yeah, I think you and Mr. Untouchable kind of nailed it. We would look at, you know, and that's the thing about history. I think history allow this guy by the nail shop or something like that. I think history.
Shut up, man.
I think history allows you to look back and be able to be super critical, whereas because there's a distance between you and the events. But I think when you're living in the events, you're too close to it to kind of see it's the same ridiculous shit going on today.
Absolutely. I believe.
Yeah. Yeah, because we definitely had some Caribbean leaders who was on some bullshit.
Oh, goodness. Oh, goodness. Oh, goodness. Yes. I was going to say something. I can't remember what it is.
Yeah. So yeah, that's an interesting story. And I think you said, I think between you and Urzuli said the correct thing. We're looking at this like, oh my God, this man is a madman, without looking at potentially the madmen that we still have currently around us. But here's a quick question. Are we assured that this man was this level of madman, or are we being told by our enemy that this man was a madman? Remember, we had that conversation last week. Go ahead, Urzuli.
I'm gonna jump on this one. I was talking to my uncle last week. What's the guy? I mean, the last king of Scotland. What's his name?
Idi Amin.
Idi Amin. They told us Idi Amin was a brute. He wasn't. They say Idi Amin, if you watch The Last King of Scotland and all the propaganda, Idi Amin was very intelligent and pro-African.
Yeah.
So I'm going to agree with you. We don't know. That's what they told us about this guy. But Kuku, if we go based on what? I give you an example of Baby Doc doing the same thing, bro.
Yeah.
So, and I agree with you. Then African Americans and the whole black community do the same thing when that so-called black girl got married to the Prince of England.
Yeah.
We all want to live that. We all love that Cinderella story. So
go ahead.
Go ahead. I'm done. Go ahead, bro. Go ahead.
To your question, Koku. When Idi Amin was pro-British, when the British was funding him, when they was supplying it with military arms, when he fought against Tanzania, I think, or one of those wars against another African nation, the Europeans used to love Idi Amin. In fact, they did the same thing to Mugabe as well. You know, when Zimbabwe broke away from the British, initially, you know, the British was in support and the press behind them were very good. Mm-hmm. And then when Idi Amin, as Mugabe too, went to have relationships more with the Islamic countries like Gaddafi and what Gaddafi was doing, when he turned to really the black African nations for this whole idea of Pan-Africanism and all these ideas and things of that nature, that's when they kind of turned Idi Amin into a monster. And that's when they really turned Mugabe into a monster. So you have to be, like you say, you have to be very careful with the information is getting put out there by certain people, because how we perceive these people as demons, you know, via Hollywood or whatever. But when you talk to the people on the ground, even Papa Doc and Urzuli, you could respond to this. Coco, you did a episode in this thing called Negritude.
Yeah.
That was really something the black, a lot of the black French Pan-Africanists, you know, created in the Caribbean and in Africa, and Papa Doc was a part of that. He was a major part of the Negritude movement, So I don't know. That's why I have to talk to people on the ground to really find out who these guys really was, because in the mainstream, Papa Doc is perceived as a dictator as well. I don't know that so much. I have to ask the Haitian people. In the international community, he's perceived this way. I have to speak to the people on the ground because they may carry a completely different perspective. So you're right about that all the way. You're right.
Yeah. The point for me asking that question, Uzuli, I'll get you in a second. The point of me asking that question was, we do have to take, because it's not our media, we have to take what they say with a grain of salt, and we have to assume that the truth is somewhere in between.
In the middle, yes.
Uzuli, you had something you want to add?
Well, if you ask a certain Haitian people, they'll tell you Papa Doc was awesome. Well, Haiti was this, Haiti was that. But I take it from close experience. My father, his brother, other people that was doing the Papa Doc was a piece of shit. He pretended he used the negritude. So when you tell a bunch of lies but a bunch of truths. Right. So he pretended that he was. Haiti lost a lot of, the economy was destroyed by Papa Doc and his son. No matter what people tell you, if only the elite Haitians and the retarded ones would tell you, oh, Papa Doc was a great. Nah, that I got from first, like, oral tradition. My pops told me, his pops told it. No, not his pops, but other people. Papa Doc was not a good guy. Maybe he started with the right intentions, but in the end, he was president for like 15 years, and then he let his son. If you're a good guy, your 19-year-old son, you let him become president, and you didn't even teach him in your ways of the negritude, if you want to say. Nah, Papa Doc was a piece of shit.
I've known Cubans. I know a couple of Cuban people, or I should say I've known a few Cuban people over the years, and I know some who say Castro was great, and some who say just what Uzuli said about Papa Doc, that Castro was a piece of shit. So it's.
But hold up, Koku, hold up, though. Uh-huh. This is why we can't. If you look at Cuba's economic, their education, 99%. I used to have a book back in the day when I was in high school that you buy that tells you everything about the country, their GOP, their education level. Mm-hmm. Cuba has always been the most educated. The people in America live in America to go learn to become doctors in Cuba.
Yeah.
They don't do that to Haiti. So yes, we could look at that, but look at the result of Cuba compared to Haiti.
Right.
So that's what I'm saying.
Right. In the chat, the chat is kind of quiet. I see we have Lero here. Lero's in the chat. She said Christianity had this guy on his mummy go bully. I'm not sure what that means. But yeah, we have to be, a little bit skeptical of the words, especially, years later, people reporting this type of stuff. Because again, it's easy to look at, the propaganda that they put out to us and say, wow, that guy is terrible. So there's two things from this story. There's the fact that we're looking back into the past and being told about these atrocities and this seemingly madman, and not recognizing that, there's people like that right now on the planet. And two, is he as bad as what the media is telling you, what history, what those who write history is telling you? You know what I mean? So it's an interesting dichotomy. Daily Affirmation by Pauline in the chat says, when I was small, many of the Haitian musicians and other professionals who fled Haiti for the Bahamas talked about how evil Papa Doc was. So when I was young back home, I had an uncle who was real close friends with a Haitian guy, and the thing with Haitians fleeing Haiti and stuff, like, to me, that was a phenomenon that came about like in the late 80s, heavily in the late 80s with Papa Doc and them. But even still, there were some Haitians who thought, and by the way, a lot of Haitians who thought Papa Doc was good weren't heavily melanated in a lot of cases too. You know? So, yeah, go ahead.
I think what is also interesting is his love for all things French. And like I say, and that's one of the things that I takeaways that I got from the video too. Because many of our leaders, you know, they have love for everything that's from on the outside. Yeah, but it always goes back to Europeanization, and I find that interesting with a population of people that are like black than the blackest, you know, Congolese, and I don't know why their interest wasn't turned into the things that made their nations great. You know, don't they have a culture of their own to really emulate and look towards? Why did they think? Well, his two kids, his parents did die, so that's really important in this scenario. But for the other leaders, you know, who do have their parents, you know, what are they telling the children? You know, to the extent to where they have this love or appreciation for everything Eurocentric centered.
Yeah.
Why they don't go within and look at the things that made their society great.
This is why I believe the Africans teamed up with the Europeans to come do us dirty in America.
Okay. I'm not gonna let that be the last word. Kevin Curry, what's the last word on this topic?
I was just thinking, the people that fronted the money, the French, they were probably laughing at that. Like, this guy,
definitely. Oh, yes.
The artists are like, yo, this guy, we getting paid a mint. This guy's an idiot.
And not to cut you off, and guess what happened? When Baby Doug got exiled, you know where he went? Right to the bosoms of the French.
Yeah,
supposedly his father was anti or whatever. See, it's all a joke, man.
All right, let's go on to Shoot the Breeze topic number 4. The learning curve says any African emulating the Eurasian is problematic. And you know what's so crazy about that statement? Do you know how many black folks will be upset if their leadership didn't emulate some foreign power? That's the hard part. You know, Lero says these Nigerians who like and support Buhari on ground sources are important, but the material reality must be prioritized. Absolutely.
Hey, Koku, I'll even take it a step further. Imagine a prime minister of a black country, where the population is so-called black. Let me put it like that. Black country. It says, you know what? We're gonna now have our state religion, our African religion. Just doing that on that alone will probably cause an uprising.
Yeah.
Let alone you saying that, you know what, we're gonna break away from the so-called Westminster style of government, and we could do it more like the Ashantis in Ghana. We're gonna have that kind of style of government.
Right. They'll have your head. If you ain't careful, they'll have your head. They'll have you up on a cross.
Oh my goodness! In a majority black country.
Yeah.
Oh, that's hilarious.
You guys are going way too far. That's too much. Yo, they tell you I'm gonna use Haiti for example. The number one history book that they use was written by the French Catholic people.
No surprises. Yep.
So they tell you what, I'm going to something that's very close. They went to your country and told you that, take this vaccine, everybody got COVID. Your man, all the countries and thing, they told you to take that jab. I'm not saying that whether it's right or wrong, but ain't you a man? Ain't that your country?
Yeah.
You let another man come from out of nowhere to tell you what to do.
Yeah. That's wild to me.
Wild. You're a man. You have 2 pair. You let another man come tell you what to do. And I'm using Haiti. The educational system, the history books, all the history books that we use probably in the Caribbean, everywhere in the world, is written by you know who.
Yeah.
So, man, L's all around, man.
2 pair. Yeah, man, that's a heavy one. Let's go to Shoot the Breeze topic number 4. If no one else has anything to add. BB Rodriguez says, Coco, you're right. Okay, thank you. I appreciate that. Let's go to Shoot the Breeze topic number 4. By the way, if you don't see your Shoot the Breeze topic posted tonight, is because there was a lot of them. And that's a very good thing. I typically go with the first 10 that I see. But we will definitely talk about the ones that I didn't talk about tonight. We'll do that next week.
That's a good thing.
Yeah, that's a very good thing. Yeah.
Coco, can I piggyback on the second one that I wanted to finish saying?
Yeah, go ahead.
Like I said, it was a brilliant line, but it was very insensitive. But I believe that this man knew what happened. He knew that kid's father had allegedly had shot somebody by accident. But he also did his research and knew that there was another Porter in the NBA. Just in case nobody picked it up. Yeah, I think it's a joke. Because even when I heard it, when I first listened to it, I said, oh, that's Porter from the Blazers. Let me go check to see if that's his son. I did the research and it wasn't the son. Okay. So how you're a commentator.
I think that's Terry Porter. He used to play for the Blazers.
Yeah. That was Terry Porter. But yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, so I did the research and I found out it wasn't the guy, and a whole thing came out and said that his father had shot at somebody and then his father got killed. And then you didn't know that?
Yeah. They know that.
But that line was brilliant. I ain't gonna lie. But
I moved on. Because on draft night, they be talking about that kind of shit. Oh man, he came from the lowly ghettos of the Bronx, where his father was killed in a shootout. They know that. They know those stories. Trust me.
The thing, you're right, Coco. And the thing is, nobody said nothing. This is why I'm telling you, we have no pairs. The black men are trash, bro. I don't care. The only person that said something was LeBron, and I don't know what. None of the commentators. I watch ESPN. What's his name? Sharp. Nobody said anything, and that could have triggered the kid.
Yes. It was done to hurt the kid.
Like, who says that?
The kid just beat his team on a buzzer on a last go ahead shot, and so he did that shit to hurt the kid. He knew what he was doing.
Well, use it as fuel to win the next game, man. They continue to beat up on them, you know?
Yeah, that's all. Let's go to Shoot the Breeze topic number 4. What is the type of thinking that is necessary to go from a subservient economy to first world status? I think this came with a video as well. Let's check it out.
This is the legacy of Lee Kuan Yew. Singapore, an oasis of calm in an often troubled region. In the mid-90s, the city-state of nearly 4 million had virtually no unemployment, no corruption, no homeless. In fact, more than 85% of its people owned their homes with government subsidy. A far cry from the race riots of the 60s. In less than 3 decades, one man's vision powered Singapore's transformation, from British rule to communist war to Japanese occupation. Lee Kuan Yew said he learned from Singapore's violent past.
The Japanese occupation, which taught me the meaning of life, society, power. I understood then what happened in Nazi Germany or in Southeast Asia when the Japanese surrendered. And also that if you have that same power, but used to good ends, you can reshape a society for the better.
Some call him authoritarian, others a visionary, but he tolerated little dissent. The vision, he says, was simple.
We were motivated by an intense desire to create a fairer and more just society where man does not exploit his fellow man because he's a different color, a different race, or different religion.
Lee started with the basics, rebuilding social ties and stimulating the economy. By promoting Singapore as a stable alternative to China during the Cultural Revolution, Lee managed to turn the 600 square kilometer island into a tiger economy, sparking dynamic growth rates for the entire region. He knew when to take power and when to give it up. In 1990, Lee stepped down voluntarily, paving the way for 14 years of more growth under Goh Chok Tong. Goh handed power to Lee Kuan Yew's son, Lee Hsien Loong, who's groomed Asia's second fastest growing economy. Only a few crises slowed Singapore's growth. One, a financial crisis in the 1990s, followed by the SARS outbreak, temporarily breaking the rhythm of a society known for its meticulous planning. Such control has its critics who want more freedom. Lee Kuan Yew counters the freedom of the individual stops where it trespasses on the rights of a society. His is the vision on which Singapore's modern society was built. Maria Ressa Rappler, Manila.
Interesting. Singapore has always been of interest to me for the same reason that this video talks about. Because I remember the guy who they talk about in the video, who they show, he died a couple of years ago, and that's when I really got to pay attention to Singapore and what they did. Before we actually talk about the video itself, let me throw this question out there to you guys in the chat. You guys listen to the playback, you guys here on the panel. A couple of years back in the conscious society, conscious movement, conscious community, you will hear people say that the Asians are allowed to manifest, to achieve and have abundance, right? That they're allowed by the white folks to do this thing. Do any of you guys believe in this idea that white folks allow certain groups to do things? Let me start with Azuli.
I don't know. I don't know. It looks like it. It looks like it, but when Asian people come to America, they have their China or Singapore or Japan looks out for their people when they go to different nations.
Yeah.
It's not like you just go and then there's nobody looking out for you. So I can't say that. So I don't know. It seems like it, because I don't know if it's that they stay together and they unify economically to support one another. So it looks like it, because the same is for the Asian, the same for the Arab, and the Koreans and all of that. But I've also seen that there's a lot of Africans, like on Bedford, like they come here and they do some stuff too. So I don't know, man. It's really weird. But what I would say is that a Chinese person here, a group of, they are back. They are sponsored. They have somebody behind them, that a country that stands behind them to help them. So I don't know. And
so you don't think it's necessarily white folks allowed them, but you think that is their power backing, because they have a strong backing.
Their power backing, and also that let's keep it 100. This country really believes in capitalism. So for the sake of money, they will allow people to make money.
Right.
So it's like Apple have warehouses in China. All of this. It looks funny style, but I can't be totally sure if they allow or if they don't. So I don't. But I know there is Caucasian and Asian is two words that's together. So
let's welcome in Oni to the panel. Oni, what's going on?
Hey, peace family, how y'all doing?
I'm good. How are you?
Good.
Nah, I was just gonna completely agree with I was just completely agree that we, it's not so much that these white folk are allowing us, it's more like we allowing these white folk, we not doing the basics at this point,
Right.
The Asians, because I mean, like it's been pointed out, you got, here in Brooklyn, because this is the thing I picked up on. There's this old song called "Old Carolina" by Shaggy, right?
Yep.
And I like the tune. It reminded me of some old school, like '60s music from America or whatever, right?
Right.
But at one point, he name drops Flatbush. He's like, all the, I think all the Jamaicans in Flatbush or something like that. And it dawns on me, right? Because when my family first came to America, we first went to Bed-Stuy, and then we kind of moved like close to Flatbush in a sense, right? Mm-hmm. Now, I didn't know this, but like when I was in Flatbush, when I grew up in Flatbush, a lot of my colleagues, all of my classmates were Caribbean. They were either Jamaican, Haitian, Trinidadian, Barbadian, right, whatever, right? A lot of them are Caribbean. So like it didn't dawn on me, but what happened was that a lot of these Caribbean folk came to this particular area in Brooklyn, mm-hmm. and here you saw a lot of Caribbean businesses. So like growing up, I didn't even know that, like I didn't get to experience that same, only white people got businesses, only so on and so forth. What you had was like a people kind of a community. Now it's not as tight as Chinatown per se, right? But nobody's gonna tell you that, the white man, was like, okay, you guys could do this, and it's not to say that, you could just do whatever you want in this white man's country, because that's not the case. No, but we have to be real as well and say that, a lot of people coming from other countries. Well, one thing you got to realize too, people coming from other countries are usually like kind of like middle class, or if not middle class, they get a preparation that you don't necessarily get in America. Like the education that my mother went through in Jamaica is not the same education that I went through in America, right? Mm-hmm. But all that said, I mean, it's both of them. But like as far as what's going on in their own country, like basically what I'm saying is this: if you're in America, sure, technically the white boy is not going to allow you to do anything. You do have to register everything you do with him unless you're doing some illegal shit. You know what I'm saying? But if you in Singapore, right? This white boy, he's not necessarily like what you have to do is you have to negotiate with the global powers. Mm-hmm. You have to negotiate with the powers that be per se, but you still have a lot of leeway in the sense that you could have went with the USSR, you could have went with the US, you could have went with neither. But here in America, we don't really have that latitude, and unfortunately, we also are dealing with the worst preparation. In the sense that even if you're an Asian person, they say for every people, everybody that comes to America, like within 3 generations, you become probably like the same as the Americans and just worse off than the white boy. You know what I mean? So if you're a new immigrant from Africa, you're doing better than everybody. If you're a new immigrant from Asia, you're doing the second best, right? But if you 3 generations in, then you're going to do worse than this white boy because everything's kind of geared toward this white boy. Mm-hmm. But now the issue with us, particularly like, what we call the African Americans in America, is that they're not just 3 generations in. You know what I'm saying? Like I'm saying, they're not just 3 generations, because like the whole machine is like designed to bring us all that, like to bring everybody below the white boy. But the Black American is not 3 generations in. You know what I'm saying? He's like 5, 10 generations in, and because of that, it like screws up with you because from the first generation you like, I got a lot of hope, and this education system, I could use this education system. It's easier than back home. But by the third generation, you ain't watching TV with the rest of us. You watching Facebook with the rest of us. You on YouTube with the rest of us. And you ain't got the private schools. You in the public school system like all the rest of us. You're gonna get screwed. You see what I'm saying? And so I think what we really seeing is that, like you have the public school system and you got the private school system, and white folk kind of can advance in the private school system, and the public school system kind of screw up everybody. But even that kind of biases these white boys, and because of that, you're gonna see that black folk, particularly in America, are gonna tear off. But like as far as like why they screwing up in Africa. They screwing up in Africa because they screwing up. Like no disrespect, a lot of them are screwing up. Like that's the reason why they screwed up in Africa. But I didn't want to
No. I like that. I like that insight. Thanks for that. But so specifically, was Singapore? So going back to the original question before we get into this actual video that we just watched, the question I'm asking is specifically: is Singapore, this Asian country, were they allowed by so-called white supremacy, according to the conscious community of a few years ago, especially? Are they allowed by white supremacy to flourish?
I don't think that no group of people who are supposed to be in the first place position on this planet or anywhere else will allow another group of people on that level to one day come back and to compete against their own children. I don't think that'll ever happen. I don't think that, it wouldn't be wise. It's not natural for me to allow someone else, if I'm leading, to allow someone else to compete on my level when I fully know that one day that same person may compete against, he may have children, or himself, his kids may compete against my children. Why would I want his children to one day compete against my children when I'm already at the head of the table? I don't want that to ever happen. Hold on, one second thing before you go, because it's something that only said just now, which is kind of true. It is true. As by the third generation, we fully acclimate into America or whatever. That's really true. The problem what I have sometimes is the reason why that happens is we usually by the third connection we lose our connection to the home country, to the home team. You know what I mean? So that it's like if I'm an African, the first generation African, I have a connection to Africa. So I could take my resources and I could have two economies going. You know what I mean? I could have an economy here and I could have an economy elsewhere. The second generation, maybe, if I go up into the profession to become some kind of white collar professional, maybe I might have a connection, maybe not so much. But by the third generation, my connection, the two economies that I would have created has been severed. I just have that one economy going in the so-called the new country. And then I'm like, man, I'm at a loss. I become just like everyone else. I feel like it's important not to lose that connection, but to continue that connection. So you would be strong. You would have more than one economy going. You know what I mean? But that's just me.
Yeah, I would also add to that. Just this like let's be real. Like let's say I come from America, right? Come from America. I go to some country in Africa, right? Let's say I go to Togo or whatever, right? I go to Togo, right? I'm an American. I got the American culture that I'm coming into it with, right? In the sense that I'm like first off, if I'm going to Togo, I already got money, right?
Yes.
I don't already have money because I done afforded this expensive ass ticket on my pocket, and I'm saying to myself, look, I'm trying to do something. I'm trying to be about something, right? Yeah. Now my kid, now let's assume that I have a kid that's born there or something, right?
From the country, the woman who you had to hit.
Yeah, exactly. I have a kid with a Togolese woman, right?
No, okay.
Now he's gonna get some of my stuff too, because I'm gonna be like, look, man, we're gonna be about that business, right? We're gonna be about that business. We're gonna so forth, right? He's gonna get some of my stuff. He's gonna get some of the Togolese stuff too. He's gonna get a lot of Togolese stuff, but he's also gonna have his father there, right? Yeah. Now, when he got a child with the Togolese person, right? Mm-hmm. I'm out of the picture.
Yeah.
Yes.
You understand? Now he grew up in the Togolese culture, and let's be for real, right? If he grown up in Togo and all that stuff, unless I was like really, really successful, or actually I didn't even know, but like real talk, my grandson, right, with this Togolese community is gonna be like, yeah, I'm a Togolese person.
Yep.
You know what I mean? They're not gonna be, oh well, you know, we're gonna follow out what this American was doing, right? I no disrespect to me. And so it, you know, you contrast that with, you know, our, like, for instance, you know, I'm a Caribbean, and you know, I was Caribbean, my parents are Caribbean or whatever. So you contrast it with that, and it's the same like that. Like if you look at my son right now, like for instance, most people don't even guess that I'm Jamaican. You know what I'm saying? Like they don't think I'm Jamaican at all, right? And I don't blame them, whatever, right? But like my son, they got nothing Jamaican with him. I mean, I only just started, you know, I did start up, you know, using some Jamaican curses because this boy gets you cursing, right? Yeah, you're like, oh, rascal. No. But my his grandmother was Jamaican, you know, his grandfather was Jamaican, right? Yes. I'm not really all that Jamaican. I got a little bit, but I heard some patois. He's not hearing no patois.
None whatsoever.
None whatsoever for me. And you know, I don't know nothing about Jamaica. I can't tell him nothing about Jamaica. My mother could tell me some stuff about Jamaica. I can't tell him nothing about Jamaica. I could just say, oh yeah, it's hot. You know, like that's about it. So, you know, yeah, like now, luckily, my son don't really go to the public school system like that. But what I mean is that but like if you do, like most people are gonna be here going to the public school system, right? Mm-hmm. If you go, like I went to the public school system, and if my son was going to the public school system, there's nothing about him that's gonna be Jamaican,
right?
You know what I mean? Like nobody's gonna be like, oh yeah, well look at this Jamaican guy. You know, they barely even call me Jamaican. They're not going. He's not going to have anything. He's not even going to identify as Jamaican. See, me, I gotta like debate it. Be like, well, I guess I'm Jamaican technically, right? He don't got to do that. That's all I'm saying.
Let me ask you a question, though. Let me ask you a question. What if? Oh, sorry. What if? Let's say your dad established a mega business in Jamaica, right? But he sent his kids to the United States. You know, and they became so-called first-generation Americans. You know, he may not leave. He comes back and forth. He does business. Maybe he may have a small business in America, but he really has this major business in Jamaica. Then you have children, right? You know, you would have taken, you understanding that your father does have a major business in Jamaica. You would have went to Jamaica and took your kids. So they would be involved in the two worlds as well. You understand? So you kind of like creating two economies. You still have to maintain that connection. You bring your your child into that situation in Jamaica, so his vision is expanded a little bit rather than just limited it just into one specific space. You understand what I'm saying? Or no?
Oh, I want to say this though. That's one thing I want to point out. Yes. One of the, like, because I think Koku talks about this all the time, right? Mm-hmm. The school system in like outside of America is just much more rigorous. Like America's like 50 something place in the school system. So what happens is that those of us, particularly like if you black, like you gotta remember this. The school system is 50 something place if you're white.
Yes.
You know what I mean? But like, there's this thing called. So this thing I picked up on, like one of the things that got me a little bit radical when I was younger was that they had this thing called tracking, right? Which is basically de facto segregation. Okay. Basically they put all the black kids in the normal classes, right? And they put all the white kids in the gifted classes. Okay. So the state gets a certain, you know. Each school system gets a certain amount of money based off of how much wealth is in that community, right? And even on top of that, the fact that, you know, you might not be from wealthy communities, but sometimes you might live adjacent to them, right?
Yeah.
Then what happens is that those schools then put most of their resources in the white kids, right? And it's de facto segregation in the sense that they'll have some token black kids, they'll have some token white kids, you know, token black kids in the gifted program, token white kids in the non-gifted program. But for the most part, it's all white. And on top of this, you're getting bombarded with a bunch of white propaganda and white this and so forth. You don't really want to go through like if you're like see, here's the thing. If your family immigrated, right? You'd be like, hey, I just gotta get through the school system to go get me a good occupation, right? If your family didn't immigrate, you know damn well that's not gonna work.
Mm-hmm.
You know, or not that you know that's not gonna work, but you don't have confidence that's gonna work because your mama got a degree, or no, yeah, she got a degree and she's still washing whatever, or she don't even have a degree. She just she went through school, she finished high school, ain't nothing really came from it, right? Which is different if you immigrated from another country, and then on top of that, like when you immigrated, first off when you immigrate, you go into you're probably of a higher age anyway, and so you go into college and you ace it or something. Or if you're young enough, you go into the gifted program. You're one of those token black people who get the better education and the better opportunities and can actually socially climb. And that's something that you might even notice as well. Like a lot of times, I can't say per se because like everybody in my school was kind of Caribbean, so it wasn't really like the Caribbeans were up on the top of it, whatever. But the point being that yeah, sorry. So the reason why I brought that up was to say that one of the aspects that like one of the things that you get from being an immigrant, in a sense, is that you don't have that inferiority complex,
right?
Inferior education to the same degree as you would if you were just here. Like for instance, like I said, if my son, well, I mean, like for instance, I wasn't necessarily I wouldn't have been at that age, right? In fact, I'll tell you this: one of the things that pushed me to graduate, in a sense, was that my mother, she dropped out of college when she was pregnant with me, and so I was like, okay, let me at least finish this for her. You know what I'm saying? So that was a little bit complicated, but at the same time, I do want to say that but for her, she went to college. My father, I think he went to college. I'm not even sure. But I should know that. but right, like that's embarrassing. You're like, I don't know about that. I'm pretty sure he went to college. But the whole thing is that what I mean is that you come from a different educational background, much more rigorous. I actually passed by, I went to Jamaica. I saw where my mother went to school. They got cows in the soccer field or whatever, or the football field or whatever. Right? They had cows there. She was like killing goats as a kid. Coming to American education is just like light work. Yeah. I was her third kid, and she's like pregnant with me going through college. It was easy for her. Compare that to it's not going to be as easy if you're from like a family for instance, another thing I wanted to say is this, because I kept asking her to help me with Spanish or whatever. Right? She learned Spanish. She knew. She went through the rigors of school already, right? She could have been a very capable tutor. She didn't want to be, but she could have been. But that's not going to be the same for every family,
Yeah. Shout out to Oni's mom, by the way. Lero in the chat said, no, Asians are not allowed by the West. It's rather the opposite. I just think that Asians haven't been subjugated the same way as Africans, so it comes off that way. And I think that what Lero is saying plays into what Oni and Mr. Untouchable and others are saying on the panel as well. Bibi Rodriguez says, I agree with that to some degree. Japan was given Marshall rebuild money to recover from World War II. I think that's a little bit different, but I understand where Bibi's coming from. She also says the Z people are now becoming a competing force in all arenas because they hold the majority of manufacturing contracts. Lero says, if anything, we allow them. Daily Affirmation with Pauline says, well, I heard that the Russians meet at their clubs, pitch ideas, and seek private sponsorships from their own people for their business ideas. Maybe the Asians do, etc. The same. Yeah, only talked about that on Shoot the Breeze a couple weeks back. Bibi Rodriguez says, before that, they were given all low-level, non-competing service-style businesses, laundromat, veggie stands, hair, beauty supply, nail salons, etc., non-threatening to white systems. She says, Ruskies, you mean J. Ruskies, most definitely. So she's talking about the Jewish Russians. She goes on to say Black Americans built all monumental structures and have now been financially alienated in the country their forefathers built, from the White House to every port, all rail systems, except the, I don't know what else she was going to say. There's someone here named Del J who says, damn, this is on point for me. Came up from JA and went straight into gifted in 5th grade. Shout out to Del Ray. I think this might be the first time Del Ray is here. Appreciate you for coming through. So let's discuss the actual prompt. Because I just threw out that initial question just to gauge where everyone's head was at as far as that. When we look at Singapore and what Singapore did, and I'm going to go to Urzuli first because I think he had wanted to say something before. When we look at what Singapore did in this story, is this something that African countries, African peoples can emulate, Urzuli?
What I want to say is that I believe that the Asians, when they come here, there's a thing of unity that they have. There's discipline that is lacked. Even the Caribbeans, when the Caribbeans come here, some people open businesses, but they don't unify it. Like, it's just like, oh, a Jamaican restaurant here, a Italian, but the Chinatown, for example, is like China. Like, they have their own language there. They're not just doing it, oh, this person has laundromat, is making money. And when the Caribbeans come to America, they don't unify their economic power. It's, oh, I own a store here, I own a restaurant here. So it's not unified. So my thing is, another question I'm going to pose is, did America really lose to Vietnam? What I'm saying is that, are we saying that a superpower that has all these guns, all these things, are just going to let somebody come, are just going to let you come and dethrone them? I think there's politics between the two. I think there's a reverence between the two. I don't want to say allow, but they're in business together. So let me get to Singapore. What I see about Singapore is testicular fortitude and discipline. 54 countries, a lot of the countries in Africa, they don't have no discipline. Caribbean, no discipline. The testicular fortitude is not allowing certain mindset to come in their country and turn their people around. Like, wasn't it in Singapore that white boy went and did some graffiti, like in 1990 something?
Michael Fay.
Yeah.
And then what he got what he deserved, like 7 lashes or whatever those lashes he got.
The strokes, yep. Pause.
So, yeah, I was about to say that, but thank you. But there's a discipline. There's discipline in Singapore. Whatever they want to say, it's authoritarian or whatever, but they're producing, like you just said, like the video just said, people own their houses. There's a sort of, in this country, especially around Black people, oh, it's my feelings. I do what I want to do. I'm free. What? You're free and you're broke and you getting shot in the streets. You're losing. Yeah. See, in that country, there's a patriarchal authority that keeps bullshit from getting in the house to turn their people around. And there's a lot of discipline. These people are disciplined. That's what I see in Singapore.
By the way, Chinatown, the reason why Chinatown is so strong, Chinatown, people don't talk about this. Chinatown is run by a Chinese mafia. This is how all these Chinese restaurants open too. They get all their supply chain through some families in Chinatown. It's a mafia run type thing.
Again, Goku. But you know what you just said, mafia, testicular.
Yeah. That's why I brought it up.
A lot of our people, our countries, they are, even with the whole jab thing, they said the jab thing started in China, but they're part of it. They business partners. How you your own man in your country? I'm just using a country like Namibia, like South Africa. What? No, not South Africa's no. Like, let's say Uganda or something. How you gonna let another man come tell you what to do with your people? We listen to the same music, the same detrimental music, the same bling bling. Oh, I want Rolex. I want this. I want that. Yo, where's the discipline? We are not disciplined. a lot of the Asian people are very disciplined. Even this is the thing. They was like, you know what? Come over here with your warehouses. Come manufacture your stuff for cheap. They took it and reverse engineered it and learned it. How come Africa can't do the same thing? All right, come here. For 100 years, we're gonna let you come. Yeah, come take advantage of us. Meanwhile, you got a couple of people learning stuff, and Asian people do it all the time. How come these the black people, Africans, never did it? We have the most natural resources in the continent, and we're the poorest. We got to stop blaming the barrier maker. Another L.
Let's hear from Kevin Conroy before we go back to Mr. Untouchable.
Yeah, I want to say something about the Asians. As you were saying, they have the gangs, and before they had the gangs, they had the when they first started migrating here, something called tongs.
Yes,
like clubs. You know,
yes.
they would be like the intermediary between the Mzungus and the criminal empire.
Mm-hmm.
You know, so it was like one hand washing the other. But as Israelism said, we don't have that discipline or that testicular fortitude. You know, as I speaking of the Asians, it all goes back to what? Now it's 4 years now since that incident at that nail salon on Flatbush and Nostrand.
Yeah.
Not Flatbush, Church and Nostrand, right?
Yeah.
Them people were not even armed. Usually back in the days, you'll see a crowd around that store. Now you just people just dying to get back in. We have no discipline, as you said, man. Another L.
Mr. Untouchables, is Singapore is Singapore something that we can recreate in African countries?
Yes, but before I go there, I think the reason why you see Chinatown and some Jewish communities are so successful is because within their communities, as you all describe it, with the gang with Chinese mafia, they created a system of reward and punishment in their communities.
Yep.
Right? So they don't have to go to the police or the judges to deal with any matters that occur within their community. They have a system of reward and punishment. That's why you can't just do anything in Chinatown. You'll disappear. You do anything in the Jewish communities, they have their own police. You all know these things better than I do. You know what I mean?
Yep.
If you do things in the Italian communities, they have a system of reward and punishment. But we like renegades. You know, we renegades out there. But that's neither here nor there. I think that me and Matron was agreeing on the idea of a benevolent dictator, and KW Dawn agrees with it too. I believe that we should have. I believe that an idea of strongmen. You know what I mean? This idea of democracy, Western democracy should fit any and everywhere because everyone wants so-called freedom and democracy. These are ideas that the West don't even live up to. You know, really, if you really want to get them in a real conversation. But I believe that benevolent dictatorship is a good thing. Africa needs strong men. Unfortunately, I would not want to think that my people have to be governed by the big stick. But that's just the reality. We Erzuli talked about discipline. And a lot of our people, I don't know if we've been socialized to act like a bunch of renegades, but we have a lot of indiscipline within our communities. And I feel like a strong man clear that right up. And this is the reason why I feel like Rwanda is working so well. You know what I mean? People call Kagame a dictator, but he has one of the cleanest countries in Africa, bar none. How is he able to do it? He is actually following Lee Kuan Yew, and he would tell you that. So I think that it is workable, and I think that if you look at that particular country, it's working within that country. So I think it is. But the media, the West says that Kagame is a dictator. He don't allow Rwandan certain freedoms. Nah. We need some time for them to become disciplined first. You know what I mean? Have that idea embedded in their brains, and then they don't need me anymore. I'm gonna work myself out of the job of being a benevolent dictator. If Castro had permitted Western influence to come in to the country prior to a generation of programming, then you wouldn't see that so-called socialist ideology that they have ingrained in them now be perpetuated. But America could come into Cuba right now, but it's in the children. They already have that ideology embedded into them. So you have to beat that out of them. You know what I mean? It's like that'll be very difficult to reprogram a whole generation of people. So I think it's a good thing. Like I say, the Chinese, not the Chinese, the Asians have this idea of discipline, and I feel like we need it. So benevolent dictatorship is needed. I think Lee Kuan Yew, maybe not in every African country, maybe not the same kind of jacket that he created in Singapore should be fitted in every African country.
Right.
But I think that you could tweak things.
Right.
You could tweak things. But you could get some things right. You could get them things, but you could tweak things, and not because another community of people are not black like me. I can't learn from the positive things and the things that they would have learned as far as creation, nation building, that I can't take small things and maybe implement it in my community. You know?
Del J in the chat says the question of why African countries can't be more like Singapore is not fair. I hope I didn't give that impression that that was a question I was asking. The question I was asking was, can Singapore be studied? And like Mr. Untouchable just said, some things be gathered from what they did and applied or replicated in countries on the continent. Oni, what says you about Singapore, their methodology, and Africa? Is there any way those things can be connected, I guess?
Well, I think one thing for sure, we have to remember basics about war, right? The Asians understand Sun Tzu in the least. And Sun Tzu is not like the entirety of your study for war, but it's a good base. Because one of the lines that Sun Tzu says is all warfare is based off of deception. You know? And the thing is this, that if you're being on, all right, here's the thing. This white man, it's not about allowance. This white boy is going to oppose you. Okay, in the real world, people are going to oppose you. You understand? In the real world, people are going to oppose you. Institutions are going to oppose you. Like, for instance, let's say it this way. You know, we got this YouTube channel going, right? We got 9 likes. You know, it needs to be more, whatever, right? But the reality is this: you put this channel up on YouTube, right? And YouTube is like, look, I don't want this shit on my website, right? But I'm not going to outright tell you that. But what I'm going to do is, because you so obviously are how you are, right? I'm going to put you on the blacklist or whatever. You know what I'm saying? Like, literally the blacklist. I'm going to do some stuff behind the scene because you were not practicing deception. You understand? It's like today we go. I remember when I first came to the college community, somebody was like, Booker T. Washington's a coon. I was like, really? I didn't know. But I didn't know this about him. No, sorry. I was like, oh, really? Yeah, okay. Then we just went with that, right? I went with that. Later on, I come to find out the dude's been secretly financing black, radical black institutions, even Africa. He's been secretly doing this. And meanwhile, he's America's favorite Negro.
Mm-hmm.
You know, like, he was able to go up into the White House before they called it the White House. They have to rename it the White House. That's the rumor. But anyway, the point is that he was America's favorite black person. But he understood the art of warfare, and he said, look, let me be quiet. So this Singapore guy, right? He's quiet. What we have are a bunch of black folk who are loud as fuck. Like you know what I'm saying? We're just like, man, fuck you, cracker. You white man, you stupid piece of white shit. Because like I'm running into this problem my same self, myself too. You know, because I want to do some like programming, and I want to do like, you know, maybe some games and stuff, right? Well, you know damn well if it says game made by Oni Time, you know this white boy's gonna be like, yeah, no. You know what I'm saying? That's the world. You cannot be explicit. That's the thing that people
Oni. I disagree with that. This is what I'm saying. You can, as a black person, especially as a black man, your skin already gives you away. Okay? You think you name some, you think they trusted Booker T. Washington? You think they didn't have a plan for him if he got out of line?
Yeah, but then he didn't go out of line. Nah, he didn't. He went out of line. He didn't let them know he was going out of line. Now, but I want to say this. This is why I wanted to touch on, because this is really important, right? All right. So my brothers, when I was younger, they used to like most black folk, because like I said, you get socialized, you get acculturated. Most black folk, we like that martial arts stuff. Okay, we like that martial arts stuff. I don't know why. They was watching it. I wasn't really into it. They were like, "Yo, you gotta watch Ip Man." I still never saw it, but I did see Ip Man 2 and Ip Man 3. No, I think it was Ip Man 3 or Ip Man 4. I don't know. Is it Ip Man 4 or no? Is it Ip Man 4 now?
Yeah. 4 came out a little while ago. Yeah.
So I saw 3 and 4. The reason why I saw 3 is because Mike Tyson was in it, and I was like, "Yo, Mike Tyson's like, I like that guy, right?" But anyway, so I saw Ip Man 3 and I saw Ip Man 4. If you follow along at Ip Man 4, right, the whole thing is like these damn racist white boys. Oh man, let's kick their asses. Let's show them that they're disrespectful. They just they so on and so forth. They don't like our culture. They do all this stuff. They even show you that whole, like you were saying about the Chinese mafia. They show how when Ip Man was trying to get, like, the whole story is he's trying to get his son into the schools in America, right? And he has to go through the Benevolent Chinese Association.
Yeah, that's
Benevolent Chinese Association is run by these dudes who's all sort of so forth, all that kind of stuff. But the point is that that's what like one is part historical, right? Part historical in the sense of they're letting you know that these Chinese people felt the same kind of, like, no, not the same kind, not the same level, but they felt this bigotry from this white boy. That this white boy was not trying to have them advance on anything, but they came through, they stuck together, and they tried to do something, right? And they understood this white boy clearly was their enemy, right? Yep. Now here's another thing I want to add to that, right? Every group of people that want to succeed, even back in Africa, if you want to succeed, you have a community center. Okay, I've been saying this forever. You get that community center. Like this sister was telling me up in she lived in Albany. She was telling me that up in Albany there were these, I think they call them, I think they're Dominicans, I don't know, right? But they weren't like black Dominicans. They were just like whatever, right? Not the we know black, like literally they were not black. Right? You know what I mean? But like what happens is that she's like they built up a community center first, and then they slowly but surely took over the black community there, right? Because they had a center where to organize, and we want to come back to this public school system thing. Every other people do not go to the public school system. When we talk about that group of Russians that we were talking about earlier, right? They make sure not to send their kids to the public school system. They make sure to have their own separate educational system, and that's partly why they are so successful as a people. And then you come back to us. We make all these excuses, but the thing that we're not even like remembering for some reason is that black people had the black hair care industry.
Yep.
We had that industry, and then we slowly but surely sold our own people out. And then when other people come along and did, like you could say the white boy allowed them to use this hair, to sell hair to us, whatever, right? You could say that he allowed them to do that. But check this out. Why we buy it? Because when you ask these same Koreans, hey, would you buy from me as a black person? No.
Hell no.
You know what I'm saying? But we, on the other hand, I think it was like we celebrate. I don't know if I'm not gonna say it was Cicely Tyson. I don't know if it's Cicely Tyson, but I remember some sister showed up on like the cover of some white boy's brand, and we were all like, "Gotta go get it now." And we already had the thing in our pocket. Like I think Afro Sheen was doing this stuff. It was big. It was all popping. But then they just put some black sister, some big black celebrity on some white packaging. And then we was like, well, we gotta support her now. We want more acting roles or something stupid. And so, I mean, yeah. I mean, as I'm saying, like with the Chinese, there was this film that just came out. I think it was like the Battle of Chanjing or something like that. I don't know, but popping. It was nice. It was good. But what happens is this: the Chinese have their propaganda. They have the educational system where they big up themselves and they say these white boys ain't shit. But here we are. We quote unquote in the belly of the beast. We don't like we go through an educational system that says these black people ain't shit.
Yep.
Okay. In fact, I was just, like I said, I was just showing. I got this book from Africa to give my son, some African history book, and it's written by an African guy and everything. First thing, I'm looking at it, a lot of typos. I don't know how he got so many typos, but outside of the typos, it's like, Herodotus is the father of history and blah, blah, blah. And I mean, it has some African stuff in it too. So I'm not really too mad at it, but it's a whole different thing because see, that's the thing. Even though it has African stuff in it, and it has Ghanaian stuff in it, you don't have that same thing here in America. You understand? You go through a public school system that really teaches you that black people ain't shit. Okay? And so now when it comes to when you older, you talk about who's your quote unquote enemy. You might be like, this white boy did a bunch of bad stuff to you in the past, and he's getting but most black people gonna tell you he's gotten better or he's pretty good. And on top of that, black folk ain't doing shit. And on top of that, if you leave black folk together, they can't run shit because look at the hood.
Yeah. All good points. So yeah, I think we get the basic understanding that from everyone on the panel who contributed to this conversation is that we could definitely study what had been done in Singapore. We definitely could do with a benevolent dictator, but I think only makes a good point at the end there. He says basically what my grandfather used to say, which is you talk some and you leave some. We tend to talk everything. And when you talk everything, that's when they could thwart whatever it is you want to do. Look at I'm going to use an old Oni example. Look at like Umar Johnson. Talks too much. The HVAC system is down. Oh yeah. Well, guess what we're going to do to make sure it don't get back up again? You know what I mean? So it's easy to sabotage when you're loud and you're out there making all this noise about what it is you do.
Let me say this. I want to add this. I'm sorry. Let me add this. That's what John Edward Bruce said about Marcus Garvey. Originally, Marcus Garvey came through. They were like, "Yo, this dude, he's loud." The first people were like, "Yo, we don't believe anything you say," right? Mm-hmm. And eventually, he started making these moves, and it was like, "Whoa, you know what? Maybe this could really be done." But then these white boys said, "Look, right? We hear what you're saying, right? And that like you're not gonna do that on my watch, because again, like." See, the Chinese, I mean, that's the same thing that they said about Marcus Garvey. He was very loud, and it's like you have to strike a balance. You have to strike a balance. Like I actually think it's good. I think it's part of it is good to be loud. But if y'all notice one thing, I don't never tell you what country I'm trying to go to, and if y'all even was picking up on it, I didn't tell y'all I was in Africa until it was like until I was about to leave.
I know.
We telegraph too much.
Mm-hmm.
We telegraph too much. And I mean, I'll give props to Marcus Garvey because, he did something that none of us could have done, right? But at the same time, like the rest of us, we telegraph so damn much that it's no surprise that we get done in. Whereas, these white boys, you don't like China just released this new missile, right? And America's just finding out when they shoot it.
Yeah.
They know they was working on all this stuff. They was like, what? Like, I was just reading this article. I wasn't reading it. I just saw a bit of it. And they were like, yo, China's cutting down all this communication. It's not even connecting to Google Maps anymore. They're doing their ships and all that kind of stuff. They're not even connected to Google Maps anymore because they're like, that's some dumb shit. Why are we connecting to Google Maps? Tell our enemies where we shipping and all that stuff. Right? But meanwhile, us, like when I used to have meetings, I used to tell people, look, turn off, like leave your phone somewhere else or pull out the battery. You understand? That we don't do that here. Like here, I'm not even going to go.
Yeah. All right. In the chat, Del J, and by the way, thank you, Del J, for coming through. Del J says the question of why. Oh, sorry, I read that. He says yes, African nations can learn from Singapore, but solutions to African problems have to originate in Africa. Yeah, that's absolutely true. But we can get inspiration or get ideas from elsewhere. He or she goes on to say the problem with strongman approach is that one day that strong man will die for another man will fight to replace him. That's the problem with Kagame today and Mugabe and Nkrumah, etc. in the past. Del Rey goes on to say that's how the white man and Asians win. It's based on systems, not individuals.
I don't
Mr.
agree with all of
Untouchable.
that. I don't agree with all of that. But in particular, that all of the solutions to Africa problems don't always have to originate out of Africa. You know, in particular, let's just. By the way, Oni, if you watching Ip Man, you have to watch the first one, bro. Yeah, you gotta watch the first one. Anyways, yeah, as far as the solutions is concerned, what about the energy crisis in Africa? You know what I mean? Solar energy, as far as getting all of the materials that's needed as far as to boost your energy supply in Africa. Some of that could be solved by getting a bunch of shit out of China. I know that's an unpopular idea, but that could solve a whole lot of energy crises in Africa as we speak. It don't all I'm saying is all the solutions to what ails Africa does not specifically have to come or originate out of Africa. I think that's really hustling backwards. When countries and nations have already solved specific issues or whatever, it's not to say that we have to solve it like they have solved it. But if somebody already invent the wheel, I don't have to necessarily invent my own wheel. Yeah, I mean, I could possibly get that wheel and use it to my advantage, or I could use it to my benefit. That's all I'm saying.
I think the China thing,
yes,
that you said is unpopular. I think only a part of what you're saying was unpopular. I think the idea of China coming into the continent themselves and doing
that's
this work,
a whole different ball game.
Yeah, that's a problem.
Yes,
but you purchasing, if it is what it is, and you got to
Yes.
purchase what you need to purchase from who
Yes.
has it, that's not a problem.
No, to jumpstart, I got to do what I got to do, and that's
you got to
just
do
what
what
it
you
is.
got to do. Yeah.
On the statement on Gavi, I got to talk about Gavi.
Go ahead.
I feel the reason why Gavi was so loud is Gavi was his own propaganda machine. And at that time, you know, when you're trying to speak to a large amount of people, and he was thinking continentally, not even nationally, he was thinking continentally. You know, you have to put yourself really on the firing lines and really create a big noise. And I feel like that's why he was so loud. I think that the Tuskegee guy, what's his name from Tuskegee? Booker T. Washington. Booker T. Washington wasn't as loud as Gavi. That don't necessarily mean he wasn't as impactful, because what he was doing was he had a different methodology in trying to solve or create solutions for his people, and he did it, you know, as far as the institutions are concerned, by creating his own university and doing, you know, in stealth. You know, he wasn't as loud as Gavi. I think that they had different ambitions, you know, and different ideas about how they wanted to benefit their communities, and I think that their missions were different. But that's why I believe that why Gavi was so loud, if you ask me.
I personally think it's more of a personality thing. I don't think their missions were that different, to be honest. To be honest, I think just difference of personality, and one personality type can get you caught up versus the other personality type.
I think that I also, as far as Dr. Johnson is concerned, I do think that he talks too much. And I agree with that sentiment. I think that there are things that could be learned from the past. And if you feel like there were issues as far as Gavi being so loud and quarterbacking, you know what I mean? Quarterbacking everything he was gonna do, why do it the same way? You know what I mean? Shut up. You know, sometimes you have to just show and prove. And I think that this is the brilliance of the guy from Vietnam. His name is Ho Chi Minh. Ho Chi Minh was in the United States. Ho Chi Minh spent years in the United States. You know, he was attending. He was a Gaviite. Ho Chi Minh used to clean white men's toilets, and all the while they was laughing at him, saying, "Look at this guy." You know what I mean? Dance to me, you slant eye, whatever. The next time they saw him, he was the military commander in Vietnam. You know what I mean? He was quietly learning from his enemies. So I think that there is some importance to really being stealthy. There is some importance also. Sometimes you got to make a loud noise. It's a balance that you
It's
have
a
to get.
balance. Yeah.
Yes.
It's a balance. I think that's what Azuliism was getting at too. That sometimes you have to kind of raw sometimes. But when it comes to really integral stuff, you got to know when to just shut the hell up and get it done. Like the matron just said, we refuse to do the work, shaking her head. But I will add, we refuse to do the work quietly, man. Just get the work done. We ain't got to do all that talking all the time. Who wants the last word on this one before we go to Shoot the Breeze topic number 5? No one? Okay, that's cool. Let's go to Shoot the Breeze topic number 5 for tonight. Shoot the Breeze topic number 5 says why the genius of the black child should be protected at all costs. Let's see what this story is about.
Hi everyone, my name is Kelvin and I built this car with my own 2 hands.
Wow, man! This is so amazing!
The story that I'm about to tell you is beyond impressive, and I've never seen anything like it before in my entire life. Everybody meet Kelvin, a teenager from the outskirts of Accra, Ghana, who literally made this stunning car from scrap metal with his own bare hands. To me, this is so revolutionary and mind-blowing that I couldn't help but wonder, how does one even go about doing this? Well, it turns out that he's always been a bright kid with very high ambitions.
When Kevin was a kid, he has been using these empty containers for aeroplanes. He started with it. He has been doing this aeroplane helicopters, and when it flies to some stage and it will fall. So it reached a point that he wants to make this big car. Sometimes he will stay at home when it is even school time.
Right.
Then he'll be doing it.
Right. What did you think when he first drove the car and it actually works? What was your reaction? How did you feel?
I was scared because car problem and things like this, no. We are not rich enough for him to drive a car and maybe he will get any injured or he will hit somebody or something. So I'm always scared for him because always I tell him he shouldn't take it out. Even the first time he drove it to the school, I wasn't around.
There's so many people here. How do they feel when they see his car? Are they excited, or is he popular here in this town?
As you can see, anytime this car comes out, other children follows the car. That's how they are. They'll be laughing. They are very happy about it.
Kelvin had a dream to create a car with his own bare hands, and nothing stopped him from achieving his goal. He started with the first piece a few years ago, and little by little, the car came to life. Tell me about the different materials that you used. It looks like metals and stuff.
Yeah, we use the normal material that we use to do the containers. And we have the square pipe, round pipe, angle bar, the iron rods for construction. Yeah, and also we use the plates to do the body. This car is a combination of car and motor. So the motorcycle. So we have the motor shocks under here that helps the car to resist the shocks, and also the hub, we get it from scraps.
How much money would you say it costs to get all the material and make the car?
It costs a lot because right now I can't have it in total because I've been buying it small.
Can you try to make like a guess?
8,000.
That's like 100, less than $200. How long did it take you to build this car?
It has taken me 3 years.
And you did everything yourself?
I did it myself, and later on my friends came and joined.
So Kelvin and I are gonna take a spin in his amazing car that he hand built from scratch, from mostly scrap metal. I don't even know how it's gonna work, but I'm excited to get in the car. Okay, cool. Wow, that's the door handle? Whoa, that's cool. Wow, it's like a Ferrari, it opens up. We're going in the Kelvin Mobile. The one and only Kelvin Mobile. Whoa, dude, this is so cool, man. Holy crap. Cruising around Accra in style, bro. Today's video is sponsored by Surfshark, my go-to VPN, and the one that I'm actually using right now to upload this video. A VPN gives you complete online privacy because it lets you access the internet from any country you choose. Video, and now let's jump back into the story. I've never experienced anything like this before. Dude. All right. Yeah, watch out, guys. Watch out. All right. Ready, bro? Let's go. When it first started working, were you so happy? The first time you could drive it?
I was very happy. So, but the first time, the car got hit, and some of the parts spoiled. So,
oh, some of the parts are broken.
So we are going to reverse.
Yeah. Oh, we're going in reverse? We're going in reverse. Backing up. You should call this like the Kelvin mobile. You should get like a little like logo, like a K.
Yeah.
Oh, okay, great. So he's gonna have his own brand of cars that says K for Kelvin. It's like I've never heard of anyone making their own car like this. It's incredible, man. Like it's so inspiring what you're doing. It's really, really special. Is this for the music?
Yes.
You have music? Does it work? Yeah, put the music on. Yeah. Wow, like the ceilings in here are like, it's like puffy material, styrofoam. The ceilings are styrofoam. He's got a mirror. He's got a radio system. This is the stick shift right here. All right, it's really everything that you need in the car. Okay, we're gonna drive just down the street and stop. We'll stop before the main road. Oh man! Woo-hoo! It's bumpy. Wow, man! This is so amazing! We're cruising on the main road right now. The car actually works. Like, we're driving fast. Unbelievable! I'm like so shocked right now. Do you want to keep creating, or do you want to inspire other people to make cars? What's your goal?
Yeah, my goal is to build cars and manufacture cars all over the world. We want to build cars like how the white people do.
If you could say one message to everybody in the world watching this video, what would you tell them?
I want to motivate everybody who has the knowledge and the skills to build something. Sometimes when we are starting to do something, we find it very difficult to build things like this because it costs a lot.
Yes.
So I want to motivate every youth, anybody who wants to build something like this or who have a dream, to make sure the dream comes to pass, and with that it can be successful with everybody.
That was beautiful, man.
I know from the start of his car, but when he started, I stayed with him in this hut for a long.
You stayed with him?
Yes.
Do you like him?
Yes.
He's a nice person?
I'm also planning to do stereotypes motor.
Really? Tell me about his car.
On his last day on the BC, he took it to the school. So that when they finish, then he can go around with it.
Amazing. It's okay. So when you started, it was really small, and then it grew and grew and grew. And now look, it's like a big car now. That's really cool. So you also want to do the same thing?
Yes.
Really? Have you started yet?
I'm now drawing certain things I have to do.
Oh, wow. Next time I come here, I will be interviewing you about your car. Yeah? You're confused. So you are the amazing mother of Kelvin.
Yes.
What do you think about his car?
I'm so excited because when he started, I've ever thought it would reach this far. And my boy has done amazing thing that I've ever even thought of.
It's really incredible.
It's really incredible.
And he's only 18.
Yes.
Okay, right now, as we are building this project, and we are finding it very difficult to get the materials and the support to do better and more. So I'm asking everybody, I'm pleading, I'm begging everybody that anybody who has any support, maybe from the financial education and any support, maybe the garage that we can work in. As you can see, we don't have any good garage that we are working. So we need garage, and also we need the support to do it and do it better.
Thank you for your time, man. It's been incredible to meet you and hear your story, and I wish you all the best.
Thank you.
So we think we pulled up to the right spot, but we don't know. We called someone. Cece doesn't even know who she talked to. And apparently the kid is coming here now. And so we're just kind of...
I think the one we called, he also made a story on the kid. Yeah, so he knows where the kid is. So he's going to take us there.
Okay, so we are basically doing what we can to find the kid. And we're just waiting. Cece, what part of Accra is this?
And we are Tabora Junction, near Abeka La Paz in Accra.
And what can we find here?
Basically, I don't really know. It's just a normal place.
Yeah, we're in a really random district of Accra. Cece doesn't even know where we are, and she's from here. And yeah, I don't know much about this kid. I saw a video on Facebook of him. He was featured in a viral video, and I saw it for like 15 seconds, but that was enough for me to know that I want to find him and make a story on him. So that's what's happening right now. So we're just kind of waiting around until we get the green light to find him and make the story. I think we found the guy we were looking for. This guy. How are you? There's a lot going on.
How are you?
What's your name?
My name is Niayi.
Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you.
Niayi.
Yeah.
Promoting Ghana to the world.
Yes.
I'm trying to do that also.
Thank you so much for coming to our country to promote us.
I'm Drew Binsky, and if you like my travel videos, please click subscribe and ring that little bell.
Yeah, talk some and leave some. This is an interesting story. This reminds me of William Kambwama. That's the kid who they say, how do they put it? They say the kid who harnessed the wind, right? The kid who made those windmills out of a bicycle and all that kind of stuff. Kevin Carre, when you see this story, what does it make you feel?
First, the first mistake was letting that Muzungu interview you.
Absolutely.
The second thing, I don't know if y'all noticed it, but the guy was like his way of interviewing was very joking and condescending.
It was his face gave it away a couple of times.
Yeah, it's like, what the hell? How did this Negro do all this stuff? I can't believe it. Probably aliens helped them do. You know what they say about with the pyramids? Oh, it wasn't Africans that built it; was the aliens.
Yeah. Now this white boy, if you're not careful, he'll be stealing this idea. But
yeah, you know what? He was like, "Oh, well, what materials did you use to build this car?"
Yeah, how much it costs?
Yeah, that's the problem. Yo, shit. But I'll digress here.
Mr. Untouchable, what say you?
Yes. I didn't see what you all saw just now. I thought it was hilarious. Yeah, you remember when we talked about the idea of the WNBA in Africa?
Yeah.
And it's funny because this kid at 18 will influence all them young kids who watching him and around him as far as science and technology. Their mind is already triggered. It's like, what can I do to be just like him? And he's only 18 years old. So imagine now if WNBA moves in the slums of Accra and they see all these wealthy basketball players or whatever, their mind is going to switch from technology and engineering to bouncing a basketball. This is the danger of, this is why I say that the as far as the African genius, the child genius, their mind should be protected. And you are right. He shouldn't have done an interview with him, but he doesn't know any better. He's in the slums of Accra. He doesn't have any real politics yet.
Right.
You know what I mean? But I feel like us, yeah, as far as the elder people, you know what I mean, we should seek to protect these kinds of cats. Even, you know what? Because a person in the West might say, oh, well, this guy is a genius. I want him in my military program. You know what I mean? Yeah, let me fund him and come to America, put him in my university and program him in a way that he could go back there and exploit all them people with his genius. You know
Yeah,
what I
that's
mean?
kind of what they did with the William Kambwamba, the boy who harnessed the wind. That's kind of what they did. They took him and put him up in a what school was it? They put him in a nice school in America. You know, there's a kid who built a drone. I think we talked about that in Shoot the Breeze some months back, and they scooped him up in France. You know, had him taking meetings and all that kind of stuff. So that's the problem. Like, Ghana's supposed to be a Ghanaian. Like, they showed a Ghanaian at the end who's promoting Ghana. He should be the one who have done the interview.
Because that genius should be protected at all costs, because that kid has the power and influence, and he has the ability, as far as the technological know-how and genius, that should be nurtured. That should be nurtured. And the fact that he has so many children watching him, you know what I mean? That he could be his own propagandist with that idea. But I think that whole basketball NBA Africa, it'll ruin that whole area of kids who have a different kind of mindset in fixing their community kind of problems.
Yes.
You know?
Yes. BB Rodriguez says he did all that filming and couldn't drop $1K for 3 years worth of rent for a garage. Exploiters. She goes on to say, yes, Wind Kid is at MIT, more deplorable brain drain syndromes. I feel you. I feel you. Oni, what says you to this story?
Yeah, I don't know. I could see this white boy was kind of patronizing, you know, and I feel like, but like I also, I mean, it's just all around, you know, like who was this white boy to do this interview, you know? But at the same time, you know, that's the thing with our people, is that we were excited to have this white boy, you know, and he's just like some nobody. Don't have nothing to him, and yet, you know, as we can see, he's able to travel to every country on the planet. You know, it's just a lot going on, you know. But you know, I mean, on top of being patronizing, I don't know. I mean, I couldn't have done it, but you know, there you have it. You know.
Yeah, I feel you. Yeah, I think that's how I felt watching it too. I just shook my head because this white boy is getting all the details, probably thinking about how he could open up a fleet of these little homemade DIY cars out there in Ghana. The fact that they will take him around, like, who is he? I've never even heard of this dude, and I'm in America. Like, who the hell is he? You know, but he could go there and have access in areas where Ghanaians don't even know these areas and stuff like that, all because he saw like a 15-second piece. You know, that tells me that you're not just there to promote that kid. You're there for something a little bit more, in my opinion. Mr. Turbo,
my thinking is, I understand what your brother's saying, but my central focus is the genius of the kid.
Oh, of course.
You know, and I think that the genius of the kid, that is what should be really nurtured and protected.
Yeah, but nurtured by whom? Protected by whom?
That's exactly my point.
You see, that's what we gotta talk about.
Right. Because if I am the government of Ghana and I'm watching something like this, I say, oh, because I know Ghana have their own universities. I say, oh, we need to train this person because he could be one of our high-minded engineers in our future. If I was a visionary and I understood future planning, I would want to recruit a person like him. You know what I mean? I would want to protect a person like him. I would want to nurture a person like him, so I could make. I'm probably going to make sure my community becomes better with young people like him, or involving young people like him. So I take a more long-term approach. The interview, maybe, you know, he's a Jewish guy, you know, coming from America. He might have subversive ideas in his mind. But for me, you know, this video is probably sent out all over the world. But me living in Ghana as a Ghanaian official, I would want to nurture this talent by any means necessary. You know, because who builds a car at 18?
I know. I know. Bobby Wright says it's terrible. We don't cultivate ingenuity of our own. And that Mzungu is Drew Binsky. Okay, that's his name, Drew Binsky. Oh, yeah, that's his name on the screen. He said Drew Binsky is an alleged YouTuber who travels all over Africa. Yeah, see that again? That's like, is that the new missionary now? The YouTuber who travels all over Africa, taking down intel and all that kind of stuff. When Grenada was invaded, I have some Grenadian friends who were a good age at the time when that happened. And they told me that all of a sudden in Grenada, you had these white folks who were like photographers, right? They were photographers and they were supposedly like taking pictures of the landscape. But come to find out, every one of those photographers, they were spies working for the US or what have you. You know what I mean? So these guys who so-called YouTubers going through the continent, filming, taking down details, what are they really doing there? But yeah, the core point here is by Mr. Untouchable, and I think all of us will agree, is we gotta start protecting this knowledge that we have, the brain potential that we have in our countries, and make sure that outsiders can't usurp them. You know what I mean?
I want to touch on that. So one of these speeches that I decided to include in the Book of Power, right?
Yeah.
It's by Maurice Bishop. So Maurice Bishop has this famous YouTube video. He's at Hunter College, and he's talking, right? And he's letting you know that he's personally escorting ABC. Okay, ABC. That channel that got Blackish.
Yeah.
Right. They have a news company. He's personally escorting them around the Grenada airport. Okay. He's like, this is not a military facility. This ain't a military base. We don't have any military defenses. You silly journalists. That's not what we have. Show the American people that we don't have a military here. And in fact, we have these medical students here. Over here, we have medical students, all that kind of stuff. He's bragging about, showing how he don't got no defenses up, right? And that he got American citizens there. All right. And then America, what's his name? Roy Reagan says, oh, wait, we got a perfectly good airstrip to go invade Grenada with. They don't have any military, and we have an excuse by saying they hoarding students that this Maurice Bishop himself showed them and was bragging about in Hunter College when he came to America. Point being, right? And then they killed him.
Yeah.
They killed him. So it's like, yeah, not just that people notice the journalists, ABC, the channel that we watch Blackish on, they were behind this Grenadian invasion. They were giving this American government this the data and the information because Maurice Bishop tells you, and they used the airstrip. America was flying ships over, planes over, and they were like, "Is this a military base? Is this not a military base?" And the president was like, "Oh no, this ain't a military base. Let me show you." And it's like, who are these white boys? Ain't no random Grenadian go walk on the street and be like, "Hey, is this a military base?" No, it's not a military base. So keep it pushing. But you got this white boy with a camera, and he could go any damn way. It's
Let
me say this right here. There's that movie. What's it called? Spook Who Sat by the Door. Where they were like a black man with a broom, right? Could go anywhere, right? White boy with a camera. Anywhere.
No, only you are absolutely right. I think that you see some of the Caribbean, Maurice Bishop didn't understand. He was a very intelligent man, but I don't think he understood military warfare and what that really meant as far as international military warfare, the CIA and their tricks. Because really and truly, if you look at it, by the way, Bernard Cord killed Maurice Bishop, not the United States. That's neither here nor there. But and that was his best friend at the time. But that's neither here nor there. But Barbara Walters interviewed Fidel Castro when he was in the mountains fighting against, the Cuban Batista at the time. So he did things that was ridiculous. You know what I mean? Because he didn't think that this reporter is gonna take all of my secrets or what I'm doing on my island and go report it back to the CIA or back to the United States government. They didn't. I don't think that they had the military sophistication really to see that far and think, well, this guy who's from ABC who's interviewing me, he's going to take this information and go back to Ronald Reagan and give this information. I don't think he had the sophistication to think along the lines on that level. He probably didn't even think, they're probably not going to invade me. They talking big shit, but they're not really going to invade my little small country. They're too big to invade my little small country. I don't think that he had the sophistication to think along the lines on that level. I really don't. I don't. But if he did, I think mistakes was Maurice Bishop made many mistakes. In fact, Fidel Castro would have told Maurice Bishop, listen, when you get in power, you have to understand your very friends. You kind of like have to disassociate yourself from them or get rid of them. He told Maurice Bishop this. You know what I mean? But Maurice Bishop made the mistake of thinking, well, I am the communist leader of this country or socialist leader of the country, and they're not gonna try to kill me. Not my good friends. Right. And Bernard Court ended up blowing his brain. Well, he ended up sending people to blow his brains out. But that's neither here nor there, man. But I just don't think that he had the political or military sophistication to know on people think along the lines of that level. We are looking at that situation with 2022 lenses. So we have more political sophistication and maturity to look back at that time and say, that was ridiculous. That was a ridiculous thing to do. Why would you do something like that? But we know the dirty tricks of the U.S. government.
But if you see, because you're saying hindsight is 2020. Okay, let's chalk up Maurice Bishop to hindsight. We could look at it with the lenses that we have now. But we're looking at this story going on right now.
Yes,
this story right here is like what Oni was saying. A white boy with a camera could go all up and down in your. I mean, this guy is in places Ghanaians don't know.
I'm gonna tell you something. He even has a video of him going to Jamaica with in a Rastafarian community.
Disappointing.
He going to the Rastafarian community.
Very disappointing.
In Jamaica.
The Revolutionary Matron from the Learning Curve podcast says, can we get to him? Are we funding his education? Are we able to empower him and his family? No. Then that's why they hate us. We have organized nothing for them. The powers that be have to do better. And we got to, and this really does go back to the last prompt too. We got to learn to just kind of move in silence and cultivate the positives that we have. Because when you got these guys all up in your mix here, going out to Maurice Bishop and them, this is the kind of trouble you're going to have. The Learning Curve says the maps are all wrong, remember. They just found 75,000 trees. Right? So, yeah. So, kudos to the youth for being able to build a car at 18, which I think he said he took a couple of years to build. So he started this even before that. Right?
Started at 15.
At 15, right?
Mm-hmm.
So kudos to him. Kudos to his genius, but then at the same time, boo-hoo to us as a collective, because we're not cultivating his genius.
Yes.
We're not capitalizing from his genius. We're not putting him like how we had in the U.S. they had Carver, right, at Tuskegee. You didn't use him to his fullest potential. You let this guy out here, what's his name? Ford Ford actually used Carver more than we use Carver, to be honest. You know what I mean? Henry Ford. And so it's the same thing over and over and over again. When will it stop?
No, I agree. I say shame on me as a person who, as a proclaimed Gabiite, was to see something like this and don't really try to do some more investigation to see how I could assist this young person. I can't do it for everybody, but I would say pick a person, pick a person and try to influence them. Like if you have the material to do it, you know what I mean? Because not everybody has the material to pass it on, whether it's through financially or even on an intellectual level. But if you can, try to pass it on. If you can, where you can, try to do it.
Absolutely. All right, let's go to. We're about to go to shoot the breeze topic number 6 tonight, but at this point we haven't done it since we started. Let's do a station ID break. You guys pour your drinks, smoke what you have to smoke. Come back on the other side. We'll continue with shoot the breeze topic number 6.
You are listening to the Bitter Medicine Podcast on KWAZ Radio.
This is D Webb with the Harsh Reality Podcast, asking you to tune in where we tackle the news of the day that affects our community, only on KWAZ Radio.
Peace, family. This is Oni, inviting you to listen to the Pro-Black Perspective, where black problems are addressed with black solutions.
Greetings, fam. Tune in to The Learning Curve with me, the Revolutionary Matron on KWAZ Radio.
You are listening to the Bitter Medicine Podcast on KWAZ Radio.
Have you ever considered joining KWAZ Radio? Each of our hosts shares their unique perspective with you. You might have a perspective that needs to be shared. If that's true, hit us up at kwaz.radio@gmail.com. What are you gonna do? What you gonna do?
Yes, indeed. I think before we go to shoot the breeze, as we go to shoot the breeze, topic number 6 tonight, that statement the matron made at the end of that last prompt, the maps are all wrong. Remember, they just found 75,000 trees. That's a good point too, because we talked about that I think maybe we talked about it on the matron show, but we talked about that some time ago where Google Maps or whatever didn't map out an area, like certain areas of Africa. And they went and they got like chiefs and stuff in Africa to go and report to them the terrain and how many trees there were and all this kind of stuff. We got to stop reporting, because we make these people feel like the authority too with all this reporting to them bullshit. So we got to stop that as well. Shoot the breeze topic number 6 is, what the hell is institutionalized food racism? Let's take a look at this video.
70 to 75% of African Americans are lactose intolerant. The prevalence amongst Asian Americans is 95 to 98%. Amongst Native Americans, it's around 74 to 78%. And amongst Hispanic Americans, it is 53 to 58%. Whereas amongst Caucasian Americans, it's only around 33 to 35%. And that is because the use of dairy foods have been traditionally much more common in people of European ancestry. And so, again, dairy foods have not been a traditional part of the cultures and cuisines of people of color. And therefore, the recommendations in the dietary guidelines for people to include these foods in their diets can't be justified. And so what is the reason that these foods are recommended? It's marketing.
plain and simple. After I finished residency, I was working, doing urgent care part-time for Kaiser, but also working in free clinic in Alexandria. And I was having African-American patients coming in telling me, Doc, my irritable bowel is acting up, or I've got a spastic colon. And I talked to them about their symptoms, and it was fairly clear to me that probably what was going on with them wasn't that they actually had spastic colon or irritable bowels. It was that they were continuing to include dairy foods in their diet. So I have.
Let me pause. Let me pause real quick. Are you guys hearing this? I know D-Web said very low volume, but I have it maxed out on
I
my.
can hear it. I can
You
hear
just
it.
gotta
Turn up your volume on your computer.
Yeah, turn up the volume on your device. You know?
Yeah, I can barely hear it. But I mean, I don't know if he's saying anything, but I'll just go on.
Yeah, he's talking kind of mild, but turn up the volume on your device. All right, let's continue.
Do 2 weeks, no dairy, come back and see me, and 8 to 9 out of 10 times, the problems had cleared up. And so I tell them, no, you are lactose intolerant, which is the case with most African Americans, so you need to avoid dairy. Well, the clincher came when this one older Black woman came back, and I said to her, she said, the problem had cleared up. And I said, well, you're lactose intolerant. She looked at me and said, I know that. And I said, then why are you continuing to eat these dairy foods? She said, because the government says I have to. And that just blew me away. She said, the dietary guidelines say I have to eat X number of servings of dairy every day, to get my calcium. And that pissed me off. And that's when I went to PCRM and I talked to Dr. Barnard and I said, look, we got to do something about this because African-American people are eating foods that are going to make them sick because they think they have to do it. And out of that came our 2-part paper called Racial Bias in the U.S. Dietary Guidelines. Part 1 of the paper dealt with the issue of lactose intolerance in communities of color. And then part 2 dealt with the larger issue of the fact that an animal food centered diet is going to create disproportionate levels of disease in communities of color because of the presence of what are called thrifty genes. So when you look at the traditional diets of communities of colors, so Asian Americans, Hispanic Americans, West Africans, these are diets that traditionally are built around whole plant foods, contain no dairy, are low in fat, and have limited amounts of animal foods. And when people stick to these kinds of diets, they have very low rates of chronic disease. But when they start to adapt a Western style, high fat, high animal food centered diet, particularly when they start to consume a lot of meat and dairy foods, their rates of chronic disease not only skyrocket, but they typically begin to exceed those in the general population. And so by encouraging people to consume a Western style diet, the government knows that they are going to ultimately promote excess rates of disease in communities of color. And to do this deliberately is a form of institutional racism. But it's particularly egregious in communities of color because with respect to the issue of dairy foods, what is the primary reason the government encourages people to consume dairy foods? What? Calcium, right? And what is the primary reason for consuming calcium? Come on, you guys know. Bones. Well, first of all, there is no commercial you will ever see on TV that will tell you that eating dairy foods will give you strong bones, because there is no study that has ever shown it. There's a commercial that came out a couple years ago. There are some black guys playing basketball. And then there's this idiot that comes out in a milk carton costume. And he starts talking smack with the guys playing basketball. He says, if you want to be good at basketball, you need strong bones. And he says, milk has calcium. And for strong bones, you need calcium. And he leaves you to make the inference that drinking milk with the calcium is going to give you strong bones, but he never says it. He never says it because no study has ever shown it. In fact, every study has shown exactly the opposite, that the more milk you drink, the more likely you are to have osteoporosis. But it actually gets worse than that, because every study has always shown that for some reason, Black women are genetically protected against osteoporosis. Black women don't get osteoporosis, period. And so the primary reason for allegedly drinking milk, Black women are protected against it anyway. So the government is encouraging African American women to drink milk for no good reason, knowing that it's going to make them sick in the process. That's disgusting. It also knows that women who drink milk are more likely to get ovarian cancer. It knows that when African American men drink milk, they are more likely to get prostate cancer, and they're more likely to die from it. Also knowing that African American men are more likely to have problems with access to health care. And so when they get the prostate cancer, it's going to be AMF yo-yo. Y'all know what that stands for? Adios, I'm going to use a polite term, my friend, you're on your own. So, yeah, it's institutionalized racism. It's a deliberate effort on the part of the government to encourage the consumption of foods that it knows promotes disease with no demonstrable benefit. And our government has had a history of taking minority communities, putting them in a position of food insecurity, thereby making them dependent upon the government for food subsidies that it then uses essentially as dumping grounds for agricultural excess, and basically dumps these commodity foods into these communities. And these, again, are the foods that promote chronic disease. That's pretty much it in a nutshell. Any questions?
I'm sorry. This Negro looked like he ran up there to go have that talk. Yeah, lactose. Jesus Christ, I'm tired. Lactose intolerance, and he's coughing like he has the colic or some shit like that. He sounds unhealthy. But before we go any further, let's bring in the revolutionary matron. I haven't seen the matron in a minute. Matron, how are you?
I'm okay. Y'all know technology, not my friend. So somebody told me I could do TikToks on my phone, so I've been doing TikToks. It'd be a long story, but I wanted to speak about this topic because like WIC has specific things that they give mothers, and WIC is the Women, Infants, and Children's Program. It's like the welfare state. And they guarantee that from the time a woman is pregnant until the child is 4 or 6 years old, depending on where you are, that they'll give you these food coupons. And all of the food coupons include like milk and dairy, and then they'll throw in there like some fish and cheese, eggs, and then sometimes they'll do other grocery items. And it's just interesting because yes, we are disproportionately lactose intolerant, but it's like just be an adult and like eat your diet, like
yeah, bro.
And it's problematic because what happens is you have these generations of people that have been on welfare, and so somebody's grandma told somebody's mama, and so that's what they're doing. And they go and they get pregnant and they go get on their government benefits. And it's like, okay, well, you got to go, take care of yourself and your baby, and Uncle Sam will do it, and blah, 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 blah. So it just becomes this whole enshrined institution within the community where they are continuing to eat a bad diet, and they're not taking an interest in learning how to heal themselves and take those steps towards liberation. That's why I say we got to go back and pick up the least of our people intellectually.
Absolutely. DB Rodriguez in the chat says the Black Panther Party helped integrate that program and they twisted it. D Webb from the Harsh Reality Podcast. You guys make sure y'all checking out Pro Black Perspective. the learning curve on the Harsh Reality podcast. D-Web from the Harsh Reality podcast says the food pyramid was discredited long ago. No matter how you feel about Dr. Sebi, he spoke on the Western diet decades ago. He said Netflix doc What the Health spoke on relationship of dairy, cattle industry, and food suppliers. We got to research. Yeah, part of the reason why people drink all that milk is because farmers, that's the tweet, because farmers push that the American diet be centered around, dairy products and meat products and stuff like that. Azuli came back. Azuli, what say you?
If you could tell a woman
This
that
man eating soup Jumo again?
No.
He drinking milk
Nah.
right now.
I was eating, but not that. But if you could get a woman to look at her body and be like, nah, I'm not going to use the milk that I could make on my own body to feed my own children. I'm going to let you come and tell me, put Similac, put Enfamil, which is not good for the baby. Anyway, we're a lost nation. You programmed the woman, the black woman, to believe her body could feed a grown man if she's lactating. So this guy right here, I've been following him for a while. He speaks the truth, but black people don't want to hear that. Y'all want to eat barbecue sauce, hog, what?
Hog malls, eating all the hog malls.
What's it, the chitlins and shit? And then y'all ready for it to change this? You don't even have the discipline to control what goes in your body.
It was really Eddie's drink milk with your steroid pills.
Every time.
when you chase down your steroid pills, isn't it milk you just be drinking?
No, I don't drink milk no more because I give you an example. I don't know what they call it in the Caribbean or in America. There's something called lota, and Haitians call it lota. Like it came all the way from my skin. Yeah. And all the way down to my navel. Like that part of my skin was darker than my regular. It was like I don't know. It came from. I went to the doctor. I went everything. Nothing changed. I used to have big pimples in my face. Yeah. I stopped drinking milk. Guess what? All the shit the doctors were prescribing, my skin is clear today for about like 15 years. Because you know what? I cut the freaking milk out. I cut most of the dairy products out.
Gone. That's good. That's a good.
Wait,
so
is it
what you said?
Wait, is it eczema you're talking about?
No, not eczema. Eczema is kind of different. It's like something, it's like how some people get like Michael Jackson because he had like vitiligo or some shit?
No, yeah.
It was the opposite. My skin was getting darker than my complexion. But I went to the doctor. They told me do this, skin that. Nothing worked. I cut out the freaking milk, the dairy products. Most of the meat, I don't eat meat anymore. The whole thing went away. So this guy is talking some real shit.
D-Web brought up Dr. Sebi. But one thing with Sebi that Sebi talked about that I don't think a lot of black people paid attention to is if we talk about you have to have African institutions, you have to have African-centered education, an African-centered economics. Why is it we don't talk about having African-centered nutrition? Right? Like this guy mentioned early in the talk, he said the Europeans don't get lactose intolerant because they grew up back in Europe sucking on the teat of cows and all that kind of shit, taking it straight from the cow, right? Like they grew up doing that stuff, so it's in them, right? Why don't we ever talk about our eating habits being more traditionally African? Now, mind you, let's be real, Africans on the continent aren't eating necessarily traditional African either. Only had a tweet up maybe 2 weeks ago, and I commented on it. Like, if you look at the food stuff that Africa produces now, you're like, what? Like cassava and all this shit that we think is like an African thing, that's like from Portugal or something. Like what happened to the groundnut? What happened to fonio? and wheat and all that kind of stuff that we really used to get into. You know what I mean? So that's something that I find we don't think about a lot. We don't think about how we're supposed to be eating for our dynamic. Mr. Untouchable, you want to say something?
No, I'm in complete agreement. I didn't know about the milk scenario or the dairy because I used to be what do you call it? When you have to always run to the bathroom. I forget you with the name of the
shittings?
Lactose intolerant.
Not lactose intolerant, but when you eat dairy or any kind of products like that, it's like
that's what it is.
Irritable bowel syndrome. That's what it is.
Okay.
Irritable bowel syndrome. When I would eat certain things, I mean, I used to have a horrible reaction from it. So something made me say, well, you know what? Maybe you need to stop eating these dairy products. And soon as I cut that out, it just completely disappeared. So I do recognize I didn't understand this doctor is giving me a better understanding of why we eat dairy products, you know what I mean, and why certain people, like especially in the Black community, are lactose intolerant. Our culture and our diet never was that, you know. So it's just a reaction that I didn't understand why I was getting, but he explained it to me in a way that I could understand now. And I really don't use dairy products like that anymore. Not at all. You know.
Del J in the chat says, Del J in the chat says, this happens because our people just want to fit in with dominant society, even if it means killing ourselves in the process. Real quick, Dash Rally Podcast, that's D-Web. He says, I recommend the Hood Health Handbook. Very easy read for those who want basic health info tailored directly for the genetic makeup of melanated peoples. Thanks for that, D-Web. I like that. I will be looking that up. He says 90% of people not drinking enough water either. That's true, too. I put an X on alkaline water in a rotation of mineral-rich spring water and cleared up acne and helped with eczema. Oni, you were about to say something. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Yeah, I'm gonna go against the crowd. You know how I do. But yeah, like one, well, sure. I mean, he was kind of too quiet to begin with. But you know, as soon as I hear a Black person talking about racism, right? Not to say that, you know, I don't whatever, but like I'm kind of, you know, taking the headphone out of my ear, you know. But this, I mean, I looked up the statistics for this lactose intolerance. I'm gonna give the guy the benefit of the doubt. There are conflicting numbers. You know, some numbers are going 80%, some numbers are going 20%, right? I don't know if lactose intolerance is that popular, but if you're talking about, but like if you're loose with the definition, like, oh, you know, you might get an irritated stomach kind of thing, then that could be it, you know, although I don't know if that's really what we call it. Either way, right? We can't be saying this government is doing all these bad stuff when it's like, what do you like if you letting another man feed you on his dinner table?
Yeah, man. Come on.
On his dinner table, he gonna feed you the food on his dinner table.
Absolutely, I agree with that. That's
That's like why this white boy gonna give you goat if he got cows? You know, so I said, let me look up this thing, right? There are 980 million cows on this planet. Okay, apparently India has the most, but I guess they don't eat their cows, right? But they got 980 million cows. Oh, you said they do? I guess I don't know.
No, they don't. They don't.
Yeah, but America has 98 million. It has 10% of the cows. It is the top producer on the planet of beef and veal. What do you think they're gonna put in front of you? And the thing is this: you eating, you know, you have like a quote unquote culture of eating ribs and you know, steak and all that kind of stuff. What you just gonna throw the milk away? You think these capitalists, right, who try to squeeze money out, squeeze pennies out of a rock, you know? You think these capitalists are gonna be like, well, ain't nobody, this is not fit for human consumption? No, these capitalists are going to use the freaking cow milk too, and they're gonna give it to you. To blame them and be like, well, it's racism. You're not giving us champagne and Chardonnay. Of course, you're not giving no champagne and Chardonnay. like your food stamps is gonna be what I'm making. It's not gonna be what you making.
That's a point. That's a point.
It's not gonna be what you making in Haiti. It's not gonna be what you make it in China. It's not gonna be
Yes,
Chinese noodles.
yes.
It's gonna be. I got 98 million cows,
Yes.
and they produce milk, and somebody got to drink it. I want to sell it to somebody. Yo, you dumbass! You don't do your own menu. All right, take this shit.
Yeah, that's it.
That's a point. That's a point.
That's it.
No, that's a point. That's
it.
Here's my thing. My issue is this: when you gonna call the man a racist for doing that? Like what the fuck? You don't give a shit about if you dumb enough to drink. Now look. I'm not gonna say you dumb for eating dairy because I mean I eat dairy. I eat pizza. You know what I'm saying? I eat mac and cheese. You know I do all that stuff, right? So I'm not whatever. But like on the real though, if you ludicrous enough, like if you can do it, like if this white boy could say, hey man, why don't you go drink some milk from that animal, right? And you do it, don't call him a racist, call yourself, and you just don't complain. You know what I mean? Like because let's be real, like I'm not gonna hate on people for pizza because I eat pizza. You know what I'm saying? I'm not gonna say you stupid for eating pizza because I eat pizza, but like let's be real, this white boy could make milk taste good. You know what I'm saying? We were just watching this thing. They was on Twitter. They was talking about oatmeal. They're like, oatmeal is a good meal. Like oatmeal, and then somebody wrote me and they were like, hey, I know you don't like oatmeal. And I was like, yeah, because like some people don't use like if you want to make oatmeal good, I don't know how to make oatmeal good, but I mean, I could vaguely remember maybe you gotta put some condensed milk in.
Yeah.
Right? Now, I mean, I the person told me, hey, you're making it unhealthy. Yeah, but like the point is that even me saying condensed milk, even Koku saying, yeah, that's us saying this white boy know how to make milk. Like he know how to make you water fucking, suck off a cow's nipple, which is like some weird shit, right? But he know how to do it. So like, what the fuck? Like you can't be like, oh, you a racist? Like no, you making oatmeal and you putting milk in it. You making macaroni and you putting milk in it. You making bread dough and you putting milk on it, the cheese or whatever. Like you doing that, and I mean, yeah, you could say, hey, this mucus is, it makes you all mucusy and it makes you all bloated, it makes you all this. Yeah, but like cake, frosted, like milk tastes good.
But only to be fair though, because I do get your point. But to be fair though, in some of our communities, they do have certain things like food deserts. Like it's like the only thing that's in the community is some fried chicken place or a lot of pizza fast food restaurants. It's not a big alternative. It's not alternative places where you can go to get these foods that I would feel like that doesn't cause diseases or inflammations or different things like that. You may have like bodegas or whatever, and sometimes their fruits ain't even fresh or their meats either.
But
but we're supposed to change that though.
Yeah, exactly. we do. No. He is right. It's to say that we complaining about what master serving tonight, nigga. You serving what I give you, and I respect that.
Can I say something?
Yeah.
I disagree with what you just said because you know what they don't do? They don't feed that dog chocolate. They don't feed the animal certain stuff that's gonna kill them. So they can be like, no, don't feed the dog chocolate, but they feeding niggas milk and McDonald's.
But you
a Big Mac.
them.
Let me finish. A Big Mac is 99 cents. A Big Mac is 99 cents. There was a time when I was younger in Brooklyn College, they'd be like, buy one Big Mac, get one free. But you know what? The dog, they don't feed the dog. If you say you feed your dog chocolate on purpose, you get locked up and arrested.
But they don't like you as much as their dog.
Oh, they eat this, they eat that. So how come they don't feed the dogs chocolate?
Because they like their dogs better than you.
So this is what I'm saying. So we can't say this guy does not have a point.
No, he has a point.
No, I think he have a point. He
has a point.
No, you just said that. Because you're gonna eat what I eat. He don't feed his dog what he eats. He has dog food. He has cat food. He has dog food.
Hold on.
You ain't the white man's best friend.
No. What I'm saying. This is what I'm saying.
The matron is trying to say something. Hold on. Let the matron speak, please.
Sorry, matron.
You guys are okay. I was just gonna say two things. You guys already said the one, which is that they like their dog, okay, and it actually costs them money for their dog to get sick and die. They don't like us, and they make money at every step of that incremental illness that we experience, because you go to the doctor, you need more drugs, and we know that the money is in the treatment, not the cure. And then when we finally die, after having paid hundreds of thousands of dollars into the medical treatment system and then making profit off of that, we go spend $20,000 on a funeral. And most of us don't even get life insurance. So the money that they're able to extract over time by introducing these things into our community is insurmountable. It's uncountable.
Absolutely.
Yeah. As far as the milk is concerned, the white boy, they are not lactose intolerant. They could digest the milk and the byproducts of the cow. We can't, but we gonna eat what they serving up because we create alternatives for ourselves. So if these guys say, well, hey, I make my food for me. You know what I mean? If you want to eat, this is what your alternative. If this is what you have on your plate. If you want an alternative, make it your goddamn self, or eat what I serving up. He ain't lactose intolerant.
Yeah, I'm lactose intolerant, and I drink oat milk. I make my own hemp milk and all kind of stuff. You have choices, man. Stop thinking
You have
of this
choices
scarcity
now,
mindset.
Goku. You have choices now. Let's not act like they don't control the hemp industry. They control everything. So let's stop saying that. Oh, you have it. So the Negroes in the hood have a choice. They know about this.
Yes, they have a choice too.
All right, you look like you talking about the Big Mac's $1. So then don't spend $1.
Don't buy it.
I mean, like, don't, like, you know what I'm saying? Like you don't eat arsenic. You got arsenic, but you don't eat it.
Arsenic's not monitored. No, but that's not fair. That's not fair. Arsenic is not advertised as food.
Hey, look, fair
and they continue to advertise things as food that are not real food.
Right, food-like products.
It's food for them, though. You understand? Like what we're asking for, we're asking this white boy to advertise different foods for us. And look, here's the thing, though. If this white boy start advertising different foods for us, we ain't gonna eat that.
That's true.
This right here, he's like, yo, this food right here is really good for black folk, right? Yo,
Yeah.
damn, bro.
Yeah, black folks ignorant as shit. Black folks like fuck that, but
Hey, no, look, that's the truth right there. Like, I'm not, like, I'll tell you this right now. Like, if I want to go eat fast food, I would go to the white neighborhood. I mean, like, let's be for real, man. This white boy said, hey, man, this food's gonna be really good for black folk, right? You ain't lining up for that.
That's an unfortunate fact. I mean, I believe many of us wouldn't line up for that. I'll bet that. That's unfortunate though.
Bro, it'd be many of us. You trying to tell me if you went to a function and this white boy said, okay, this food's for white people and this food's for black people, you going to chow down on the black food?
No, the reason why I would need it is because I wouldn't trust him. If he makes some separate shit, for me, I'm not eating that.
So they just gonna advertise.
Dr. Sabi's not white. Y'all niggas still don't listen to him. So what you talking about?
Who?
Dr. Sabi's not white.
Huh? A lot of people listen to Dr. Sabi. What you talking about?
I listen to Dr. Sabi.
Yo, you talking about y'all. The majority of black people, 95, 98% don't listen to Dr. Sabi's. They laughed at him.
People do not know Dr. Sabi.
That's bullshit.
You think 98% of black people know about Dr. Sabi?
No, that's too high. 98%? No.
The problem, it comes to this. Black people have no lack of discipline. That's why they can't even control what the fuck comes in their mouth. You want to be like Singapore, but you can't control not to put fucking Big Mac in your mouth. Right.
Like, I gotta know that I'm not supposed to put a Big Mac in my mouth. I gotta have a minute to think where I'm not trying to raise money to put a roof over my kids' head. Like, I understand what you're saying. Like, I definitely understand. And you do, all of y'all have really good points, but we can't ignore practical realities and situations that they put us in, which is, I think, more so to the point. I wouldn't have necessarily said that this was systemic racism, but it does play out felt that way in our lives because we are not faced with the same decisions that a Eurasian couple would be faced with. One, because their women don't have to go into other people's marketplaces for jobs at the same rate we do. And two, this is food that they are designed to eat. We just also eating, and we in the hustle and bustle of everyday life. So, but all of y'all have good points. I'm saying we can't ignore some of these realities. And then we add to that intergenerational knowledge transfer and information that doesn't filter back down to the least of us.
I think the thing
They're
that
not. They're not this.
hold on. I'm talking. Right? I think the thing that irks me in that video is something I pointed out on Twitter yesterday. I saw Uma in a video screaming about how dare the U.S. government put a black woman on a coin, but don't even let a African or a black woman or a black person design the coin or something. I'm like, how dumb are you? What do you mean, how dare you? You're acting like you're in a position to do something about this shit, right? So it's the same thing here. This idea of this guy in this video is basically saying, how dare they not give us food that resonates with our being, which is separate, which is different than theirs. How dare they not give us this food? And so he's calling that racism. That's stupid. That's stupid. The move here should be, let's find a way to get this information out here. Like we talked about Sebi. How can we get more Sebiites out there in the world? How can we get that information? How can we create our own institutions, our own systems, and we teach our people how to eat, to live, etc., right? That's the thing that gets me with this video the most. It's another one of these black folks puffing up their chests. How dare you don't cater to our particular needs?
I mean, let me add this too. Let me just add this, because we can't go on this. Black people lack discipline because we eat at McDonald's. I want to say this right now. First off, I want to start with this, right? When white folk be like, hey man, you guys like chicken and watermelon, right? Like, I remember even some white boy was like, yeah, well, who doesn't? But like that's some good ass food. But like, let's be real. Singapore, when we say, oh, well, Singapore, we can't be Singapore if we eat at McDonald's. Singapore got 120 McDonald's there, serving 1.2 million customers every week. China has 3.79 thousand stores, right? Japan is 2.9 thousand. Australia has 1,000 stores. People eat at McDonald's because, like, I don't eat McDonald's anymore, but from my memory, it tastes good. Like I remember there's this video. I don't know what happened to it, but it was this old video on YouTube where these white boys go and introduce sugar to these black men, like, for the first time, right? And so these guys, like, never, blah blah, and they tasted this sugar and their mind is blown. You know what I mean? Like, we already used to it, right? But like chocolate cakes and milkshakes and burgers and all that kind of stuff, they taste good. I mean, you could be like, hey man, I mean, you're supposed to moderate your food in general.
Yeah.
You're supposed to not eat the same thing every day anyway. You're supposed to have vegetables and fruits and not have too many carbs and all that kind of stuff anyway. And I mean, sure, you might say, hey, white folk ain't teaching us the right way to do it. White folk white Americans are the most obese people on the planet. I mean, maybe possibly, black Americans might proportionally be more obese. I don't know. But white Americans themselves aren't following good health. And if you're talking about Dr. Sebi, let's be for real. This is something that a lot of us, kind of skip over. But there was a lot of white health gurus before that said similar things, if not, the same things. And white people ignored them too.
Yeah,
right?
there was a German guy, big. I forgot his name now, but he was big on a lot of what Sebi was talking about.
Yeah, a lot of that alkaline diet stuff. Like these white folk would say the same thing. The point being, everybody knows America is unhealthy. Okay, everybody knows that the American diet is unhealthy, but it tastes good, and they do this even in Asia.
Yeah, hold on though. Let's slow this down a little bit. in Asian countries, do you know that the way that they present their fast food, what they put into that fast food is a little bit different than they do it in the United States?
I was gonna say that. I was gonna say that. My fault. Like I was looking at this Filipino picture, and they had them with spaghetti, and it's like Americans were like, "The fuck, we ain't eating no spaghetti."
Yeah, they say in name is McDonald's. That's true, and they may have some of the same things, but they have a whole lot of different things in these in Japan and Singapore and China. That's the first thing. The second thing is that the difference between the United States or in the West and these Asian countries is that food culture is different. Yes, they do. They may go to McDonald's maybe once a month and things of that nature, but their food culture is very heavy. For every one McDonald's, they have probably 1,000 Singaporean traditional restaurants or Vietnamese restaurants and things like that. And there are more people more inclined to go to them restaurants as opposed to McDonald's. You know what I mean? So I mean, this is the reason why you would see in Japanese culture the people live so long. You know, they don't have that culture of fast food and if they do, the food is very much different. Now they may go to a place like McDonald's and these westernized fast food places, but I'm telling you, brother, not as much. And the food is prepared differently, and they don't have that kind of fast food culture as we do in the West.
Wait,
In the West, we would go to McDonald's and Burger King almost every other day, no problem. $1 for Big Mac. You know, I could feed five Big Macs could feed a family of five, no sweat. Yeah, I mean,
Let me interject right here, though. Right? So I decided, let me look it up. Right? Singapore population, 6. Okay?
6 million?
6 million. They're giving out, they're serving 1.2 million customers a week. So that's
Who's
about
the 1.2 million? Is that Singaporeans or is that people who come into Singapore?
Customers, 1.2 million customers.
But customers don't necessarily mean Singaporeans. There are many people who visit Singapore every day.
Okay, all right, I'll give you that. But like, notwithstanding, the point being that but and the thing is this too. I wanted to add this, that white folk don't have no sort of responsibility to keeping you healthy.
I agree.
McDonald's has no responsibility to tell you, hey, you know what? Don't go to the store every damn week. If McDonald's, like I got this book. There was this, like, you know, y'all heard about Gutenberg.org. It's a website where back in the days before they had like a bunch of ebooks available, you could like read free books, and you know, and these are like a bunch of white books, obviously, but you know, somebody was typing them up, so I decided to read one of these books. It was like something like read people on site, you know, look at people on site, and you could like look at their body type and figure out their personality type of thing, right? And the person was saying that there was like a basic body type, right? Fat person, basically, like basically an obese person, and you got some trolls in the comments, right? And so this obese person, like they're saying, the fat person is your main customer for pastries, and your main customer for certain for food businesses, right? And that's just what it is. If you're in the business of food, right, and your customers are showing up every week, right, you're doing a good job, because the reality is this: the muscular guy, they were like, the muscular type's not going to show up to your store. The skinny guy is not going to show up to your store. The smart person is not going to show up to your store. But that fat ass is probably going to be your number one customer. And you can't blame a business, because like if the business person says, hey, you know what? No, you're too fat. You know, don't come to my store anymore, right? They're going out of business. This is now an international sensation, right? And you might say, well, you know, they shouldn't have done it, you know, but it's like, no, you shouldn't have went. And then, you know, I don't know if you guys know about that there's this black comedy group, and they were like, you know, like these young black men, they kind of viral now and all that, but they were like, how does Church's Chicken and how does the other one, how do they pick their businesses? And they want to go to like the most raggedy communities, so on and so forth, you know, in order to like the most ghetto community set up their businesses, right? But it's like, that's another thing you also got to realize. Why would the health food store, right? Why would the expensive coffee shop? Why would all of these businesses? Because I remember D Webb was talking about this before, where on the Harsh Reality podcast, where he's like, when he goes back to the hood, he can't go to the gym, He can't go to the health food store. He can't get a smoothie anywhere. But like part of it is also why would these expensive ass businesses, right?
People wouldn't patronize it. You're right. In them communities,
Not only would they not patronize it, but like, where is the like? What? First off, you know who wanna like? All right, let's say the only gym in your community was in the most dangerous neighborhood there was, right? Like, why would you go?
Absolutely.
You know, I mean, so the only people that want to do business with you are the people who say, "Hey, I can get some of these fat folk to do something," and you can't be all white folk like, "Oh well, you're racist. You didn't put this health food, this green store into my business." You know how many I'm here in Brooklyn. You know how many green businesses? You know how many of these smoothie shops come and go in Brooklyn
all the time.
So why would you call a group of people that could implement laws that you don't feed dogs chocolate, but can't give black people who participated in the economy, who participate in the building of the country, so they're not racist? That's how the racists act.
This culture is based off of freedom of choice. It's not about
it's not freedom of choice, bro. It's propaganda.
What is racism? What is racism? What is racism? What is racism? That's my question. What is racism, y'all?
Yeah, answer that.
Azuli, they're asking you, what is racism?
Well, racism is when you control the means of production, the economy and you keep another group of people because of their genetics, their gender, from obtaining that.
Why? Okay, but like, yeah, okay. If the white boy is racist, let's say this. Let's say the white boy is racist. Okay.
It's a racist move. I get what you're saying. Oh, you make the choice.
Why would he want you to be a competing force in his own country?
Yeah.
Okay, I'm not disagreeing with that with you. I'm not disagreeing that point with you. What I'm saying is, you're going at this boy, at this man talking about, he's talking shit. Oh, he's speaking facts.
No, look. First off, white boys should not be treating you like no dog. Like, the whole comparison of the dog thing is already like, I would think that would be a little more racist. But either way, notwithstanding, I think this white boy, like I said, this white boy he has this McDonald's business and he puts it into the black community like he puts it everywhere on this planet. Okay? And you know, Mr. Untouchable was saying that there's different recipes all over. Like, people would tell me back in Jamaica that the chicken tastes better in KFC and all that kind of stuff, right? But like, at the end of the day, these white people are trying to, like, they're restaurateurs. They sell food and they go into whatever community will take them, and they eat that and they set up businesses there. And the thing is this, that you can easily set up businesses yourself, and you do. But here's the thing I was reflecting on the other day too. I was like, maybe like 10 years ago, I used to think, oh, the biggest black restaurant, fast food business is Golden Crust, from Jamaica, right? And 10 years forward, it's still the biggest black business. It's like the only one. So, we can't be on this white boy about, oh, well, why don't you give us what is it now? When he didn't give you the McDonald's, when he didn't serve you food, when he didn't do all that kind of stuff, you were like, that's racism. Now he goes and says, okay, here's the same food that I serve myself, and you like, that's racism. What do you want from this guy? I mean, what do you want him to do? Like, you want him to be like, okay, here's the black man's food, here's the black store, here's your own business, and you're not even supporting it, but we're going to government subsidize your business.
You still didn't into dogs. Oh my God. Dogs don't give shit to the world. Black people work hard to build the world. Black people do that. The dog is there not doing shit, but he's still got a better meal than you.
But we build everybody else's world and not our own. And expecting someone else to use their socioeconomic engines to build for us is a part of our psychosis. Additionally, all racism is about economic opportunity and advancement. It is literally a competition for social, political, and economic survivability. And we don't even compete because we keep ourselves too busy building their world.
It's a race. It's a race. You got to get ahead in a race. You know what I mean? And you got to keep the other person behind in a race. That's what it is. You know, this white boy.
He's doing what he's supposed to do. The D-Web says many agricultural products that originate in the U.S. are banned in many countries in EU and Asia. The U.S. in general is a sickly nation that eats GMO food-like products. It's why medical industry is huge here. Del J is still here with us. He says the big lesson from COVID should have been how eating home-cooked meals and active lifestyles protect from disease. Processed foods and low-active living is harming more than just Black folks.
Yeah, I mean that's what I'm saying. Like I like what Harsh Reality was just saying about, you know, the GMO, because it's like, you know, every other country has different food because they're a different country, right? You're just a neighborhood here. And the thing is this, that, you know, another thing is that we ourselves don't take charge of our communities. And even when we do elect these politicians, they sell our communities out. Even when we got prominent Black business people, we open up franchises for these white businesses.
Yeah.
You know, and we get our supplies from these white businesses. It's like, you know, you can't blame this white boy, right, for just having a country. You know? I mean, you could say his country is bad. You could say his country is negative. But to be like, hey, you know what? You're a racist because I'm eating at your McDonald's every day, right? Like what? Like what do you want? And that's the thing I wanted to say earlier, actually, matter of fact. You know, Black folk, you know, I asked y'all what I think it's called the Green Book, I think, or the Green Handbook, or the Motor Book, or whatever. Well, basically, Black folk had this book they were handing out to each other, right? They wrote a book, right? You know, where you can hand out to each other and tell each other where you can go to get some white food. You know, they left there, wherever they were, and drove anywhere to go get some white food. And I'm simplifying it. I'm making it seem a little worse than it is. But all the same, that's what it basically was. Because if you're saying, hey, well, you know, if you're saying, hey, the food around us is all we could eat, then why would you have a book telling you what kind of food you could eat in another state? If you could go to another state to get some food, and I'm not saying that you're going to get some food. I know you know, I know it's about, you know, if you go in one part of the country to another part of the country, you got to go eat at some point, right? And so you want to know where it's friendly or not. But the point being that, you know, we don't have to eat the food around us per se. It is convenient, absolutely. But even here in Brooklyn, matter of fact, I can say this: when my mother went to get some groceries, she went to the grocery store all the way down on the other side of Flatbush. I guess I can say where it is, but y'all know Stop and Shop, I guess. You know, down in
by church.
Yeah, so we weren't by church, but she would go take the bus to go and get the grocery store on the other side of town. Now, I'm not saying that everybody can take the bus. I'm not saying that everybody can so on and so forth. I'm not saying everybody could walk. I'm not saying everything. But the reality is this, that if it really means that much to you, you know, if it really means that much to you, because the thing is this, if you're being real, McDonald's is down the street. And if you go to these areas, in fact, if you go to these, like you go, like, for instance, I would sometimes do some, you know, some organizing in what was it Brownsville? Yeah, Brownsville. Like I know where the McDonald's was. There's this particular street where the McDonald's was, and next, like, there's supermarkets there. You know, you don't have to just go to the bodega. You don't have to just go to the corner store. There were supermarkets where the McDonald's was. You know, and multiple. So if you really were, like, if you really did a case study analysis, people are eating the food there because they want to eat the food there. And I mean, sure, you can say the commercials are advertising it as food that's edible for them, because as far as white people are concerned, it is. And as far as white people, and as far as I'm concerned, if I were a white businessman trying to get money from my store in Brownsville, I would advertise to black folk that it was food too.
I have a question. Based off of what you say, because people do eat the food where they are, I think, because they want to. But let's just say, on cigarettes, they put on the side of a cigarette box, smoking kills. If the same community who you say are eating these foods, if they were properly informed that the foods that they are eating is having deleterious effects, which means it's creating a lot of diseases that exist in your communities. And if you all eat our products, these things are going to happen within your communities. Do you think people will stop patronizing these fast food restaurants and doing the things that they do? Do you think it would change the behavior if they were informed correctly? That's the question I have.
I don't.
Oh yeah, let me just get to that quickly, because I want to say this: the white boy is doing that. So what they do is they now tell you the calorie count. They now tell you, hey, this food is way past your sodium usage. They had a whole campaign, because one reason why I stopped eating McDonald's, I'll tell you, is they had this whole campaign about what kind of what the sludge that came out in order to make the beef and how to fry it on fire. And
Only that was not the main. That was not the main media doing that. That was people that did a couple of documentaries that forced that said that. That was not the main media that was putting that out there. You can't just say that.
McDonald's is not going to do that for themselves.
And the main media, but the main media isn't going to put that out either. No, the main media, that's not profitable. Who's going to pay for that? The people don't pay for stuff like that.
I mean, the main media runs commercials for the businesses that pay for them. If McDonald's says, hey, do a good story on McDonald's and we'll give you $1 million, they do a good story on McDonald's. They're not going to be like, oh, McDonald's is trash. And the thing is this, it's not like McDonald's isn't edible. It's not like you can't eat McDonald's and be in good health or whatever. You shouldn't be doing it every damn second. You should, I'll tell you, and the thing is this, people know when it's bad. I'll tell y'all this. My brother is obese. I come from an obese family. I'm going to tell y'all the truth. I'm not obese per se, but my family obese. My brother one time told me what he ate when he goes to the store. He don't go to McDonald's or nothing like that. He goes to some freaking restaurant where he got 5 burgers and 7 sodas. The dude knows that, and he does this every day. He knows it's bad. He knows it's bad. It's like the cigarette smoker. When you talk about cigarette smokers, ain't nobody smoking a cigarette at this point in time don't know that it's a carcinogen.
Yeah.
Nobody. But everybody doesn't know the white bread that they're eating is gonna kill them if they eat too much of it. The processed cheese is gonna harm them and have a deleterious effect, even possibly give them cancers in the future. Everybody doesn't know. Everybody doesn't know. Everybody doesn't know. Everybody doesn't know about calorie counting. Everybody doesn't know about calorie counting and how to properly get the proper amount of calories that you should take every day. The hood don't know that, bro. That's not a fair. That's not fair to suggest.
Can I say something?
I wouldn't agree with that. Yeah.
What I don't believe this. When we were in our own thing, when we were doing our own thing, calorie counts didn't matter. You was eating fruits, you was eating greens, you was walking, you could burn that. But what I'm gonna say is this: I don't think it would matter, just like it doesn't matter that smokers still smoke, because it's already ingrained in the society. The propaganda is way too strong.
Yes.
Because I go to the supermarket, they have General Mills. If you buy their cereal, it says on the bottom, genetically modified food. I tell people that all the time. I showed it to them. They still buy it because the programming is already done. They programmed the parents took it and give it to the kids, and the kids are going to pass it on. It's going to take a real person to be like, nah, you know what? I'm not going to do that. The majority of people, it doesn't matter. Just like a smoker, just like they tell you, don't drink. Alcohol is not good for you. They keep doing it. But the big businesses know that already.
But
they already planted the seed.
But you could make an obvious connection. The problem I'm having is people are not making the obvious connection between the fact that their community is sick and the food that they are eating. Because I'm trying to see
Mr. Untouchable.
Go ahead, bro.
Food tastes good. When you put, like, let's take a black family. If I come to the Bahamas and you're having a cookout, you're having fun, you're drinking a beer, you hug your family, you're playing music. So all of that is with the food. That's part of the propaganda. You associate that food with family, with love, with having a good time. They said food is the worst drug. Food is worse than crack. A crackhead could get off crack. Half of these niggas will not get off that sweet sugar Kool-Aid.
I hear
Tang.
you. I hear you. Yes, I hear
When
you.
I was a kid, I thought Tang was juice. I thought Kool-Aid was juice, bro. My parents was giving it to me.
But did both of your parents work, Ezel? Did both of your parents work? Were they busy, caught up in the hustle, and not able to really make these types of intentional decisions?
But the matron, even when I was in Haiti, I was drinking Tang. They had that in Haiti. When I came to America, that's when I got with the Kool-Aid, but they had the Tang in Haiti. I thought that was juice.
Yeah, Tang is global.
No,
Tang in Tampico.
I want to go back on that too, because like there's this joke Sinbad had, right? I listened to one of these Sinbad routines, and Sinbad was like, you know, this gentleman was saying, oh yeah, for the last 30 years, I've been eating, you know, sugars and sweets, and I was eating candy and blah blah, and I had cake and I had this blah blah, and then when he's like 50, you know, doctor tells him he has diabetes, and he's all, but how, you know? But like the thing is this, that people like people not stupid. You know, even when you watch Boondocks, and they had a whole episode of and then Big Mama. I mean, first off, why she Big Mama, right? But Big Mama done got her foot amputated. And it was like in the movie there's Soul Food or something. I think they were critiquing Soul Food. I ain't watch Soul Food either. So, you know, I missed out on Ip Man 1, but I also missed out on
You gotta watch Ip Man 1. You gotta watch it.
All right. But I can watch it, I guess. But like what happens is that like apparently in this black classic, they're sitting around the dinner table eating a bunch of, you know, like fattening food, and then the mother,
the same food that killed Big Mama. That's what he was talking about.
Big Mama dies from the food, and they go back to celebrate her life with the same food. And I remember when my mother was sick the first time, right? First time mother was sick, and she went to the hospital, and then I come to the hospital, and I'm like, what's that you got there? And somebody gave her like steak. They were like, oh, well, here's some steak. You know,
but only that is stupid though. Stupid is what stupid does. You know what I mean? If you continue to do it, that's stupid.
Because you're like in a freaking hospital, and she's like, you know, nah, but you know, blah blah. Like, well, I'm not gonna call him out stupid or nothing.
I mean, okay, I hear that.
But that's part of the lack of discipline that we have, knowing that the food is gonna kill you and you're still gonna eat it.
Yes, you could kill you. It could kill you.
The thing is this: it's like, you know, that's just the world. Like that's just the, you know, but my main thing is this: that you can't be blaming this white boy for it. You know, you could definitely say, hey, you know, there's something. I mean, because like you could even like I wouldn't even say that there's something wrong with like at the end of the day, the trouble is this: that you're in America. When you're in America, the thing that means, like there's a really important thing that means. When you're in America, when you are in America, the cheapest food you can get is the American food. The cheapest diet you can get is going to be the American diet. Okay?
That's true.
And because if you gotta import it, this white boy can put on tariffs and stuff, right? But he's not going to put tariffs on his own farmers and all that kind of stuff, unless he wants to, but he don't have to, right? Point is this: that's going to be the cheapest food. If you are also the poorest people in the country, you're going to be probably eating the cheapest food. Now, are you going to blame this white boy that you're the poorest person in his country? I mean, yeah. I mean, you probably blame for that. Are you going to blame him that you're eating the cheapest food? I mean, no. I mean, it just so happens that you are you're like somebody's gonna eat the cheap food, you know. And if you don't eat it, guess what? He just throws it away. And if you don't eat it and you don't buy it, he doesn't supply it to you anymore. So unless you are buying it, right? Unless you are buying it, he's not going to sell it to you. He's not going to so and so. But you go through I never went into any of those Kennedy's chickens. Never went into them Kennedy's chickens. Never went. I don't even go to the bodega. I don't go to no Arab store. You know what I mean? I try not to eat Chinese food, right? But the point is though that if you was really doing a cost analysis, right, they give you the cheapest food. And it really comes down to us as a people saying, you know what, I want cheap food. And it's like, okay, if you want cheap food, that's what you're gonna get. And I don't even want to just limit the cheap food because my brother, he had money. Ain't nobody eating 5 burgers and 7 drinks. Ain't got no money. And he told me it was a good amount of money that he's doing this. But health is not a concern for a lot of people. You know, it's just not a primary concern. And you might say, you might be like, well, you don't do that to a dog. Yeah, okay, but you ain't not their dog. And that's one. And two, it's like, even if you were their dog, you're not their favorite dog. You know what I mean? Like at the end of the day, I would not use the word dairy racism. I might say, hey, black folk are lactose intolerant. I don't even know if that's true, to be honest, but if it is, I might be like, yeah, black people are lactose intolerant and they got to work on their diet, but that's about it. Or that they should stop patronizing these stores. That's about it. But the reality is this: if you go on like when that Popeyes chicken came out, I didn't do that. I was like, what the fuck's going on? Then y'all know COVID happened. I'm joking. but like for real, like when that Popeyes chicken came out, black folk were stabbing each other over that. And the thing is this: that we were stabbing each other, and not just black folk were doing it too. But and here's the thing: we did that every time Popeyes came out with another chicken, or every time KFC came out with another chicken. And then if we start eating that and then we lining up in queues, long ass lines to get this food, we're gonna be like, oh, that's racism because they advertising that to us like it's food.
Hey, the Boondocks predicted that actually.
No, I didn't predict that. It showed that it already happened. Like they were parodying an older story, and then that same story came again because that's what we do. We like their food, and I'll tell you the truth. I remember some of these conscious black folk, no disrespect to anybody, they were like, oh man, I ain't gonna eat that Taco Bell fries, or oh, I tried Taco Bell fries. I didn't even know Taco Bell's came out with, what's the fries? Chicken wing. I didn't even know Taco Bell's came out with chicken wings. But we are following their stuff. We want their stuff. Burger King does something, we on it. Taco Bell does something, we on it. Popeyes does something, we on it. This other store does something, we on it. But Golden Crust does something, and we don't even know.
Nope.
But something that you said was talking about our health, right? And that's not just our physical health, that's our mental health as well. And we don't prioritize our health. And maybe if we had a culture or started continuing to promote that, that would help people want to better understand.
Yeah. Kari, we haven't heard much from you.
Oh.
Kari, we haven't heard much from you. What's your take on all of this? Do you think it's a miscall to call this a racism thing when we have the choices?
I would say at this point, if you're an adult and you've lived your life, you've seen the news reports, you've seen that the sometimes what was it, the New England Journal of Medicine, release all these reports, and you ignore it and still go back to the food. At some point, you got to blame yourself.
At some point, you have to take the onus of that. I want to move on to Shoot the Breeze topic number 7.
Wait, can I say something about this before? What was it? Lila Africa. Like, I remember, I didn't really listen to Dr. 72. I listened more to Lila Africa kind of thing. But Lila Africa was saying that, he would go around and telling black folk about, the meat and the this and that and so forth. And black folk be like, yeah, but I'm going to do it anyway. And the thing is just that's what it comes down to. I kind of wanted to know whether or not somebody could feed a dog chocolate, whether the dog would eat it or not, and I guess maybe they would. But again, like the thing with chocolate is that it's like literal poison, and arsenic is like literal poison, But the thing is that, like black people, there's nobody. I mean, only children Like only children don't know if something is good or not. Like for instance, my kid does not know that pizza is bad. You know, he would ask, "Hey, can I get some pizza?" You know, that's about it, right? But like only children do not know that there's food, but like nobody else knows that. Like candy, you know, as ruining your teeth, we've been known that, you know. But we still, I mean, I guess we don't eat candy, but like a lot of black folk are gonna eat candy. A lot of black folk are gonna give their kids candy. A lot of black folk are gonna eat this unhealthy food. At the end of the day, like people do not care that much. They really don't care that much. A lot of times we're going for what's convenient. A lot of times we're going for what's cheap. A lot of times we're not going towards our health, and health thing is not big for us. And it's like that's like I'm not going to sit here and blame this white boy. That's what I'm not going to do. I'm not going to sit here and blame this white boy because you know. I mean, I'm not going to blame McDonald's if you go to McDonald's because they want you to come to McDonald's. But like, who else is there? You know, like why would any white person be like stand in front of the door of McDonald's and be like, no, you can't come? And the thing is this, that if they were to do that, they would be like, hey, black people do not enter this store, right? We would line up and go in. It's like I don't know what this white boy could do. I don't know. I mean, but he's releasing reports. He's the one releasing all these reports.
But only here's what I would find curious though. In a black community, probably a predominantly black community, if all the businesses and franchises that I see are fast food establishments, establishments that have where their products has no nutritional value whatsoever, and more than likely the effects of patronizing these businesses will have deleterious and harmful effects, then I would question why is it that all these business or only these businesses are in these particular areas, but if I was to go to white communities, I find much more choice. You know what I mean? To preserve my health, I'll be able to go to places where my life would be extended if I patronize their businesses and eating their food products. Then I would find that as a curiosity and borderline racist. Maybe it's me.
Yeah, I mean that right there though, we really have to go back to the economics of the situation. You know, like what happens is this. You know, who we gotta be realistic. You know, if a police officer kills some black youth, like the police officers kill black youth every summer, okay? Police officer kills a black youth in the summer, right? You have a business in that area, right? Your business might get burned down, okay? So part of that is I don't like the cost of doing business there, right? Isn't really going to balance out. On top of that, what is your inventory? If you're selling $10 coffees, right? $10 cups of cappuccino. Are you going where are you going to open that business? Do the people even drink coffee there? You know, do the people drink smoothies there? Do the people drink so on and so forth? I think D-Web put something earlier. Yeah, D-Web says something earlier about podunk white folk. You know, how some of the poor white folk, they kind of eat like trash, right? But it's like what can you open up and where? Like if you try to open up a soul food restaurant in and like I'm not even going like if we're being honest, because like there's this network. I said, you know, I used to date this rather heavy woman, and so this heavy woman would would watch the Food Channel, right? And you know, like I said, like everybody knows what's going on, right? Like it's not like she don't know that the food is making her big, right? But anyway, she watched the Food Channel, and like if we're being honest, these white people got stacker burgers, like burgers with like 10 patties in it, you know? And I remember, like, for instance, my brother would be like, oh yeah, I ate at this store. Like there's actually this restaurant down in Brooklyn. I don't know if you guys know about Brooklyn, but there's this restaurant like where their specialty is just burgers with a whole bunch of patties in it. Like, and black people would go seek it out. I mean, the point is that, you know,
no vegetarian restaurants in the hood though. None. No vegetarian restaurants in the hood.
Why would you open up a vegetarian? That's the thing, though. Why would you open up a vegetarian restaurant among a bunch of people who are not vegetarian? The only people who are vegetarians, like not the only people, but like the biggest consumers of the vegetarian market, besides from Ethiopians, besides from Rastafarians, I guess, right? Besides from those groups, would be these like middle class white folk.
Okay.
Yeah. Only they used to be.
It would be the middle class white folk. That's what I would do.
Okay.
Only there used to be a place called Veggie Castle on Bedford Avenue near Flatbush.
Bedford Avenue near Flatbush?
Yeah, it's no longer there anymore. But if you
Nah, it used to be on Church between Bedford and Flatbush. I think.
No, you see that was the store I used to go to. Now I used to go to the store that had, I used to go to the store that the sister owned. This sister wrote a book on vitamin D deficiency and all that kind of stuff, right? She had this nice little business down, like where y'all just said about like on Church Avenue between like somewhere between Flatbush and Bedford, whatever, right? Next to them Jamaican restaurants, with the like some of them are vegan in fact, right? But like, yeah, she had that store and it's gone. And the thing is that like we have to realize that part of a business is one, you got to know whether it's secure enough, right? Two, you got to know what the customers want. People in the hood, if you selling vegetarian burgers, like vegetarian burgers to the people in the hood, like it's not always going to work out.
Yo, what you're neglecting to know is the propaganda, bro. When I was a kid, if you tell me, you give me a mango and you tell me go cut a chicken's head to eat it, I would choose the mango. But when you program by your mother, by the society, you start eating the food that you think that's true. Stop acting like there's not propaganda that's programming the people. And when I mean by the people, I'm not only talking about black people, because she's right. Because a bunch of people are eating the bad food. So maybe it's not racism. Maybe it's big business we have to blame, because big business makes money off us being sick.
Bruh, but let's be for real.
Stop saying that, we have a choice. When you're programmed hard, you program hard.
No. Let's be for real, though. Like if you're going to go this culture thing, like black folk here in America, they be eating chitlins. I would not eat chitlins. Matter of fact, when I was a kid, my dad came to me and he was like, he came to us as kids and he was like, here, have this soup. And we were like, what kind of soup is this? And he was like, cow cod soup. And it was like, no, we ain't gonna eat no cow dick. Like, the fuck out of here, right? But I mean, we ain't cursing him, but it was like, no, we ain't gonna do that. But the whole thing is this, that black folk would be eating, like I said, in Jamaica, they're gonna eat some cow dick, right? And then in America, they're gonna eat pig intestines. You know what I'm saying? Like, at some point, you gotta say to yourself,
bro, you're socialized. Because as a kid, you're not gonna eat no cow dick.
Azuli is right. Azuli is actually right. Because exactly what you described just now, your father came from Jamaica, and your parents came from Jamaica, and he had a particular food culture and reference point. Why is it that his children didn't have the same thing? Why would they look at it and say, ooh? Because they were socialized to think differently based on the food choices they were given. Where did they get it from? They watch it on television. They relate it to their friends, and they say, "Daddy, I want McDonald's. Daddy, I want McDonald's."
Hold on a second. They ain't gonna eat no cow dick, man. Come on, what the
fuck? But y'all eat manish. Y'all eat manish water.
We don't eat manish water.
Yeah, man, y'all eat them things, man. Yeah, I mean,
y'all not gonna eat that shit.
And you know what the thing is? I bet your father.
No homo shit. Hold on. But my point was that I'm not gonna blame the white boy for that. Because
all right, bet. So if you can't blame the white boy for that, don't blame him for nothing that's going on with black people anymore. Because everything comes together.
No, you can blame him for the chitlins 200 years ago, but you can't blame him for the chitlins today.
No, but
the same reason your father did. I bet you, if we take a camera and go back to the first time they offered your father, when he was a kid, he said, "Ew." I put money on that your father, when he was a little youth, like 4 or 5, and they gave him, have dick cow soup, he was like, ew, that's disgusting, because that's not what you're supposed to eat.
Have you? So there was an
I hope so.
So there was an experiment done, and I forget the name of it, but this scientist, photographer, sadistic person put an ad out for vegetarians to come, and it was like a 3 or 7 day experiment where they would be locked in a room with meat, and they wouldn't be given like food or water or something like that. And over the course of these days, these people were hungry, they wanted food, this, that, and the other, and they didn't get food. And eventually, by the end of the day, they ate the food. They took a bite to continue to survive. And these people were like confessed vegetarians, right? And I think that we negate to remember that, that was a part of their survival. That's the chitlins 200 years ago. But we continue to pass down our culture, our traditions, and our heritage by eating those same foods or telling the stories over those foods. And not everybody got an opportunity to level up because the goal was to get an education and get away from these people in this situation. And so we had a break in that because one of the things that like a Carver G. Woodson or a Chancellor Williams talks about is the fact that there's a dilemma that happens when a Negro gets educated because you're no longer of the people that you came from. So they almost educated them to make it hard to go back. So there are a couple of different things going on when we talk about the fact that they don't want to go back to eat the food. You rejected the food of your father, but that was the food that his mother probably fed him. My grandma ate chitlins.
Yes.
I don't eat chitlins.
Yes. Do you eat only? Do you eat oxtail?
Well, yeah, of course. I mean, if I can afford it, But I mean, actually, let me tell y'all this story about this motherfucker. This guy, check this out. I'm walking with my son, on Flatbush, matter of fact, right? Walking on Southern Junction or whatever, right? And then this brother come to me and talk about he wants some money, right? Like not he wants some money, like, hey, I ain't eat all day and I need some money and all that kind of stuff. So I was like, I was feeling good that day. So I reached in my pocket, I gave him $5. This dude says, hey, can you bump it up to like $8? You bump it up to $8 because the store down there sells some oxtail for. So I'm like, get the fuck out of here, man. I can't even afford oxtail. You think I'm gonna buy you a dumbass oxtail? Get the fuck out of here, man. Like, give my money back. Nah, I ain't doing that. But like, no. I mean, look, that's the thing too. I mean, like, we should actually focus on that. We should focus on the point that Revolutionary Matron just said, right? Reality is this. This white boy is teaching you to eat like him. Okay? He's teaching you to eat like him. And the reality is this, that is if we're to believe this doctor, then the food is not that bad for him. Now, I think the food is bad for everybody, really. But if we are to believe this doctor, the food is not that bad for him. The question becomes, what should this white boy be doing, if not teaching you to eat like him, or if not teaching you to eat a certain way that's going to bring profit to him? Because, see, this white boy is not going to tell me in the school system to eat some cow cod soup. He's not going to tell me to eat chitlins. He's going to tell me, hey, you know what? You know what I make? I sell burgers. I sell pizza. In fact, if you guys remember back in elementary school, if y'all went to school down here, right? If you remember in elementary school, they showed you pictures of food, and they'd be like, here's an apple, here's a pizza, here's a burger, here's so on and so forth. They do that. Even when I was doing my study, so I actually should be going to bed soon. But there's a study, like they're doing a study of the different countries that are like the different prices of different countries. And even in this study, when they break down, they go to different countries, they tell you how much it costs to go to a medium scale restaurant, how much it costs to get a fast food meal from McDonald's. Why? Because that's what they eat.
I have a question for you, Oni. I have a good question for you. Okay. Yes, in school, they teach you the food choices of what you described as now pizza, apple, and things of that nature. So my question to you is, how you get to eat a Jamaican patty and an oxtail thing, which usually peas and rice? How you get to eat these things? Says because you say, well, the socialization is thick. You have the American food choices, and granted, your parents are from the islands, so they would have probably passed these foods to you along the line, you would say, "Ew, I don't like that. That's not really what we eat in the United States." I'm saying, how did you get into those restaurants eating these kinds of things? Because I know you eat them before.
Well, yeah, I mean, yeah, that's the thing though. Like one is that the food that Jamaica, like I'll tell you this, right? Yeah, so the food that Jamaicans make does taste good. Some of the food tastes good. Like the reality is this: you're going to, like, first off, when you have the American sensibility, you really go by what tastes good. You know?
Oh, I see. So that's anything then.
Huh?
Anything as long as it tastes good. That's
if cow cod soup tastes good and he didn't tell us it was cow dick from jump, I probably would have ate it. But you know, he should have told us it was a penis. And like the thing that you got to realize too, the thing I like about Black Americans. Well, it's two ways, but like one thing about Black Americans is that, well, especially back in the day, we were like the most homophobic people there were, right? But the only thing is that we also, like, real talk, Black Americans also have like the most homosexualized language too. But outside of that though, it's like we were really homophobic. So it was like once you said you were gonna eat penis, it was like, no, I'm not gonna do that, right? But like even like I got into a like my father didn't really beat me because I was like skinny and you know I was also a good kid, you know. But like at one time he decided to beat me because I was like, I'm not eating Brussels sprouts, period, you know, because it didn't taste good, you know. Like a lot of times food goes by taste, but like I would say that my parents, like I said, we would go down to Church Avenue. Church Avenue has a big Caribbean like influence there, right? So she would like my mother would go get some patties. Even when my father comes down occasionally, like even during this COVID thing, he came through and he like drove me somewhere, and he like stopped over by the Jamaican restaurant. Like I'll give you know these Caribbean people credit that they would like support Caribbean businesses. Well, at least my father would. My mother really wouldn't, but my father would. Although she did buy us beef patties. And like obviously, you know, like bun and cheese and you know, beef patty and cocoa bread. Like she would do these kind of things. And like we would do that. We would eat that kind of stuff. Now we would also eat McDonald's, obviously, but the point is that, you know, it tastes good. Right, and we liked it, and it filled us. I think you know. Remember, you said before you were like, if I want to go eat something, if I want to survive, you know, if I want to eat a good meal, I can just get beef patty, cocoa bread, and a ginger beer. You know, but that's
easy.
Can I say something? Can I say something?
You know,
let's talk about this. The Caribbean food is trash, also. Just because you're eating oxtail and so this guy might just be talking about the American food, but the Jamaican, the Haitian food, we're not eating healthy as a whole.
A lot of it will kill you. Hell will kill you.
As a whole. So we're not. So if what I would say is big business make money off people eating badly. And yes, I understand that what you're saying is that we have to make the choice, but the propaganda is so hard. If you've been eating that since you was a kid, and you don't consciously make the effort to change, you're not gonna change. So
yeah, but nobody eating fruits like that. So you the only good diet y'all be saying is like fruits and vegetables or something, right? Ain't nobody really doing that unless you like nobody in the West.
That's not true. What do you mean nobody?
In the West.
You're not doing that. Don't say nobody's not doing that.
No. That's just slang, man. I was just like that's just slang.
We gotta wrap up this topic though.
Yeah, because you have to go all night.
Yeah, so we gotta wrap that. We'll table that one for another time. Let's go to Shoot the Breeze topic number 7.
Lord have mercy, we only on 7.
Yeah, I know.
I'll do one more then, I guess. I'm sorry. I gotta go wake up tomorrow.
Oh yeah, okay, cool. We'll be tuning in tomorrow morning for the pro-Black perspective. But Shoot the Breeze topic number 7 is about the Chinese intrigue into Africa. So there's a video here. We'll check it out.
My concern is what is in the best interest of Africa and African countries. And I thought I should provide a perspective in terms of China, the relationship between China and Africa. So I wanted to structure my thoughts under 3 headings. One of them is the first one is what I call the inadequacy of Africa's previous relationships. And then the second one is the suitability of China as a partner for Africa. And third, going forward, what next? So China doesn't just show up in Africa, right? I mean, China doesn't show up in Africa in a vacuum. Here's what was happening. Throughout the 90s, if you were to ask people, anybody who remembers or who was old enough to remember what happened in Africa in the 90s, you would know that in the 90s, Africa was a place of the first things that were happening on the continent in the 90s were wars, a lot of civil wars, Black Hawk Down, the Rwandan genocide, the Liberian Civil War, the Sierra Leonean Civil War, what was called Africa's World War, when Rwanda, Zimbabwe, Uganda fought in the Democratic Republic of Congo with different rebels there. And so with all of these wars happening across the continent, then they precipitated humanitarian disasters. You have huge numbers of internally displaced people, and you have had refugees. I too was a refugee during the war. I finished high school in a refugee camp in Cote d'Ivoire. So this is one of the things that was happening in Africa in the 90s, a lot of wars. And those wars were in part funneled, driven by what had happened with the collapse of the Soviet Union. Light weapons became easily available, and enterprising people sold arms to rebel groups across the continent. And so you had wars. And with the wars, like I said, you have significant humanitarian crisis, but that wasn't the only thing. There was a huge disease burden. HIV/AIDS, if you remember, throughout the 90s and the early aughts, was ravaging the continent. Central and Southern Africa were being wiped out. You had entire villages where there were two generations with a missing generation. You had the grandparents and the children, and the entire generation of parents were wiped out. So you had that. You had malaria. You had all of the tropical diseases you can think about. Those were happening. So it was not just the wars that were ravaging the continent. It was also the disease burden. Then something came back to bite us. A lot of African countries had taken out significant debt in the 70s, and that debt then came due. And so we came to an instance where most African countries are spending up to 60% of government revenues on just simply servicing debt. And in some instances, it was just interest, not even and because for years they had not serviced the debt, they accrued punitive interest and punitive charges. And so let's go back. You had wars, disease, debt. Within this context, very few companies, very few in the West looked at Africa as a place to do business. Most of Western policy toward Africa was actually filtered through the lens of development and aid. This was the picture of what was happening in Africa in the year 2000, when China hosted the first forum on China-Africa cooperation, FOCAC. And the FOCAC was held in Beijing. 40 African heads of states and governments were invited. And 2000 happened to be a very fortuitous year, because that was the year that China first did its going out policy, when Chinese firms were encouraged to go out to seek access to resources, but to seek access to markets. So when everyone else, and everyone else, I mean the West, saw Africa mainly through the lens of development aid, and I'm not saying there's anything wrong with that, there was still, the Chinese actually saw an opportunity to do business. So Chinese companies go out into Africa. Now, why? All right, at this time, something else was happening. I mean, globalization is actually taking off. And we know what happened. Well, I have an argument of what happened. I mean, you may not agree with me, but in globalization, labor lost and capital won. And so when capital won, what happened was, in places where capital was cheap but labor was high, like here, capital then began to invest in places where labor was cheap. Initially, it wasn't directly in China. Anyone who remembers what happened in the 90s, it was the maquiladoras in Mexico, along the border with the US-Mexico border, when these huge factories were moving over there. But eventually, as trade became more widespread and travel became easier, then global value chains began to develop, and China was in the middle of global value chains. China became like the factory of the world. And what do you need in a factory? You need resources to be able to convert that to finished products. Where did you have resources? Africa had the largest endowment of natural resources, so it made sense that China would go to Africa seeking resources. So that's one. It was just driven by what was happening in terms of the global economy. But secondly, China has always been suspicious of its presence and how it would be accepted by the rest of the world. And so China didn't simply want access to resources. China could always get access to resources on the international market. You could buy or you could buy whatever you wanted on the international market, but China wanted access at source. Right? And the Chinese suspicion was vindicated, right, with the trade war and everything. So China didn't want to have to depend on other people for material, for resources that it considered crucial to its economy. And so it wanted access to this at source. So Chinese companies went into Africa and negotiated deals with African governments for access to iron ore, gold, diamond, oil, whatever you can think about. They developed that. And for the first time, something changed. It wasn't simply that, but China offered a completely different model than the one that we had seen before. So you can, and listen, everything I'm saying here today, obviously you're free to check it out later. But recently there was a report where 101 companies either listed on the London Stock Exchange or domiciled in the UK own the rights to $1 trillion of resources in Africa. So the resources are in the ground in Africa, but ownership to these resources, right? Access to these resources is for companies that are listed on the London Stock Exchange. And that's how it was done. A Western company or Chevron shows up in an African country, signs an agreement with an African government. And the way it works is we pay you in terms of royalty and taxes, and then the government was responsible to take the resources and develop its country, pay for services, pay for infrastructure. China offered a different model, resource for oil, for infrastructure deals. So basically the Chinese offer was, against payment on resources you should have, you can take out a loan and build the infrastructure you need. And up to today, Africa still lags the rest of the world on every measure of infrastructure coverage, especially with paved roads and electricity. I'll give you an example. And I always like to use this because it tells you how stark it is, that only 43% of the roads in Africa are paved. And 30% of all the paved roads in Africa are in one country, South Africa. That is the scale of the infrastructure gap on the continent. And because especially Africa south of the Sahara, doesn't have the resources, doesn't have the infrastructure on which to be able to build a modern economy. Last year, 2017, Africa's total share of global trade was equal to South Korea, which is around 2.93%. This is a continent of about 1 billion people. And so when the Chinese show up, and for the first time begin to build infrastructure that was not geared on the colonial infrastructure that most African countries inherited. The colonial infrastructure was basically the center and the periphery, and it was intended to take resources from the periphery and take it to the center. Now, in a world where regional value chains and global value chains are becoming prevalent, that's not possible in Africa because the infrastructure was not meant to connect African country to African country. It was meant to connect African country to the hosts, to the colonial, whatever. What China is doing now in terms of the infrastructure that they're building is connecting African cities, African capitals, making it possible for global value chains, regional value chains to develop. So it wasn't as if China showed up in Africa in a vacuum. It was that the relationship that most African countries had, there were things missing from it. It was a bit inadequate. So after the colonial experience, of course, then we had Western companies that were coming into African countries and then negotiating. It wasn't now states, it was Western companies.
I think we could stop there. I think we could stop there for that. Razuli, what are your initial thoughts on that video?
Well, my thoughts is that they're here to get their natural resources to build their culture. They're not gonna give you the best deal for that. They're gonna try to what's the word? Bamboozle you or scam you out of your stuff. And a lot of these African governments are ready to give it up for their own individual, for their family, to send their kids to Europe and everything. So we fucked. Hey, I can't blame the Asian for doing what they're doing. It's a blueprint that's been going on in the world. Take advantage of the stupid.
Matron, what say you?
You know how several Asian countries close themselves off from the West for their own personal development, like that happened after the Opium Wars and at a couple of other points in time in history that are kind of slipping my mind, but they close themselves off. And if they have an opportunity to capitalize on the Europeans' underdevelopment and extraction of Africa, they're going to wind up closing Africa off to us, the real descendants of Africa.
Kevin Carre, any thoughts here?
Yeah, I've been sounding the alarm for years about that, about the Asians coming in, invading a lot of those African countries, man. Unless we, as you said before, unless we stop it, we're gonna be closed off.
Oni, let's hear from you. Your mic is muted.
Yeah.
Oh.
So, yeah. I mean, the brother's saying what, like he's right, but like this is the thing with our people. Like, look at who he's talking with. Like he's there. Like that is not even Asian. These are like white folk. You could tell because like one of them's blonde, one of them brunette, I guess. Other ones, whatever. He's sitting in front of a bunch of white folks saying, "Hey, you know, Africa sucks. Africa's garbage, and these Chinese are coming for our resources, right?" And it's like, what do you want them to do exactly? You know, white folk. Yeah, China wants your resources, duh, right? But like, you should be in a room with black people talking about how to either take advantage of this or how to avoid this. But instead, you're sitting in front of a bunch of white folks, telling them, I mean, you see, he's right, but it's like, it's this old phrase back in America where it goes, Negroes are always knocking on the wrong door, talking to the wrong people, and asking the wrong questions. You know? And it's like, this is the issue with us as a people. You know? If China is if China's an issue, then why are you sitting up with white folk discussing it? Like, are you asking white folk to solve your problems? Like, what is it? What is it that you want?
Mr. Untouchable, you get the last word.
No, I actually think he's in the right room because Oni just was telling us that if we tell people from certain our communities that eating certain foods is gonna have a deleterious effect, it's gonna kill you, it's gonna be harmful, they still gonna do the shit anyways. That means that even if I was to feed them good information that could be of benefit to them, they're gonna listen to what I have to say anyway. So I can go. These people are probably middle class people, people who give a shit. Some of them probably give a shit about Africa. Probably most of them don't, but they probably more than likely to use that information effectively than our own people. He just described that. But needless to say, I would say this. I would say right thinking people among us, should get into the business of infrastructural building, or if we are already in that industry, then we should vie for them kinds of contracts in Africa, where the big deal right now is infrastructure, roads. If it's only 43% of Africa that has paved roads, and 30% of that is in South Africa, then we know what a business we should be in. As as people in the West, if we want to make money, if we want to do business, our business should be road building. If not that, infrastructure building. That's gonna be a problem solving thing that is gonna connect us all around from the West to the East. I believe. That should be the enterprise and business we should enter as far as a community, as far as trying to form collective, as far as even wealth building. Infrastructure building and wood build. I believe that's very important with us.
I want to touch on that what you just said, because you brought up how I pointed out this thing. Let me say this. Actually, let me ask you this. Let's say you're a white man, right? Let's say you're a white man. Okay, I come to you and I tell you. Let me say it this way. I tell you this. You know that I got a bunch of money. I got a vault at my house with a hole on the outside, right? And I tell you that your ancestors used to have a whole system where they put a bucket outside of my house and they got a bunch of money. And my issue with that is that after I told your ancestors to stop that, I have no way to get that money back to my own people. I tell you this as a white man. What are you going to do? Are you going to...
I get it. I get it. Him saying that. But see, me as a so-called white man, I'm gonna look at that situation and say, okay, since he can't get to it, I'm gonna work out a way to get to it. I'm gonna work as a person to benefit myself from that experience. You are absolutely right. But in the past scenario that you just gave, if I was to give it to my own people based on the psychosis that we suffer from, they're not gonna listen to what I have to say anyways. It's gonna fall on their ass. You know what I mean? Your thing is, and you are right. Why give it to the perceived enemy? And I agree with that. Why give it to a room
That's
full
the issue with us as a people. That's the issue with us as a people. One of the things that people don't talk about, we like to compare Congo and Japan, right? And we say, hey, after Congo, got its freedom and all that kind of stuff, they didn't build themselves up. They're still backwards, right? Whereas Japan, they got bombed and all that kind of stuff, and then they so on and so forth. The difference between Japan and Congo was that Japan had had a good amount of physicists and engineers, and Congo did not. You understand? Or even if Congo did have them, which it didn't, but even if it did, they're not going to be in the positions of power and the positions of authority, right? It don't matter what you are. Like let's say it this way. Africa got a lot of aluminum, and it got a lot of cobalt, right? I'll be honest with you. I do not know what to do with cobalt and aluminum. Okay? In some respects, you might say, hey, look, only aren't you, only you probably could be a astrophysicist or something, right? Sure. I still don't know what to do with cobalt and aluminum. Very few people know what to do with cobalt and aluminum. The American food system is not going to teach you what to do with cobalt and aluminum. You got to be like pretty exclusive circles to know what to do with cobalt and aluminum. Most black people, even in the West, are not going to know what to do with them. On the continent, ain't no damn way you're going to know. You understand? So it's like, yeah, at the end of the day, I remember this good interview that Koku did with I think it was RJ Mahdi, right? Where the guy said, when Koku was like, "Hey, are you sure you want China coming to this country?" And RJ Mahdi said, "Well, they're the only people that know how to drill oil off of the shore." You understand? Because the reality is this: to get oil from off the shore is something that you can't do without a giant drill, a giant ship. And the thing is that we are not in the business of making giant drills
as far as we know, because before today, you would have said that there's no way that a person in the slums of Accra could build a running car. But this guy, he sit down and he figured out another way to get it done. And the fact that when you say or suggest that there's no way that I would know or anyone would know what to do with coal. We have this thing in 2000 called a smart. We have this thing called a smartphone. And it's unfortunate because a smartphone don't necessarily make smart people. You have the world of information in the palm of your hand. Any question you may have, you could use something in the palm of your hand to find out that information. So for me to even in the most darkest, deepest parts of Africa, so that question is not really true today.
No,
as it was back in the day.
You just gave it away, my dude. You gave it away.
Okay.
You said this dude who has the engineering expertise, right, is in the slums of Africa.
Yes.
You understand? You know where the people with the engineering expertise are in America? In MIT, in this organization, that or Yale, Harvard, so on and so forth. They're not hanging out in the slums.
Yeah,
the fact that Africa does not like if you have black genius,
yes,
and you let it spoil in the slums.
Yes.
Like if we being realistic, what was going on was this guy spoiling in the slums. If you have black genius spoiling in the slums, then there's a reason why your government is going to pay the Chinese to do it.
I hear that. I can hear that.
Because what's they going to do? Because the thing is this: if you said, hey, you know what? If the president of Ghana is building cars, right? That's a whole different story. Now you're talking about a person in a position of power.
Yes.
You're talking about a person who's in slum. Wait. He told this white boy, hey, this thing is so expensive. And the white boy said, how much is it? And he said it was 8,000 cedis.
$200.
That was less than $200.
Yes, that's a lot to him. Mm-hmm.
Yeah. If you have an engineer that thinks that $200 is a lot, right? Yes, there's something wrong with your country. Period.
But the other side to that is you was just talking about capitalism. And imagine a person, because the Chinese will use a person like him because he is able to whatever material that he used to create a $200 car. Yeah, I mean, imagine if you could create $200 cars and put it on the market. That's really beneath you undercutting many people who can make cars, bro. Yeah, I mean, now whether you are able to put it on the road and people are gonna purchase it, that's another matter. But the fact that he has the ability to cut as much cost to go into creating a car, really along the lines of capitalism, that to me, that's an amazing thing. You know, a capitalist will look at that and say, I'm gonna use him to reproduce whatever he made, and I'm gonna make millions of dollars off of him. So
that's why, let me say this right here. Nyerere and Nkrumah, both of them socialists, by the way. They both said, you know, the trouble with Africa is that the capitalists in Africa do not have the enterprising spirit, the entrepreneurial spirit, the enterprising spirit that they had in the West. See, when the capitalists, now a lot of people don't want to hear this, but the capitalists kind of built up the economy of the West, right? Now, of course, you could be like, hey, it's stolen labor. You can say all that kind of stuff, whatever, right? But the point is that these white boys, they do stuff, they build stuff, they finance stuff. I was just looking into this thing. Matter of fact, I was actually kind of tight because I don't want to be no nerd or nothing or whatever. But there's this, y'all heard of there's this game called Dungeons and Dragons. Okay, it's a tabletop game. It's RPG, all that kind of stuff. It's stupid. It's a stupid thing. This little white boy, fat little white boy, right, wrote a Dungeons and Dragons book set with dice and all that kind of stuff. He wanted to raise $5,000 for it or something like that. He raised $600,000 to give a bunch of people dices and a stupid book with little jokes in it, right? There's a different level of community support that they have where there's some idiot just writing some stupid book can get $600,000. Meanwhile, this boy is scraping through, getting scraps, trying to put together a car for years. And nobody's going to support this guy. Nobody black is going to support him any significant way, not to the degree that they supported this little white boy to just write a stupid book. And I like books, but I mean, this is a stupid book in the sense it's like if you look at it, like if you know what it is, it's like really a stupid book. And they still would support this white boy. Like that's the issue there. So when it comes down to, well, who's going to develop the infrastructure for Africa and all that kind of stuff, the reality is that we have not even developed the cultural institutions in a sense, so that even when a black boy got smarts, we're going to be like, oh, well, he could lead the engineering project. So yeah, like I'm not saying that we can't do it, but like if you crunch the numbers, right? It's statistically improbable that we're going to be able to get the oil off the offshore without any of these white folk. And I think what you were saying before about how these white folk got the solutions already, like that's what it is. If you try to dig up oil from off the shore, either you tell somebody else to do it, or you have to go. Like I don't even know I don't even know how you would do it if you did not ask somebody else to do it.
Understood. Yeah.
Matron, you'll get the last word on this prompt.
We just need to do better. That's it. We need to do better.
All right. Shoot the breeze. Prompt number 8.
All right, let me head out though. I can't wait. Let me see. What's this? $5 Indians? Let me stay for a little while.
Shoot the breeze. Prompt number 8. The $5 Indians enslaved his people, but today he fought for their reparations. What is a black politician worth?
There are several other accounts of Catawba tribe members catching fugitive slaves, and many of these point out the blacks' fears of the Catawba. One account tells of runaways surrendering to whites rather than being caught by the Catawba. I'm going to repeat that again. One account tells of runaways surrendering to whites rather than being caught by the Catawba. A little over a week ago, Jim Clyburn very proudly boasted on Twitter over the legislation that he authored becoming law. And that piece of legislation is H.R. 1619, better known as the Catawba Indian Nation Lands Act. And in that tweet, Clyburn stated, "I'm pleased that my bill, the Catawba Indian Nation Lands Act, was included in the NDAA President Biden signed into law today. This is the first step towards rectifying the wrongs perpetuated against the Catawba Indian Nation and addressing the historical inequities they face." Now, what is the Catawba Indian Nation Lands Act? And what was this NDAA that President Biden signed into law? For clarity on this, I'll be reading an article from the News Observer titled, "Defense Bill Authorizes Catawba Nation to Operate Its Casino Near Charlotte." A federal bill passed in Congress last week could settle a North Carolina land dispute between two Native American tribes and allow North Carolina's newest casino to keep operating. The Eastern Band of Cherokee Indians and the Catawba Nation both claim that 17 acres of land in Kings Mountain originally belonged to their tribe. But last week, Congress gave the force of law to Catawba ownership of the land. Now, here's the important part right here. The decision came in the form of a provision found in the National Defense Authorization Act that passed Congress last week. The bill funded military operations, including making improvements on 3 bases in North Carolina. But on the 905th page of the NDAA, senators took a standalone bill addressing the land and moved it into the larger military spending bill to ensure it passed. Giving the land to the Catawbas allows the tribe to build a casino in Kings Mountain. The Catawbas estimate building the casino will create thousands of construction jobs and around 2,600 permanent jobs at the casino and boost the local economy. Make no mistake, this legislation means that more people will have good-paying jobs, more kids will have a better education, and more people will have better housing and health care, Harris said. That's what this bill really means. Now, can someone please explain to me, what does rewriting the historical wrongs of the Catawba Indian Nation have to do with the defense bill? In no way, shape, form, or fashion are those two things connected. But what it does show is that you can get any piece of legislation to pass that you want if the actual will to do it is there. Now, when it came to the Catawba Nation, the will to do it was clearly there for Jim Clyburn. But when it comes to reparations,
if you wait on cash payments to come out of reparations, you're going to wait forever. It's not going to happen.
Now, am I saying that Jim Clyburn alone can usher in reparations in the form of cash payments if he wanted to? No, of course not. But the problem is that Jim Clyburn does absolutely nothing to right the historical wrongs of the past that have been committed to the descendants of American slavery in the same fashion that he does for the Native American community. Case in point, while Jim Clyburn is securing multiple acres of land for the Catawba Nation to right their historical wrongs, in his own backyard of South Carolina, the Gullah Geechee have literally had millions of acres of land stolen from them that is continuing to this very day. And what has Jim Clyburn done to right those wrongs? Nothing. Now let's dive into this article from the BBC titled, Gullah Geechee Descendants of Slaves Fight for Their Land. The first Leanne Milton knew about it was when she arrived at the local council office to settle her tax bill. She was told her home had been sold because she had not paid a $250 levy for her sewer service. She was shocked because at that point, she had not even been connected to a sewer system. They had sold everything, the property, the house, and all. And when I offered to pay them with a check, they told me I couldn't. I had to get cash money, $880 some that I had to pay them to get my place back. It was like they were saying if I didn't get on the system, I wouldn't have no place to stay. Milton suspects that the heart attack she suffered in January was brought on by the stress of trying to get her home back. In the end, she says, my boss lady gave me the money, and she was able to pay the court fees to redeem her property. Many of her friends and neighbors in Jackson Village, one of 3 Black communities in Plantersville, South Carolina, face losing their homes in a similar way if they do not pay the tax for a sewer they say they didn't want and did not need. Last week, 20 homes were put up for auction. Most residents are the direct descendants of West African slaves who bought the land on a former rice plantation or were deeded it after emancipation in 1865. The residents can also have their homes seized and sold off if they do not pay their taxes. Lillian Milton's property, which was valued at $46,700 by the Georgetown County Assessor, was sold at a delinquent tax sale to a real estate developer for $1,236, according to the documents seen by the Georgetown Times. Residents who have their homes taken in this way have a year to redeem them, as Milton did. But like others I spoke to, she does not think that it is fair that they have to pay for a sewer system they were forced to connect to, even if their septic tanks were working well. Some are retired people on fixed incomes who say they simply can't afford to pay $250 a year for the next 20 years. There is also indignation that the tax was not part of the deal when the system was first proposed 10 years ago. At that point, they would only have to pay a one-off $590 connection fee. Now, for the sake of time, I'm going to cut this article short and jump to the next article by the Washington Informer titled, Slave Descendants Fight to Save Land Inherited from Their Ancestors. Today, the Gullah Geechee people of St. Helena Island are fighting to protect their lands and the legacy left by their ancestors who toiled for lifetimes under the brutal oppression of slavery. On October 5th, local tax officials held an auction on some of the property that sits on the island belonging to the Gullah Geechee families. Officials cited delinquent tax payments that have accumulated over the years. But while the reasoning might seem simple enough, a deeper dive reveals another aspect of systemic racism and the ongoing refusal of much of America to acknowledge the harm done by the slave trade. The descendants who have lived in the Gullah Geechee community, which extends the coastal areas of North Carolina, South Carolina, Georgia, and Florida, possessed deeds but lacked titles to their properties. Many in the community have discovered that their ancestors left no wills and never possessed a title, that was mostly because of oppressive laws. Now, here's the important part. The freed slaves were deprived of an education at the mercy of white men who sold the land for as little as $1.25 per acre and never provided appropriate sale documentation. The heirs don't have a title in their names, said Sarah Reynolds Green, an activist and farmer who raises produce on the St. Helena plot of land passed down through her family's generations. Here's another important part. According to a 2006 report, Gullah families lost 14 million acres of Gullah family property since the end of the Civil War, and slightly more than 1 million acres purchased by former slaves had remained in family hands. Now let's really bring this into perspective. Jim Clyburn apparently can't do anything to secure the land of the Gullah Geechee, but bent over backwards to squeeze his Catawba Nation Lands Act into the 905th page of a defense bill. Okay, well, when you think about it, that does make sense that the federal government would look out for the Catawba because they actually have had a great relationship with one another since the colonial era before America was even officially a country. Now, I'm curious to why you seemed a little confused right now after I said that. Hold on. You're telling me that you didn't know that the Catawba Nation were notorious slave catchers along the North and South Carolina border for white settlers? So notorious that the black slaves, who would eventually be known as the Gullah Geechee, were terrified of them to the point to where if runaways did get caught, they actually preferred to be caught by the white settlers versus the Catawba? Oh, I'm sorry. I thought you knew that already. Well, it's a good thing that you're here because I happen to have the documentation from the South Carolina Historical Society that proves all of this to be true. So let's take a look now, shall we? Given this history, it may be surprising that the Catawba in the late years of the antebellum period adopted the white practice of owning black slaves. Although this practice was not widespread, the percentage of slave-owning Catawba was roughly comparable to that of Southern whites. Now, before we carry on, as we go through this, what you'll notice all through this article is that the author makes up excuse after excuse for the Catawba's participation in slavery by constantly blaming it on their encounter with white settlers, as if the white settlers forced them to participate in the enslavement of Black Americans, when in fact, they actually chose to participate apparently for their own survival, meaning you, Black Americans, were their sacrificial lamb. Don't believe?
I think we kind of get the idea here. This guy Clyburn helped pass this reparations bill for a group of Native Americans that were brutal towards their ancestors during the time
I'm
of
just
slavery.
say it. Nope, I'm gonna just say it. Them Native Americans are immigrants. Okay, I'm just.
Okay. Matron, can you expand on that just a bit more?
$5 Indians are basically white people that paid to be put on the dolls' rolls. And when I say that them Native Americans are Indians, I mean they have documentation where settlers and colonial people married into Indian families to get the land right inheritances and did horrible things like killing their spouses and children and then marrying white people because that got the land and the land rights into Eurasian families. So when I say that those people are immigrants, those people are people that paid to be on the rolls, that sexually and socially integrated into that community and obliterated that community. Them, not them people.
Only give us a quick word on this.
Well, yeah. So I'm rolling my eyes because, like, what in the world? Like, I'm thinking it's going to be interesting, $5 Indian stuff, and then it's ADOS propaganda. I do want to say this, like, what I'm not going to hate on this senator for this bill. I look up the Catawba people, right? There's only 3,000 of them left. Like, I don't know what Black people in America want. Like that's what I'm saying. I don't even know what we want, but it's like 3,000 people. And I don't know, maybe the $5 version are immigrants, but like real talk, this was their land. They were at one point on the
At one point in history, they were the dominant population here. And the fact that there's only 3,000 left, even the Gullah Geechee, I just had to look that up too. It's like 200,000 people, which isn't a lot per se, but like if we're really talking about who's immigrants, like Gullah Geechee, we are the immigrants, right? But these people, 3,000 left, and instead of being like, and apparently the whole bill was just they had a feud with another Native American territory, and they're like, hey, this was our land. Like they're fighting over like a little piece of land so that they could put a casino and provide something for their people after being ravaged and destroyed. And then we take this story and we're like, hey, you guys were bad to us. You were just trying to survive. That's why you sold. Like 3,000. We understand there's 40 million of us in America, right? And there's 3,000 of them. This is just the Catawba people, obviously, but there's 3,000 of them. Like they were this is their land. Like it's like going to Africa, and then you find a group of African people that are only 3,000 left, and then when they have something from another government that says, yeah, you can start a business here, some other people are going to be like, what are you doing for us? Like, what?
Let me ask you a quick question, though, okay? So, like, the Egyptians that are in Egypt today, right? Let's say that they somehow became a minority in that society for whatever reason, and they came back to the government or the moral problem or whatever, but I'm not going to get into that. That's too many steps. I'm going to just say this. If people that are in Egypt today that are the dominant society, through whatever means became a minority society, and then they went and appealed to a government to give them back their ancestral home and lands, right? Would you feel this same way?
Wait, what people in Egypt? You talking about what people in Egypt?
The Arabs.
Oh, the Arabs? If the Arabs wanted their ancestral land, but that's what I'm saying. We know it's not their ancestral land.
Right, and what I'm telling you is that the reason that this is problematic for the ADOS community is that they know that same thing too, because that community was integrated. That thing that happened in Egypt that makes Egypt look Arabic today is what happened to that community of Indians.
The thing I want to say this though is that the Native Americans, like I mean, just even saying that Native Americans is like enough, but like if any, like everybody in the Western Hemisphere is an immigrant. You understand? Well, I mean, everybody pretty much outside of Africa is an immigrant, but still, everybody in the Western Hemisphere is an immigrant. The thing is, though, that the people who were here the longest would be would be this group. You know what I mean? Like we would have came here in the 1500s, maybe, possibly we visited earlier, but the people we visited earlier,
bro, we were here first, bro.
Bro, we were the black people. We were black people. I'm not making the ADOS argument, but I'm saying that the people that were here were black and they encountered white people and then they became white through a system of genocide and annihilation that happened through sexual and social integration. That's all I'm saying.
Yes. From the general understanding, or at least let's just say we're in America. So the American understanding is that some people migrated from Asia to America, some like during like a little bit after the Ice Age ended. You know, as far as like who we are, right? We are not really related to the people who migrated to America during the Ice Ages. You know, we have a very recent ancestry in Africa. Whether we went back and forth maybe 1,000 years ago, or around during the time of ancient Egypt, or even during the time of the Mali Empire, that's something that could be established. But there were people before that around the times of the Ice Age, which was like, I want to say I can't remember, but I believe like 40,000 years ago. You know, so it's kind of like how you would say that the Mongolian is indigenous to China, you know, or the European is indigenous to, or like the Aryan and the Anglo-Saxon is indigenous to Europe. Now you could say there was an older black population before all the skin mutations and all that kind of stuff, and that might be the case. But the older black population before the skin mutations did mutate and become those Asians and become those Europeans. And what we did not go through that mutation, and we weren't in that, like we weren't those mutants in a sense, you know. So what we were was that we were like a lot of us were in Western Africa, some of us in Eastern Africa, some of us in Southern Africa, so on and so forth. But we are not a part of that genetic pool that was these Native Americans. If that makes sense, right? But as far as I'm concerned, like if you're a people group and you're down to 3,000 and you were the indigenous, and then the government, a politician says, hey, you guys are feuding over this little piece of land. We're going to rule against the Cherokee for the Catawba, right? And then the Catawba win. Like, that's not even, like, I'm not going to look at that and be like, well, why didn't you do something for this other group? Because it's like, this is two people who are claiming land rights. Whether or not you believe that they're really the original people, it's down to like 3,000 people. It's just like one location that could fit one casino next to a mountain nobody's using.
Bro, what does that mean? He's a black politician. He's not fighting for his own people, bro. What does that mean? It doesn't matter if it was two people left. What are you talking about? Are you born? Are you American?
Am I American? What does that mean?
Are you born here?
Yeah, I was born here. Yeah.
Your parents are American?
Well, they weren't born here, no.
So this is exactly what the people are talking about. You telling me a politician who's supposed to look out for I'm not saying that he can't put the bill. Hold on, let me finish. I'm not saying that he can't put the bill for these people to get their land. He's not even rocking for his own people.
But he's not even saying they could. Look, the dispute is between and the Catawba, and him in the capacity of the government ruled on one side against the other. Like, what do you want? You want him to not do that?
Bro, he's there advocating. He's putting on his bill. What are you talking?
Yes, but he's a senator.
Right. I think that the reason that there's any type of smoke from me about it, outside of the "those aren't those people" argument, is for me, at the point that the government resolves the matter, they now have that economic tool in their hands to go and create their wealth that way. Now, you talk about the mountain and where it's located and this, that, and I ain't got no casino. You know, I'm going to just be real east side of the road with it. I ain't got no casino. I ain't got nobody giving me an opportunity to build a casino. And if he had held up the legislation and whatever they had to go through to get that done, he was advocating for this to be resolved for them so that they could go on and have their economic opportunity. The other thing that I have to say to Zulism is this, you know, the more we go down this rabbit hole, the more we realize that, like, we might be the people that have no people, and we are a people, one person, one nation unto themselves, because we have no friends. So,
wait, all right. So I don't know whether or not Clyburn like exclusively did this or not, but regardless, what I do want to say is that the part about us not having casinos, like, we have to be real. Like, the reason why we don't have casinos is because casinos are illegal in America. They're just not illegal for Native Americans, right? And it's more so about
casinos can't be illegal because there's one right there in Brooklyn in Queens, and they're about to build another one. So don't say that.
Wait, are they? You said there's in Brooklyn and Queens? You said
there's a casino right off the Bell Parkway, bro.
Like MGM Grand is a casino in Detroit, and
I don't know. No, as far as wait, hold on a second. Let me double check. But I remember that like, well, I know gambling is considered illegal except for certain areas. But the point being that like I mean, obviously they don't want us doing gambling, but like I don't think that he could change that unilaterally. All the same, yeah. I mean, I just wouldn't. I wouldn't use this example of a people who like America like killed off and then eventually said, "Oh, some of you can remain," and then they have like we outnumber them on their own land 100-1 or something like that. But like basically we're 40 million, they're 3,000, and we're like we want
What does that have to do with a black senator not fighting for his own people?
Well, who's to say he's not fighting for his own people though? I'm not gonna buy that just because he settled a dispute between two Native American groups.
Yo, bro, I'm not here to say that he cannot do whatever he did. What I'm saying is it's in the news that his so-called people are losing their lands to developers and other people. He's not doing anything about it.
Yeah, but you just saw the reasoning behind it. You talking about this is America with
oh my, yo, bro, I don't know it doesn't matter what's behind it.
What do you mean it doesn't matter what's behind it? You're in America. You're in a country with laws, and he's a congressman. And sure, he could probably write different laws, but it's very unlikely that if you don't have titles for your land, that you're going to keep your land. In fact, that's what happened to my family in Jamaica. I'll tell you the truth. I remember. I think my mother was telling me, or even my father might have told me. Like a lot of times, people will tell you that you have elders in Jamaica who had land and didn't pass it on to their kids, didn't pass the deeds on to their kids, or there's some sort of land dispute. That happens everywhere on the planet. If you don't have titles to the land, then chances are you're going to lose that land. You know, it's like Matron was just saying, if you don't have health insurance or you don't have life insurance for your family, when you die, it's very unlikely they're going to get money. Now, you could be like, why don't he just write a law to give you automatic life insurance? Well, I mean, he didn't, I guess, but you're not. But again, that's not the issue here. The issue here is you got 3,000 people living in one tribe, and then there's another tribe that says, we want this land. And then they say, the government says, okay, we're going to give it to these people. And that's it. Like, I wouldn't, like, that's his job. His job is to do that. Now, if you're missing the deeds and you're missing the titles, sure, you could probably pass a law for that. But it's just not as easy as 1, 2, 3. Like, even Biden is having trouble with the student loan state, where he was like, hey, we could cut off your student loans. And it's like, yeah, it's really not that easy. And I mean,
COVID. When was your last negative test?
Yeah, right. And it's like, I don't know. Whoa, okay. Yeah, all right. So I don't know. No, I think somebody doing something to me now. But I'm not gonna agree. I understand. I know, right? Don't be trying to know nobody working in Roots, nobody working in Voodoo. They go like, oh, you ain't with this thing? All right, no. But anyway, like I understand AWS not going like that. I don't care if AWS don't like that. We're talking about common sense and real politics. In real politics, you just can't do a lot of stuff. If there's a land dispute between two Native American tribes, that's easier. That can get you some votes. That can get you some money. That can do all that kind of other stuff. You talking about, oh man, we don't have no deed, but we've been living here for a long time. That's a nice sob story, but I'm not gonna hold nobody's feet to the fire if they can't do anything there. I'm not. You know, because I understand that politics, you know, can achieve a lot, but there's limitations. You know, who does the land belong to? Because even if you say like for instance, like I said, my family had land in Jamaica at one point. Okay, I can't go to Jamaica and claim that land at all, and I'm resigned to that. I understand that.
You know, and the reason why I can't, let's say it's my grandfather, right? My grandfather, apparently he purposely didn't leave any land to either his son, or he probably just like whatever. But the point is that I can't claim because there's like 20 other people that could have inherited that land. You understand? Or even 200 other people. Who knows? But the point is that, you know, like that's the whole system that you're in. And I'm not gonna say, hey, this politician ain't shit because he's doing his job and he's helping out, and even if it is helping out some other people who might have some, you know, history of selling African people, but it's like, well, yeah, they sold them, and if you're saying they sold them to survive, well, they didn't do that well enough, obviously, because they're dead.
Mr. Untouchable, you've been quiet during this whole conversation.
I think Oni invented the hell out of that ad. So it's like I think he did a good job vetting it. The only where I stand is this, man. You know, the Gullah Geechee are my cousins. You know, I wish them well. I don't expect Clyburn to really do anything for anyone, you know, but himself, really. But understanding that he is a politician, an American politician, probably first, then he is black. So, you know, I don't expect him to really look at, even though he's in a state, you know, I think that South Carolina has a lot of black people inside of it. So I think that even though he's in a state that's full of black people, I don't trust him to do the right thing in regards to a whole lot of different things, man. Because Clyburn has been doing some side eye kind of things, but you know, I wish them well in the situation, man. But I think that Oni and Arzuli had vetted this question, you know, very well, man. I don't have a lot of contributions to this question.
Well, I want to ask this though, because I don't remember. I think I watched one of these HR 40 videos, and I don't remember if it was Clyburn. Because I don't want people to be like, this is some Caribbean, you know, disagreeing with AJ West thing. Because one, Clyburn is not Caribbean, but two, I was watching this HR 40 congressional meeting, and these white boys carted out. In fact, it was a Republican actually. They carted out this black man every time. Like they didn't want to say they were against reparations. They just carted out this black man and had him talk against it all the damn time. But the thing is that
the gay guy. Are you talking about the gay one, Herschel Walker's son?
I don't know if he's gay or not.
From a Coleman Hughes.
I can't remember his name, but they like carted out this black Republican who was just like, nope, this is dumb, blah blah. Like they would cede their speaking to this black guy, and then this black guy would say this, you know, all that kind of stuff. But like the reality is this, that this guy he and Clyburn is from America, one, but two, we have to realize that a lot of black people, most black people, like we're talking 95% of black people are America first. Okay?
Absolutely.
And if you are a politician, it's like a 200% chance. No, right? But it's a 99% chance that you're gonna be American first. If you got the Democratic nominee, you are very likely America first.
I wanna include something to that. When you say America first, does that mean black first?
No.
Within America. Okay.
No.
Good. So that needs to be very clear.
No, I mean,
so when you say, make the statement that most black people, including the politicians, are America first, does that have the meaning of black first? And if it doesn't, that means if you're a black person and you don't have me or a person who looks like me, you know, as primary, you know, as a primary focus, then really we working across purposes. I don't, you know, you don't have my best interest in mind, and I don't have your best interest in mind going forward, and that needs to be very clear.
Yeah, I mean, look. I could run for the Democrats, right? I could run for a political office, but they're going to vet me.
They're not going to put a bunch of money behind. That's the thing that a lot of us just don't like. We just don't like. We refuse to get that when you go to a job interview, they do a little quick background check. They do all that kind of stuff, but they giving you like $17 an hour. All right, and they still giving you a background check and thorough whatever and so forth. When they start giving you $20 million, like if you know how much this guy, like I look up this Clyburn, this guy's pulling in what was it? I think it was like 400,000. No, his net worth is $468,000
on paper.
His base salary is $174,000 a year. You think they just gonna give this black? You think if he's a black radical, they're gonna give him $170,000 a year?
No, not at all.
Like I'm telling you, like we don't even be like we be like, because that's the thing. Like I remember this one brother was talking about he didn't like I know y'all like this dude, but Bill Cosby. He said he didn't like Bill Cosby. And he was like, because like why when that Me Too thing was coming out, a lot of black people were coming up and saying this thing. So this one brother came through and was like, look, man, when these celebrities come through, these white people purposely choose black people with problems, problematic black people. They purposely choose them to make to do their bidding in a sense, right? They're not looking for upstanding, good, pro-black, solid people to fit their agenda. This is a political party. The Democrats are a political party. Can we understand what a political party is? A political party is like the most powerful entity. It's one of the most powerful entities in a country. When we talk about Rwanda earlier, Rwanda has Kagame is a part of a political party.
Absolutely.
You understand? And if you're going to work for Kagame, if you're going to get a salary position in the government, or you're going to get a campaign that's financed, because remember the Democrats finance the campaigns that you do, right? If you're going to get a campaign financed in Rwanda, right under you got to be pro Kagame. You can't be like, oh, Kagame, I think you can't do that. You can't do it. Nobody's gonna pay. So if you got there's a show that I haven't invested in, but there's a show in Brooklyn called Community Cop, right? Where these brothers will come out, they're police officers. They will tell you that they're black police officers. They're trying to be community. I invested it because they're police officers. But anyway, they were trying to tell you that one of the things that happens with police officers is that you're asked very early on, are you black or are you blue? Okay? Are you black or are you black first or are you blue first? And if you say, hey, I'm black, you are probably going to be on the other end of a police killing. You understand? Because you got to understand, this is a Democrat. As soon as you see that he's a Democrat, that means that he's Democrat first. He's not going to be race first. He's going to be Democrat first. America second, I guess. I don't know. But first, the same, right? It means the same thing. And it's going to be race last. And I mean, I'm not going, like I said, I'm not going to fault the dude over this Native American story, but I damn sure don't expect nobody on a white man's payroll to be pro-black. Now, if they are pro-black, I don't mind. I like it, but I do not expect it.
So now the question becomes, when Azuli says that he makes a statement that he's a black politician, he's not doing anything for his people, we need to be clear that his people is American. So that doesn't necessarily specifically mean black people. In fact, because we already didn't say that there's a distinction when we say American first and black first. So when you say you ain't being of great benefit to our people or his people, who does he mean? Does he mean Americans or does he mean black people? You already described the distinction. You already described the distinction between the two, because they don't mean the same thing, right? Or wrong?
Yeah, they don't mean the same thing, of course not.
Okay, so they don't mean the same thing. So when you're referring to a black politician, carrying out or doing something for his community, that is not really specifically, even if he is a black person or an Indian person or somebody from East Asia. Yeah, I mean, that doesn't specific. Even they carry the color of the people. That don't necessarily mean they have those particular people in mind with whatever policies they back or decide to forward.
Yeah, so I'm looking at this thing. South Carolina's 6th district, right? 6th congressional district. 57% black, 35% white. You know? And it's like, look, the last time he ran against this guy, John McCollum. He got 197. James Clyburn got 197,000 votes. John McCollum got 89,000, right? 90,000, right? Now the whole district has 600,000 people in it, right? So he did outnumber the other guy by quite a bit. But we have to realize too, right, that he outnumbered him because of two things. One, he's in the Democratic Party, right? That's easy. Black folk will just vote for the Democratic Party like 99% of the time, right? If they're gonna vote, they're gonna vote for the Democrats, right? Two, right? He's not being racial. He's not saying, "Hey, look, I'm a black candidate." He's saying, "Look, I'm the candidate for America. I'm the candidate for everybody, for Americans, for Democrats, and so on and so forth." If this like that's what happened in New York. Matter of fact, there was this black guy became mayor from just joining the Democratic Party and just doing whatever. Then, but what happens is this: that you run as a black person, white people can actually win as Republicans in Democratic areas because now you mobilize them to vote against you, and then you're going to have what happens is that same black politician. It started that, like New York would never have a Democratic mayor, right? But because this black person was running again for re-election, Giuliani came in, and then Bloomberg came in, right? Both of them running as Republicans. Why? Because that's just what it is. You cannot you gotta realize that you're in a situation where the political parties are really what people are voting for. And the political party is not about black empowerment. What black people should have done is they should have made their own political party. But like I told y'all before, I actually campaigned for a political party, a black political party called the Freedom Party. You can look it up. We actually had reparations on the gubernatorial race. We were talking about reparations back then. It was like 2008 or whatever, right? Either way, I would go to buy people door to door. I met one black person on his way to the ballot, and I was like, "You vote for the Freedom Party?" He was like, "Why? Aren't we free already?" Like that's what these black Americans are telling me.
So in a constituency that's you said 76% black and
Wait, no, 57.
57% black, and what's the percentage of the white people?
35%.
35% white. Whose interest is he supposed to really promote or try to benefit? Because, like you say, there's this distinction between black first and American first, right? And if you say that his thing is not about black empowerment, if he was to do something that is beneficial to the 57%, that would be empowering black people. So really, his goal as a politician is to empower the 35%, right? As you described it.
I want to say this.
Okay.
A lot of times, what we do is we just kind of like here's the thing with ADOS particularly. The only thing that they want, or the only thing that the only litmus test they have, is if you're going to do reparations. Anything short of reparations, it's nothing. So what happens is that it don't matter what like essentially if you were to do a break, because this is what happened with me a long time ago. I would hear all this time, Obama didn't do nothing for black community, blah 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 blah. So then finally I said, let me look into Obama's, just look into his whatever they call them, the presidential, I don't know if they call it edicts or something, but basically the president's actually passed things. And if you were to actually break down and look at the thousands of so on and so forth, there's a lot of stuff specific to black people. So you would actually have to sit down and look into what Clyburn literally did. You know, I mean, I could only see on this website what his key votes are, and it's like reimpose federal net neutrality rules, expand restrictions on online campaign ads, you know, blah, blah, impeach Trump, obviously, so on and so forth. You know, but these are like what white people find significant. But I mean, if you were to like really look into the breakdown of this person's legislation, you'd probably see a bigger, broader picture than what people are painting him as. You know, because like it's kind of just disingenuous and closing off information. Real talk.
I see.
Yeah, because I do remember, like I put on this one thing for my, like I have this website, and I did decide to put one with Obama because I was just like, what? I didn't even know that this guy did this kind of thing.
What did Obama do specifically for black people? Just for black people?
Yeah, so it says President Obama's order to improve black education and the way to make it work. So it's like, so the cover of the article was on July 26, 2012, Barack Obama issued Executive Order 13,621, otherwise titled White House Initiative on Educational Excellence for African Americans. And then I describe what's inside of it. So I think I'll say it. It says, therein he recognized the root causes for educational failures among African people are federally unexplored, and he established an initiative with 28 open positions to address the causes behind our disproportionate referrals to special education, resegregation of our elementary and secondary schools, and many other unique educational problems facing African people in America. Open seats should mean organized African. Oh yeah. So anyway, but like yeah. So then I put down the text of it, where like, and this is just like just me opening it up for like 2 seconds and seeing it. You know, like just for 2 seconds and saying, oh, well, let me just see if he actually didn't do anything. But like, that's the whole thing. Do we read through his executive orders? Did we read through Clyburn's legislative record? No. But then we immediately say
Obama was there for 8 years. 8 years.
Did you read through his executive orders?
8 years.
How many?
Hey guys, y'all want to pin this one for another because it's almost 2 o'clock. So we're trying to move through the questions.
I was gonna go.
Yeah. Let's pin it for another day. You know?
All right.
Yeah. Because we could do this all night. You know what?
Hey, that's what she said.
Yeah.
So Shooter Breeze topic number 9 is this clown around all them Mzungus during a hockey game doing this. So let's see who this clown is. Kodak Black twerked his way into becoming a hockey legend. Is this a video I'm going to play? Maybe not. Kodak Black put on a PDA show with his new lady love on Tuesday when the pair attended the Panthers Canucks game in his native Florida. So, someone have to mute the mic. During the third period, the rapper was seen holding a woman while she was bent over, twerking on his lap in an arena suite. Fans at the game recorded the viral moment, which showed the woman, identified as rapper Essence, on her hands. Capri eventually reposted the clip in his Instagram story. For an extended period of time, the internet thought the pair was having sex. Kodak Black did go on Instagram Live to note that he put the enchilada in the piñata. Florida Hockey Now posted a story suggesting such, though it later proved to just be twerking. Capri and Essence were sitting ringside before they moved up to a suite at FLA Live Arena, where they were captured on camera in the compromising position. The Panthers featured the rapper on Jumbotron throughout the game, but reportedly did not advertise his presence after the PDA moment. The Miami Herald said the rapper's rendezvous took place next to a suite where several Panthers executives were seated. This is Kodak Black. The Panthers ended up defeating the Vancouver Canucks 5-2 on Tuesday night. The NHL also acknowledged Capri's presence at the game on Twitter, but then deleted the tweet after the shenanigans started to go viral. Essence also took to Instagram to document the couple's second date. She said their first date occurred in the studio, but also gushed over the rapper in various Instagram story slides, calling herself Mrs. Capri. What the hell is this story about, really? Anyway, so I guess Kodak Black was busting it open at an NHL hockey game. Matron, do you have any thoughts on this at all?
Nope.
Oh boy, Mr. Untouchable.
No, I personally blame Azuli and his Haitian community for producing a clown like this. And we was talking about, we was talking about reward and punishment. And the Haitian community in South Florida need to get on this dude because he is making a mockery out of Haitians everywhere. Let me put it like that.
First of all, he was born in this land, so he's not Haitian. He's American Haitian. He's not Haitian American. He's American Haitian. But yeah, he's a clown. We don't claim him. So sorry, I don't know what to say about that. Hey, you do when you got money. I guess you always looking for something to get. It's like this generation is about hits and likes, and I guess that's what he was doing it for. I don't know, man. That's just trash. So,
Only, you have any thoughts on this? Any quick thoughts?
Well, I mean, yeah, I mean, I don't know. I mean, white folk do that. I don't think it's. I mean, I wouldn't do it. I mean, I think, but like, this is a different generation where people.
why do you keep saying white folks do it? So what if white folks do it? Like, I don't understand. So I don't. Why do you keep saying, oh, because white folks do it, so it's okay for him to do it?
Well,
it's just as wild. It's just as wild. I mean, I don't like. Why are you doing sexual acts? Don't they say like, as a black person, you're supposed to be 10 times better than the Caucasian person?
Yeah, they say that. Yeah, I mean, look.
So what is that he's doing? Like there's kids in there. There's different people in there. You're making black people look bad, bro. It's not that serious. You're a rich guy. You could go anywhere to do that. You got hotels. Like, who you showing off for? I think that's just retarded. But hey,
this guy. I don't know much about this guy, but I think I saw him like dumping money off the side of like he does like there's a whole internet culture now. Like Matthew was talking about TikTok. Like there's a whole TikTok culture now where people kind of do dumb shit for likes and for kicks and giggles. You know, there's like a lot of talk on the internet now is about prankers, like white people who would like go around doing dangerous pranks, you know, for the laughs, for the lows, you know. So I mean, like, I'm not gonna act like black people are invulnerable or just above the whole mess, you know. I mean, a lot of us are, but a lot of us aren't. And Kodak Black is like an example of the people who aren't. And I mean, I'm not gonna like I can't say anything else about that, you know.
I just wanted to say that it is for the likes and the lows, but really it's all about attention, because what these media platforms do is they give you an opportunity to get a lot of eyeballs on you, similar to YouTube or any other social media. And everybody likes to watch a train wreck, a car crash, people do silly, dumb stuff. And so what it does is it gives you an opportunity to do something really eye and attention getting, so that then these brands, companies, and corporations can approach you to be a part of a survey or to be an advertiser. All of this is just about gaining influence.
Exactly. Like we gotta remember, these are entertainers, you know, these are entertainers. So they're just entertaining us. And it raises their capital, it raises their social capital when they're entertaining. You know? And I can't fault like that girl, the fat Lizzo. Lizzo would like walk to the same place and like with her ass out, you know? And I mean, I wouldn't do that. Most people wouldn't do that, but she did it. Or like she like ate something weird the other day. I think she like put mustard on it's just like people do stupid shit just for attention so they can sell.
People do stupid shit, but is this newsworthy information, bro?
Oh, I ain't sharing that with us.
No, I mean, because if you look at it, it's on. No, I'm talking about it's on the New York Post.
Man,
I
New York
mean,
Post ain't no news, man. You know that.
Well, and we really have to work hard at doing the work of having our own consistent media stream, because it used to be that we had like these, and I don't know them all. I just know little bits and pieces of it's getting late, so my thought may not be as good. But we used to have these anchor papers that it was like they were trusted to pass the information on, and they would be kept for historical purposes and things like that. And I don't know if it was the Times or the Post or the Journal. I don't know, but I do know that we have to have our own stuff. We need, whether we start with Oni, who has written books and published articles or whatever, but we have to get to the point where we are, we have our record of what happened, because it's not newsworthy, in my opinion. And even though we got energy for this, we spent too much time on this. It's like, clowns going to be clowns, and they're going to try to gain social capital. There's a whole movement on social media right now that y'all know I'm big on. Every time I'm anti-celebrity. We all family. And so, but there's like on TikTok and other social medias, there's this look, if they don't follow you back, unfollow them, take back your social capital. So there are all these little things going on.
We're going to move on to shoot the breeze topic.
Hold on. Can I say one more thing? If it's,
keep it brief.
We just saying it's just entertainment. It's just, you know what? He wouldn't be able to do that in Singapore.
That's true.
You ain't lying. You ain't lying.
All right. So that's a group of people that's about their people, about being upward, righteous people. He could do this shit because he's in America.
Sure.
Yeah, it's America.
Sure.
It's entertainment. If it was just entertainment, the people in Singapore would allow that shit. This shit is doing something to our kids.
Nah, what we gotta remember what America is, though. We gotta remember what America is,
bro. That's not the. What I'm trying to say is that it's not just entertainment. They're allowing this to happen, and they print it. Let me finish. And they're printing it in the New York Post. It's not only in the New York Post. It was in other news outlets. They could have never said it. They could have just let this asshole do that and not give him any light. But they did it on purpose.
I get what Azuli's saying. He is the face. He represents the one big Negro. So his face, these kinds of activities are gonna be sent all over the world. So it's really, for me, it's a justification. Yet it's gonna turn out to be a justification. Yeah. Oh, the police officer killed this guy, but they clowns anyway. You know what I mean? They do inappropriate things anyway. So that their life ain't really worthy. You know what I mean? They just entertain us. Some of them will start calling us cockroaches. So you could really see how these things could turn. So I get what Azuli is saying. I really do
get what he's saying too. That's what increases your social capital. Like I was talking about this earlier, but like Dave Chappelle, like I said, played a crackhead. He played as a pothead or a crackhead, one of the two, right? So on movies in order to make money. Like again, these people, what's entertaining to white people isn't strong, powerful black man. It's dumbass. Because like I talk about the Lizzo girl, like how she wore her clothes was really unsanitary, but she did it because it raised her profile. And this kind of stuff from Kodak Black, that stuff raises his profile. So it might decrease the rest of our profiles, right? But that's the reason why they do it. These people are not on your side; they're on their side. Kodak Black is not on your side; he's on Kodak Black's side. Lizzo's not on your side; she's on Lizzo's side.
I guess I understand what you're saying, but this is the thing. In Singapore, there's no Kodak side. There's the people's side. And he would have got his ass handed to him.
Yeah, we're not in Singapore, though. It's like saying, in Soviet Russia.
And it's a shame, like Mr. Untouchables, it's the shame that this guy came out of a Haitian mother and he think it's okay. No respect for his mom. no respect for the elders in his community and his family to think that's okay to do. But I'm chasing the bag.
Look how much he's worth. What's his net worth?
I don't know what his nigga worth. He's ain't. I don't know what it is. What is it? Like.
Yeah. I don't know why
why
everything went quiet, but yeah, we could go to Shoot the Breeze, topic number 10. I want to thank everyone who's still here.
Oh shit! Hold on a second. This dude's only worth $600,000. That's sad.
I want to thank everyone who's been here, who is here still, for tuning in tonight. We're on Shoot the Breeze, topic number 10. Is this question? This prompt says again, motherland for who? Why are we Pan-African again? This is the new generations of Africans attacking. Let's see what this link is.
It's the article.
Oh, okay. So Ari Lennox spoke about being emotional during her visit as she felt her ancestors with her, but social media users from Ghana shut her down. All she wanted to do was express her feelings about the beauty of Ghana, but the public wouldn't let Ari Lennox be. The Dreamville songbird has kept her social media presence to a minimum after repeatedly vocalizing her distaste with certain social media platforms. Ari has often voiced her opinions on issues ranging from music to Black Lives Matter, and sometimes she has borne the brunt of naysayers, trolls, and downright haters who pelt her with insults. In now deleted tweets, Lennox recently posted about her trip to Africa and how moved she was by the experience. And people chimed in to make fun of her. Yeah, Ghana is the most beautiful country in the world, she wrote last week during her trip there for a performance. I'll never forget suddenly crying the first time going to a beach in Ghana. It was so triggering, and I didn't feel alone. My heart aches for my ancestors. It was a surreal experience. Many social media users in Ghana chastised Lennox, made fun of her, and questioned the singer, asking if her ancestors were even from Ghana, while others demeaned her with jabs that she thinks she's in Wakanda. The disrespect did not bode well for the singer's fans, as well as others who didn't believe that the hate was necessary. Activist Tamika Mallory wrote, "Is it really a question where her ancestors come from? I really want to understand the issue." So they say check it all out below. I guess this is some Twitter users come to Ari Lennox's defense after she was called out for sharing about her trip to Ghana. And then you see some tweets here from Ari Lennox. Depression and anxiety is not fun. It's truly nice to get a break from it. And I don't know how long it will last, but I'll cling on to this. She says, wow, it's a rare and good feeling to consistently wake up with peace and happiness. I really owe that to Ghana. Right? That's her deleted tweets. So I guess these are some of the comments that were made. The massive effort the Afrochilla team put into bringing Ari Lennox to Ghana. She had an amazing performance, toured Ghana, loved Ghana to the point she was house hunting. And now look, some of you are truly sad. Another user says to Ari Lennox, Ghana is the most beautiful country in the world, and the same Ghanaians launched attacks on her, insulted and bullied her, and she sadly deleted that beautiful tweet. When Shatta Wale said Ghana be village, he was referring to the people living in it. Another one says, Ari Lennox deleted her tweet about finding peace within when in Ghana because some people here thought it wise to drag her. But all we do, they say to achieve with negativity. The woman even wanted a house to purchase here in one of her tweets. So I guess these are just more tweets similar along those lines. But I'm sure you guys are aware of this thing that went down with Ari Lennox going to Ghana and this tweet and all the criticism she received. It was all over Twitter and whatnot. I saw some of y'all kind of interfacing with those tweets. Mr. Untouchable, what jumps out at you about this story?
What does this have to do with Pan-Africanism? But I don't really know who Ari Lennox is. I really don't know who she is. But I don't know what this has to do with Pan-Africanism. But as far as the tweets is concerned, the tweets is you don't know who there are people who are trying. Our enemies are trying to ensure that the community on this end of the part of the world never links up with the community on the other side of the world.
Agreed.
And if they have to use technology to do that, they will. If they have to pay real people to do it, they will. I don't know who's behind these people who tweet out different things, and most people don't know who they are. You know what I mean? Unless I don't know. It's very difficult to find out if these people are actual people. They may be our enemies. I don't know. So I don't really know this. And I also know another thing is we are sick as a people, globally, because of our indoctrination, because of the things that's been put into our brains on many different levels. We are sick people. You know what I mean? And the only cure for that is re-education, retraining, re-socializing ourselves to ourselves. And that's a very difficult thing because we had 400 years of indoctrination. It's like we've been sitting in the classroom for 400 years being taught a specific thing. So to be taught something that's completely against that is a very difficult thing. So I mean, the fact that these people attacking her and saying that she ain't African or maybe talking crazy to, I don't expect them to do anything else different from that. But I don't know really what this has to do with Pan-Africanism, really, to be honest with you.
Matron, what say you?
Oh yeah. Okay. I got an ego problem, y'all. So because I've been accused of not being like a part of the African diaspora. Like I talk to these bot people and I agree 100% with Mr. Untouchable. I'm willing to build with the Africans that are willing to build with me. And this doesn't have a lot to do with what our overall goals and objectives are. This is a good press piece, a good byline, headline type thing. I don't really know this young lady's work or anything like that. And even if I did know her work, I too feel like we're a sick people and we have a lot of problems. So, I mean, I didn't really care, but it did start, I will say this, it did spark off some nice spaces on Twitter where people were wanting to talk about this to increase the consciousness of everyone's understanding of who we are.
Nice. Oni?
Yeah, I mean, I don't really see the relationship with Pan-Africanism either. I could admit, I don't recall, but yeah, you're going to have ignorant people everywhere. You know, you have ignorant people everywhere. So while I'm not going to say 100% of the people are going to be Ghanaians, there might be some Ghanaians there. Because I know one thing I can say about people in Africa, a lot of times are very, they could be insensitive or they could be direct, you know? They don't have like a lot of times, if you're from America, you're not gonna just say something. You know what I mean? And so we could also take it the wrong way. Now, obviously, this was probably not taken out the wrong way. This was just negativity. But yeah, I mean, I don't expect if African people if people in Africa or even anywhere, if African people generally anywhere, right, already had their shit together, we wouldn't have any work to do. You know? The very fact that we have work to do tells you that our people don't already have their shit together. You know? So when we are confronted by people who don't have their shit together, that's to be expected. You know? And I think that, even the question where it's why are we Pan-African again? It's you're Pan-African because Africa has a lot of resources. And that's where your ancestral land really is. You know? One is that it's resource rich. Two, that's where your ancestral land really is. I told you guys about Jamaica a couple of times. That's not my ancestral land. You understand? Now, would I like to use Jamaica? Sure. Would I like to use America? Sure. Right? But Africa is the richest part of the planet. Everybody wants a piece of that. Right? Now, here's the thing. You know, people attacking Ari Lennox like, oh, you know, is this even your ancestors? Like, I could expect that. I could understand that. You know? I mean, it does sound like what the white folk be saying too. So I can't really tell if there were white people blended in there who just said, you know, we're going to attack you. But, you know, that's fine. Getting attacked or ignorant people, like I'll tell you this. There's a bunch of ignorant white people, you know, bunch of ignorant white people, bunch of conspiracy theorists, bunch of flat earthers, bunch of all that kind of stuff. If you are a white person about your business, you're not worried about stupid ass white folk. You're worried about getting together with smart white folk, right? If there are smart white folk, whatever. You worry about getting together with white folk and trying to get shit done, trying to accomplish something. So you're Pan-African to accomplish something. The same way that, you know, the guy from Amazon or the guy from Apple or the guy from Windows or whatever, the same way they get together with their best and brightest. They don't care if there's flat earthers. You might tell them about flat earthers and be like, well, yeah, that's stupid. You might tell them about white nationalists, you know, open bigots. They were like, yeah, I don't agree with that. But what we have to say is that, yeah, there's going to be some black people in Africa who are going to be against other groups of African people. That's fine. That's good. Who cares? What we have to focus on is being that group of Africans who are working together with the group of Africans that are about building something. Like tearing down Ari Lennox. I don't even know who she is either. But tearing her down after she done a performance for you is just like, it's just stupid. But that's okay. When people let you know that they're stupid, all you got to do is say thank you, and then just ignore them from then on. You know, like it's better for them to tell you now that they're stupid than for you to give them a good assignment and then they do some stupid shit. That's all I'm saying.
Urzuli, you get the last word.
I don't see these people coming at the Asians and putting those type of comments. They don't do that with the Asians who are buying up, who are doing probably, who's going to take all the natural resources and put them in debt. So you come and you attack Ari Lennox and say all of this because she said she had a good time, and I say this because Pan-Africanism here, which is probably more American than Africans, take this shit as lightly. We had a conversation where the Africans on the continent didn't even fuck with us. So for people to say, oh, this is not a representation, there's too many of these are young people attacking this young lady. She's an R&B singer, Ari Lennox. Whether the music that she does is pro this, pro that, probably not. But the point is, they say reach out, or what's the word, Sankofa. So she's doing a reach out and you shit on her? But the people, freaking Akon was so happy to bring the Asians to build them a city, right? We had no problem with that. But Ari Lennox, a freaking singer, y'all couldn't let her rock? And you guys on this side of the continent think, oh no, that's just a couple. No, that's the new generation. And the old generation is like that too.
Okay, so Zuli, let me be fair. So when Bob Marley was rocking, and went to Africa, ain't nobody. Well, you had some Africans saying, who this man is coming here with his smelly dreadlocks or whatever, walking around singing what he's singing. But many Africans was rocking with Bob Marley when he was singing. Not only him, the Burning Spear, whatever. I think that when Wyclef went to Nigeria, people was rocking with Wyclef in Nigeria. They love the Nigerians love Wyclef. Now these people, when you fast forward, because Wyclef is the last generation. This generation, there are people who hating on this girl for different reasons. But by and large, I don't think that when it comes to artists and entertainment, I don't think it's big issues, bro. I don't think it's that serious. You gonna always have haters. You gonna always have people. There are African Americans who don't rock with some continental Africans. There are continental Africans who don't rock with some West Indians or Caribbean people. You know what I mean? We gonna always have our little turmoils. But when the rubber really hits the road, I don't think we are so divided, and I don't think, I might be wrong, but I don't think that we like the hell with you. I don't like you. I don't want you around. I don't believe that. And I could be completely wrong with that premise, but that's not been my experience.
Mr. Untouchable, why
Yes,
they
sir.
never came? What if we're gonna look? This is gonna be a real question or whatever.
Yes,
Why
sir.
they never? Why they never came for us though?
Well, I could let me answer that question like this. When Haiti got their independence in 1804, why didn't come for the rest of the people in the Caribbean who were still in slavery?
What? What? Go
Good.
read. What? What are you talking about, bro?
No, I'm asking a
Go
question.
read.
I'm
Go
asking a
read.
question with a question.
Go read. Go read what happened, bro. It's
I'm
not like they. It's not like they didn't.
Why
It's not
didn't
like
they?
they didn't try.
So they tried to rescue the people in the Bahamas and Cuba and in Jamaica and all them other countries. They tried to come for us and rescue us.
Bro, bro, do you know that the Haitian government paid for Americans to come settle in Haiti? Who
No,
wanted
that's
to
not the
leave?
question I asked, bro.
It's
I'm
the same
asking
thing. What do you mean?
why y'all didn't come and rescue us who was still in slavery in the West Indies.
I don't know why they didn't come and rescue us, but you know what I know. But you know what I know. What Dessalines said: anybody who stepped foot in Haiti is a free man.
But Haitians had boats. Why couldn't they rescue the people who islands was right next to them and who was still in slavery?
I don't know. They said they fought. They said according to the history, they set other nations free. I don't know what happened.
You know why they didn't come?
What does
You
that
know
have to
why?
do? Haiti's a small country. Fucking Africa's a big continent.
But
Africa sold us.
we a smaller country.
Africa sold us. Africa sold us.
No, but I'm
Africa,
saying that
based on their history. Well, I don't understand how you gonna answer a question and ask me why Haiti didn't come for y'all. We fought.
Because we a smaller country. Why couldn't y'all come for your brothers in a different Caribbean?
Yo, yo, I don't like that talk you're just talking about. The people who sold you, didn't come for you. Now you telling me a group of people who fought for theirs, why they didn't come for the rest? How do you know they didn't?
Yeah, but y'all got y'all won y'all independence. I'm saying, why didn't y'all come for us?
Why didn't y'all come for what ship? What ship? The ship that we took for the what ship? We fought in Haiti, bro.
Yes,
we didn't fight the waters. We were fighting inland.
Mr. Untouchable, let's get to the punchline of that. Then.
Okay, sorry. My point is this. The Haitians were surrounded. They were in their own internal fights and problems. They couldn't come out and branch out like they would have probably wanted to rescue them, because you say you don't know. They couldn't come out and rescue their brothers and other because of the English. They would have to fight the English, the Spanish, and other place territories if they were to fight, go into the different islands and try to rescue the slaves in the different islands. When you say why didn't the Africans come for us in the West? First of all, they was in a war too. You know what I mean? They was under war
for
too.
600 years. For 600 years.
For hundreds of years, Africa was in a turmoil. And you check the history. You check the history out, bro. Matter of fact, just check the Ashanti Wars out and find out how long that lasted.
Okay.
Just read up on. Just read up on it. Read up on it.
So I do want to talk on this thing right here, because Dessalines does say that he's not going to save the other people in the Caribbean islands. Like, he's not going to do it. He said that they should fight for themselves. Now, I didn't agree with that sentiment, but that's what he said. And if we're talking about Haiti, right, you should bring up the Dahomey Empire. Haiti was freed. They freed themselves, obviously, but they freed themselves before Dahomey was free. Essentially, Dahomey was still fighting the French, and eventually were destroyed. Either, if you want to, in 1823, and then it was a French protectorate until 1904, right? But the reality is that, like, the idea that they could have sent ships that far and that they were just like in this time of peace where they could just go and get ships to bring people back. It's just not even realistic. Like
I don't
why?
even think that they had transcontinental ships at that point in their history. I don't even think that they had
No, I don't think
transcontinental
exactly.
ships.
White people had transcontinental ships. Black folk didn't. And that's just the reality of the situation. So we're talking about like Haiti, which is kind of like, if you want to be a descendant of Dahomey, it was freed before Dahomey. Dahomey was eventually destroyed. It was surrounded by enemies. But that's neither here nor there. I do want to say that I did ask a Ghanaian lady about this attack on Ari Lance. So she was saying that essentially at this point in time, the Ghanaians have this internet culture. Like some of them have this internet culture that's kind of like shooting the dozens, where basically they try to like roast somebody and try to like mock them and insult them off the internet kind of thing. So a lot of people were taking a part in that sort of weird internet culture that developed there. And I mean, it's kind of reminiscent of like trolling in America once upon a time. And so I think that's really like what we're seeing. But I mean, I wouldn't like say it's an excuse or anything, but that's the thing that like one thing that we got to realize on top of everything is that young people are developing a culture that we don't understand as older people. But we have to remember that at one point, like for instance, my generation was like wearing loose pants, like very, very loose pants and oversized shirts. It's just like we just do dumb things as young people.
And we have a roasting culture too. We have a playing the dozens culture too. I think that we forget that. You know what I mean?
I don't think we do it anymore, but like they're doing it new, kind of like it's like a new internet trolling thing. But yeah, like you said, we used to do it back in the day.
Yeah. We would do it face to face.
But why is this to roast? Like you roast people, you roast people who's like how is this somebody saying that they that's because a lot of these youth in the West and the African country are not sensitive. They're not Afrocentric. They're not pro that. They're not even Pan Africans. Like it's sad to say, it's mostly us on this side that want to reconnect with these people, and that's what it is.
Barely us. It's like 2% of us.
It's
why?
It's what?
It's like 2% of us, yeah. But like,
well, this is 2%. Them, if it's 2% of us, then it's 0.00001 of them.
Yeah, I mean, like when I went to Ghana, I'll admit, like their lifestyle is not really conducive to wanting to bring Americans over. You know what I mean? Like that's not like if you're in a serious poverty situation, like your geopolitical cognizance isn't going to be that high.
But why they quick to bring in the Asian over though?
Well,
why they don't got beef for him?
It's not the same people. The people bringing in the Asians are going to be like politicians and like upper class.
But so how come these people that got the internet right now that's roasting Ari, they're not poor.
They're not upper class.
Yo, stop that. Bro, stop that shit. They might not be upper class, but they might be middle class, or they have access to the internet. So how come they don't roast? How come they don't roast the Asian people?
Bro, are you upper class?
No, I'm not.
Okay, so why would you think that these people are upper class? That's what I'm trying to figure that out.
Well, I'm saying they're not poor. They could afford the internet.
You don't got to be poor, man. You're not upper class. Like the people who
just said so. So you're saying, y'all making excuses for these people. Y'all making excuses for these people. They're not roasting the Asian man who's coming in.
What is bragging about Ghana ancestors though? I don't understand.
Here's what I would say, and I'm gonna leave it here. Here's what I would say. Here's what the black people on that side of the continent and the people on our side of the continent. Here's what we have in common. We both practice pan-Europeanism. We may not practice Pan-Africanism, but we sure as hell practice Pan-Europeanism across the continent. So just like how they have French values and tastes and desires, it's the same way we have European tastes and desires in the West. That's what we practice Ultimately, that's the same thing we have in common, and that's what we practice together. And what I say is, it's better to practice something that's closer to self rather than it's further from self. But if we choose to, and like 90% of us want to practice pan-Europeanism, y'all have at it. I want to practice pan-Africanism because it's closer to me.
Matron, I'll give you the last word on this prompt.
We just need to be a little more empathetic towards each other. Like, I do kind of feel like these are like young people and kids trolling and doing things, but I also feel like there might be an agenda at work, because with the ADOS fight being what it is, and some of the other organizations that are coming together to align resources, I really do feel like another agenda could be at play, because us coming into any of those countries, which is what some people want, would threaten the middle class and some of the people that are on at the bottom of the upper class.
Right. Okay. All right. That's the last prompt for tonight. But before we go, I do want to get a sentence or two from each of you on the panel about this one last. Well, it's not a prompt. It's just like a. It's just like an observance. Did Martin Luther King Jr. Sorry, the MLK Jr. Day is on Monday. What are your thoughts on his efforts? What celebrations are taking place in your community? Are his dreams still dreams, or are they now mostly accomplishments? We're just going to give each person a chance to speak, and then we'll close it out. I'm going to start with Erzuli on this one.
I guess some of his dreams were accomplished individually, but as a whole, I don't think we are where we're supposed to be. But I could say that someone like his wish for white kids and black kids to be playing together, that happened. We eat at certain restaurants together. We interact together. We socialize together. I guess that is accomplished, but it's still not where it's supposed to be to me. But I guess some individualistically, black people have accomplished a lot. Certain black people have accomplished a lot, but as a whole, as a group, black people in America and around the world, I think we're still behind, way behind.
Should MLK be celebrated?
From what I say, it's like saying, to me, it's like saying, should Nelson Mandela be celebrated? I don't know. For the ADOS people, I guess, yeah, he should be celebrated. I mean, he did what he could have done. He did what he did. I'm not against his celebration, but I don't look at Martin Luther King as like he's my savior or he's the best. But he did what he could have. He did what he could, what he was allowed to do. Was he a staunch like Dessalines? No, he wasn't even like Toussaint. So I don't know. I mean, should people celebrate him? I mean, should he have this holiday? If these president who own slave on holiday, why can't he have one? So I don't know.
Okay. Let me mix it up. Oni, what say you?
I mean, yeah, I mean, Dr. King, like, what celebrations are taking place in your community? I don't know any. Are his dreams still dreams, or are they mostly accomplishments? Like, I'll give the guy credit for, being against segregation, being against Jim Crow, and that's gone. Like, we have to realize we don't build these internet networks. We don't really build the infrastructure in our communities. We don't really build a lot of stuff. So these white boys are building a lot of stuff that we're using right now to live this life that we're living, to be this quote unquote middle class that, where we can badmouth other people across the internet, right? The fact that that's the case, I mean, like if it were not for desegregation, it's very unlikely that we would have this sort of life, you know? Is that a good thing? Is that a bad thing? That's for other people to decide. But I think most of us in America or most black people in America are about that. Like I said, American centered, American first. And so the question is, did Dr. King improve America for black people in the way of the integrationist agenda, which is the majority agenda? Then yes. Like I don't blame black folk for being excited about a person who allowed them to marry white folk or allowed them to go on movies and TV shows. Like this white boy is really obsessed with black people and this black man is really obsessed with white people. And I mean I think he fulfilled something that made America quote unquote better for black people. Because like if we're gonna be honest, we have to be honest. Segregation was shit. Okay, segregation was shit. Separation might be a little better, but segregation was like the hood basically. And a lot of black people did not like that life that
Hey, hold on. Tulsa, Oklahoma was built during segregation. The most prolific, affluent black community ever. So what are we saying?
Yeah, but that's like a small community compared to the
No,
whole.
that's not. There was a major. It wasn't only Tulsa. There was other communities that was built during segregation.
No, I know. What I'm saying is that like the majority of black people did not have a good life, you know? So like sure you could have a couple of like a handful of black people doing well, like you do today, but the majority didn't. Now I don't think that I think Dr. King had a wider message. I should have mentioned that earlier. Dr. King had a wider agenda of
Let's start to wrap this up.
parity. Huh? You said
Let's
what?
start to wrap this. Let's start to wrap this.
Oh yeah. So economic parity and all that kind of stuff. So like he wanted black wealth to increase, and that did not change. But like as far as integration, he did it, and black people like it. You know.
Mr. Untouchable, what say you?
Yeah, let me be quick. As an integrationist, as Martin Luther King as an integrationist, he should be celebrated. And since the majority of Black Americans are integrationist minded, he would be celebrated. For me, as a Garveyite, I believe that his efforts was detrimental to for not only Black Americans, but uh, Americans around the world to creating something for themselves. I think he should be arrested. So I mean, it's a two-way sword and two-way street with this scenario. But kudos to Martin Luther King, man. He achieved the dream of integration for most black folks in the United States of America. Kudos to him for that. So,
Matron, you get the last word tonight.
Okay, I think Dr. Martin Luther King is misunderstood. Like I'm almost twice the age that he was when he was killed. I'm like 15 years older than he was, or something. Like I'm old compared to how old he was when he was doing this national and international movement. So I think he was misunderstood, and I think that we ought to work harder at understanding some of the things that happened. Whether it's Deacons for Defense, we coming to get our check, or I've ushered my people into a burning house. What celebrations are taking place in my community? None that have been officially organized, but I'm going to be doing something with my niece who's 10, just talking to her about some different things. And are his dreams still dreams, or are they now mostly accomplishments? I think that his dreams are still dreams because he wanted us to have economic equity and social equity, and we don't have that. And so I think that his dreams are still dreams.
Thank you. All right, that's the show tonight. It was a long one. I hope people do enjoy the content. Oni, your shows in the morning. Briefly tell us what you're doing tomorrow morning or this morning?
Oh yeah, so if I wake up early enough, I'm actually go over Barbados and Bahamas at the same time, because they're like
small.
Two small countries. One of them got some important brother from there, but that's about it. Nothing else going on.
Nothing else going on. All right.
Two important brothers, right? There too, right?
Yes, 2 on this call. All right. Matron, what's the news you? Or what's upcoming, I should say. Or maybe the matron left. Okay. All right. So that's the show for tonight. Want to thank all you guys who were here. Pro-Black Perspective, Mr. Untouchable, Urzuli, Kevin Kare 42, everyone who was in the chat. Janelle Benjamin was still with us. Wow, that's amazing. Didn't realize that. Janelle Benjamin was here. Dr. Bobby Wright was still here. And everyone else who were in the chat tonight. Thank you guys for being here. I'll be back on Tuesday reading the paper. Thursday, I'll be on the KWAZ radio radio YouTube channel. I'll be doing that Thursday show over there. I hope you guys are tuning into that too, by the way. And then we're back again next Saturday for Shoot the Breeze. I'll talk to you guys later in the week. You guys be good. Peace.
Thanks for listening to the Bitter Medicine Podcast with your host, Koku. If you like what you just heard, we hope you pass along our web address, bittermedicineblogs.com, to your friends and colleagues, and share our show to all your social media. Be sure to check out our archive section on our website for previous podcasts. This has been a KWAZ radio production. Join us next time for another session of the Bitter Medicine Podcast. Follow us on Facebook at Bitter Medicine Show, Twitter, Bitter Meds, Tumblr, Bitter Meds, Instagram, Bitter Medicine.